coming.
Okay, ready now, all of you?
Yeah, now
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
now it's
Okay. See, today we are doing all transport documents, and we hope to finish by 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock today. And all transport in one go. And tomorrow we will be doing miscellaneous and insurance and the other two. That is bill of exchange and invoice. Coming to this first document I am doing is, in the group I have given 7 names. I am doing the first document. Clenny Pack is the applicant, HDFC Bangalore, and we are going with ISBP D wala. D explanation wala you take out what I have given you. Take the picture ready. Picture is given in 12.2. Topic number 12. Okay, now point number 1. There is a difference between exporter and shipper. That is why your article 14K. What does article 14K tell you, Sampath? Article 14K. All of you should have your UCP in front of you. And ISBP with
Shipper
explanation.
or consigner of the goods indicated on any document need not be the beneficiary of the
Correct. So the shipper or consigner of the goods indicated on any document need not be the beneficiary. Because see, now for example, I was talking with Anupama. Like let us say in import, now there is a sheikh in Dubai. He wants to import basmati rice from Hyderabad. So I am the exporter of basmati rice. And importer is sheikh in Dubai. But I don't have any basmati rice with me. But let us say in Delhi, our Prashant Mohan is in Delhi. Prashant Mohan knows somebody who will export basmati rice. So he will export from Delhi to Dubai. He is the shipper. He will ship the goods. But the contract is between me and the sheikh. So I am the exporter who has entered into a contract. But the shipper who will hand over the goods to the carrier, he is not a registered exporter, may or may not be. So that is why Article 14K, very clear it is. So in point number 1, Article 14K. And now here you see, here shipper is Qatar Chemicals. It is matching with your field 59.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, next we go to point number 2, consignee. Consignee. Go to field 46A.
HDFC Bank.
Is telling you to the order of HDFC Bank. Now, whenever there is a bill of lading, multi-modal, they're all negotiable documents. So when the credit is telling you to order of HDFC, in document also same should come. So to order of HDFC has come, matching. Still anybody is having a doubt, stop me. Because I too will get clarification. I can have more. Now, coming to point number 3, who is going to tell me whether it is correct or not correct?
Ma'am, it is correct.
Why?
Both the names are there. If you see the column na, जो right hand side पे डब्बा है, वहाँ पे लिखा है continued from the notified party, HDFC Bank करके लिखा हुआ है.
So it is continuing from where? From C, from top.
Yeah.
So no, my only question was in point number 3, notify party.
Ji.
In the credit it says mark notify A and B.
Yes.
Has both come here? I want you to tell me.
Yes, ma'am. Both has come.
Yes,
Where
ma'am.
it has come? Tell me.
On the right side, it is there, madam.
Right hand side, the डब्बा जो
barcode
बना हुआ है,
is
ma'am.
there.
Ah,
उसके
good,
ऊपर-
very good. All of you say, I am asking, why I am asking so many times Uzefa and Anupama? Because others will be able to understand. I understood, but others don't know. So see, friends, on the right side of the document, you will find HDFC Bank Bangalore continued from notify parties. Notify party wala dabba is to the left side, below the consignee column. But in your credit, it says notify party should be both A and B. So when A and B is saying both should come. So left side you find the Clenny Pack and right side you find B wala name, HDFC Bank Bangalore. Below the carrier agent. If anybody has not found, please hold me up. Again, I will show you.
Ma'am, the second point you told us, the consignee to the order of HDFC Bank.
What
Where it
of-
is mentioned in LC?
I will bang you now.
Point number 3.
56A you're supposed to read now, Manpreet.
Okay, ma'am.
1 minute. Why? See, all documents I had given you 2 days before. And I had told
Yes,
you all,
ma'am.
keep everything arranged, take a print. And also in the first page, I had given a Word document. I typed it. Which MT700 mein kaun sa document is coming. So that you will know when you do transport or invoice, you know in which MT700 invoice is there. Which MT700 bill of exchange is there. And if you
Yes,
have not kept it ready, I'm very sorry. And one more is, because document study, unless you have in front of you, it is difficult to study. Even if for me also it is difficult. And one more is, in this question, we are looking at field 46A, documents required. We are doing transport document.
Yes.
And goods consigned to, mark notify. We are doing notify party. Mark notify. So mark notify, he has given you 2 names, A and B. So when it is given A and B, then both names are supposed to come in your transport document. So you please look, Manpreet. Consignee के नीचे आया है notify party applicant का नाम.
Yes,
और
ma'am.
right side आया है right side. Continued from notify party. वहाँ HDFC Bank Bangalore छोटा words डाला उन्होंने.
Yes, ma'am.
Use the Titan eye specs. कौन सा specs? Titan. Then you will be able to see better. Okay. Chalo, chalo. Now, no more wasting time. Next, we go to point number 4 in the picture. Point number 4 in the picture is the title. Credit kya bola? Full set of original. Shipped on board. Bill of lading. This is what credit is telling you. Now, here right side is telling you bill of lading. Chalega. Because credit is matching. And also, I told you those 2 fields, 44E and 44F. So, matching. Then original. The word original is written on the top. And there is only 1 out of 3. That means there should be 3 originals. If, as I told you, full set diya kya?
Yes, madam.
Yeah. So that means all 3 should come. 3 agar nahi hai, it is a discrepancy. Okay. Next wala we go with point number 5. Now this point number 5, please take your notebook, draw columns. First column you write down this, because this is common for all documents you're going to do now. First column you write down, a heading you write point number 5. First column likho, pre-carriage by. What is first column?
Pre-carriage by.
Pre-carriage by. Second column, place of receipt. Columns dalo, because all document you're going to do columns. This is point number 5. Otherwise you will never learn. Then third column, vessel. Vessel voyage number. Fourth column, port of loading. Fifth column, port of discharge. Sixth column, place of delivery. All this I'm calling from the picture. All this I am calling out from the picture. There are 6 columns. How many blocks are there? 6 blocks.
6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Your heart is having only 4 blocks.
4 chambers.
I know it is chamber, but just to get their attention, I'm saying that. Okay. So place of delivery. Now you go to the document. Now, and one more. 3 more columns you write. Issue date, pre-printed shipped on board date, and notation. 3 columns you write down. Issue date, pre-printed shipped on board. Pre-printed means पहला ही printer type कर दिया, print कर दिया है. Pre-printed का meaning है
पहले से printed.
Already printed.
already stationery is printed. And third column is on-board date. On-board date means there will be a notation. On-board date means there will be either a stamp or a notation. What do you mean by on-board? Either stamp or notation. So 3 columns I gave you for dates. Now which date to take? That is the question. So in every document you have to answer me these columns. All of you got the columns, because I will not repeat the columns in all the documents. First column is pre-carriage, second column place of receipt, third column vessel, fourth column port of loading, fifth port of discharge, and place of delivery. Now, before I go with the columns, What is pre-carriage? Can everybody tell me? I sent you in the group just now, before the class started. Pre-carriage क्या होता है? Suppose there is an inland port. From the inland port, it is going to the main port. How will it go to the main port?
By road or by
By connecting.
Yeah, it may go by road or by any other vessel, or there may be something called feeder vessel bolte hain. That is called feeder vessel, or by road. So that means from an inland point or inland port or inland point also, it will go to the main port. That is called pre-carriage. Now, next, place of receipt. Place of receipt means where the carrier receives the goods. Place of receipt is where the carrier actually receives the goods. Port of loading is where he loads the goods into the vessel. Vessel name should come. If it is bill of lading, named vessel. Because in Article 20, you read that word, named vessel. Vessel name mandatory hai. Must appear to. That first line se padna, Article 20 or not, whichever article you are reading, no, uppar se first line. Must appear to. Named vessel. And next, port of discharges. Suppose it is coming from Durban to Mumbai. Nhava Sheva, Mumbai, port of discharge. Then from the port of discharge, say it is coming to Hyderabad, ICD Hyderabad, Inland Container Depot. What is ICD? Inland Container Depot. So from Mumbai, it is coming by road. So that is called place of delivery or place of final destination. So have you understood the meaning of all the 6 blocks?
Yes, ma'am.
Blocks the meaning.
Yes,
If you have not understood, ask me back. Now, coming to this. Now go to your document. Now here pre-carriage diya kya? Nahi diya.
No.
Pre-carriage nahi diya. Then place of receipt nahi diya. Place of delivery nahi diya. Port of loading diya. Qatar. Then port of discharge Tuticorin, India. And vessel का नाम दिया, voyage number भी दिया. Voyage number means वो journey का number, कौन सा journey कर रहा. Now port of loading and port of discharge, first you have to match. 44E, 44F. And so it is given Masad, Qatar and Tuticorin, India. So that is matching.
Matching.
Now you go to dates. So this is how you have to fill. Did you fill the columns, all of you?
Yes,
Place of receipt not applicable. Place of delivery not applicable. Port of loading likho. Port of discharge likho. Vessel name, voyage number likho. Because this you have to fill for me in every column. And then give me explanations as per Article 20A2 and E6. 2 explanations you have to give for every point number 5. Then only you are perfect tomorrow in the exam. Okay, now go to dates. Date of issue he has given you 25th April. Issue date kya diya?
25th April.
Correct. Then shipped on board date kya diya?
23rd April.
Yeah, pre-printed. That's already pre-printed. And the right side there is one paragraph. Received by the carrier.
in apparent good order.
Apparent good order and condition. That first line only you underline, which is very important. Received by the carrier in apparent good order and condition. Then go to the second page. In the second page, he has given you notation. Second page. Shipped on board. Vessel Robert Rickmers.
23rd.
Port of loading Masad, Qatar. Date of loading 23rd April. Did you get it on the second page?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Now you have to give me explanation. Now date of issue is given. Pre-printed shipped on board is given. Received by the carrier. That is received for shipment by the carrier. And onboard notation is given. Did you get all my points? Sargunan, can you explain to me what are the points I told you now?
Yes, ma'am. 3 dates which is given. On board
Huh?
date 23rd.
Can you repeat?
3 dates given here.
Issue date given.
Issue date given. The 25th April 2021 and ship
Shipped on board pre-printed.
pre-printed which is 23rd April.
Correct.
As well as the onboard date also given in the second page which is the
Onboard
same-
date is a notation.
Notation date is the 23rd April.
Correct. Now, what is your now? Give me explanation. Now, what is the explanation you will give me? It is port to port. Clear?
Yeah, ma'am.
It is port to port. And issue date. Go to Article 28.2. Go to Article 28.2. And then we'll jump to ISBP.
Bill of lading, however named, must appear. Indicate that the goods have been shipped on board a named vessel at the port of loading stated in the credit by pre-printed wording.
You stop there, Sargunan, just stop there. See, bill of lading, however named, must appear to indicate that the goods have been shipped on board a named vessel at the port of loading stated in the credit. Port of loading is matching. And they have given you a named vessel. They have given you, no?
Yes.
So that named vessel is mandatory.
Robert Rickman.
Yeah, shipped on board. They have given you.
Robert Rickman.
By pre-printed wording. Pre-printed wording they have given you na, that 23rd April wala.
Yes.
That pre-printed, shipped on board, pre-printed is given.
23rd April.
But what happened? What is telling you? Or, they just put the word or. Or, there is an onboard notation indicating the date on which goods have been shipped on board. So in the second page, onboard date is there, no?
Yeah, ma'am.
Notation. Then what shall we do? Generally, if that onboard notation is not there, we will take date of issuance. What we will take?
Date of issuance.
So the date of issuance of the bill of lading will be deemed to be the date of shipment, unless bill of lading contains an onboard notation. So now there is an onboard notation indicating the date of shipment, in which case the date stated in the onboard notation will be deemed to be the date of shipment. So what is your answer now?
23rd April 2021.
Correct.
Ma'am, but pre-printed date and notation date both are same, ma'am. So
No, he has given same date, that is different issue.
yeah.
See,
But technically,
Huzefa,
it should be a different date.
nahi, mera meaning hai, we are going with explanations.
Yes.
Now, what date, I am not worried.
Okay.
But am I taking the right one as per my knowledge?
Okay. Because, ma'am, how to identify that it is a pre-printed? Because the base.
Pre-printed, already it is printed, no, in that box.
No.
Whereas notation means they'll put like a stamp. See here now, he is separately typed, no?
So if you see on the both the pages, it is printed, na, ma'am.
Huh?
Actually, ma'am,
both the pages में printed ही है मैम, कोई अलग से ऐसा seal
No.
छपा या notation अलग
No, but this printing, the blocks wala print na,
जी.
it is already there in the stationery.
Okay.
Block wala jo prints hai. ये बीच में जो whatever he has typed in the center, no?
जी.
That is separately typed. See, the 2040 bags,
And
314 days pre-detention period. All that won't be pre-printed, no?
Yeah, that is, he has printed it afterwards.
Not
Then he
printed,
got-
typed.
Yeah, typed.
Because big confusion ho jayega, print and type. That's why I'm putting typed. Okay. Okay. So, right. Yeah. Now, is any explanation is there in ISBP for this? Tell me now.
E6A.
E6A. Now, write down E6A. What is E6A telling you? I sent you one table with 2 columns. I sent you one table with 2 columns. What is E6A telling you? E6A. When a pre-printed shipped on board bill of lading is presented, issuance date will be deemed to be the date of shipment. But if there is a separate dated onboard notation, such date will be deemed to be the date of shipment, whether that date is before or after the issuance date. So write down E6A also. What is E6A?
मैडम ये टेबल आप बोल रहे हैं ये आपका
I sent you 2 columns. One is issuance date is equal to date of shipment. Second, onboard date is equal to date of shipment. I sent you 8 pages wala, column with page with 2 columns. I sent you in the mail.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, explain to me E6A, Ranjit. What is E6A telling you?
E6 is telling, ma'am, when bill of lading is evidencing pre-printed shipped on board and bill of lading is presented, in that is the case, issuance date will be deemed to be the date of shipment. Okay, until unless it bears any notation, then notation will be the notation, whatever whatever date they have mentioned, that date will be, we will consider as the date of shipment.
Now, Ranjit, answer my question here. Suppose that second page wala notation is not there. Then on the first page, what happened? You had issuance date and pre-printed shipped on board date. In that case, which one would you take it?
Then I will see, then E6B I will see here. There
E6B,
is
what
no
does it say? No, E6B. E6B, what does it say? There is no indication of pre-carriage.
pre-carriage and port uploading and
And
port
notation is not there. That is what? Notation is not there.
Yeah.
And place of receipt. But place of receipt he did not give, na.
Madam, E6A only, no need to go to E6B.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. That is why, Ranjit, why did you go to E6B? My question was, Ranjit, in the second page, if notation is not given,
Okay.
then in the first page you have 2 dates, no? One is issuance date and another is pre-printed shipped on board date.
Yeah.
So which one will you take in such a case?
Then I'll take issuance date.
Correct. That's what I was waiting for the reply. So we will go with E6A only, Ranjit.
Okay, ma'am.
So what did you understand in E6A? If suppose only 2 dates are given, that is issuance date
And
and
pre-printed
pre-printed shipped on board date, and notation is not there, then you will go only with issuance date, Ranjit.
Okay, ma'am.
But because there is a separate dated onboard notation, whether that notation is before or after the issuance date, you will take the notation date.
Yeah.
Clear now, E6A, everybody?
Yes, ma'am.
So then you should take E6A. Okay. Anupama, can you summarize this point for this document? Only for this document. Which date and why?
Madam, here
Place of receipt not given.
Routing details, place of receipt is not given, and there is a pre-printed shipped on board date. Also, on the right hand side, it is written received by the carrier, means received for shipment.
Correct.
Now, when the as per E6A, when there is a pre-printed shipped on board bill of lading received, then the issuance date, and there is also issuance date of 25th of April, then that issuance date will be deemed to be the date of shipment until and unless there is a separate onboard notation which indicates a separate onboard date. In that case, the separate onboard date, which is 23rd April here, will be deemed to be the date of shipment.
Very good. And Article 20A2 is also telling you the same thing.
Yes, ma'am.
E6A. So Article 20A2.
Either it may be evidenced by pre-printed wording or an onboard indication.
Correct. So please note down this document you keep as a reference for Article 20A2 and E6A. Because this document we will keep it as a reference. So that next time again we don't have to explain. We already have one document jidhar explanation hai. Okay. Take one more document now. Take one more document. We'll do one more document later. Okay. Point number 6. We'll complete up this document first. Point number 6, tell me. What is point number 6?
Marks and notes, container notes, seals.
Oh, shipping mark. Shipping mark in the credit, has he given anywhere?
No.
Not given. And here also in the document he has not given. So we are very happy. Then point number 7, chalo, fast karna. Point
Number of packages, optional.
Optional diya. So number of packages is always optional, not mandatory. But if data is given, it must not conflict with 2 things. What are the 2 things?
Credit and invoice.
Any other stipulated document. Don't say invoice. Any other stipulated document. Tell me again, repeat it. Point number 7, number of packages. Point number 7, number of packages. What did you understand in point number 7? Number of packages. It is not mandatory. But if the data is given, you will compare with two things. One is any other stipulated document required by the credit. And that is Article 14D. Data does not conflict. Okay, next point number 8. Point number 8, Cardia, description of goods. So here you will go with 45A. What is your field 45A telling you? Description of goods. 25,500 metric ton low density polythene, 51 meters, 51 meters. Trade term is CIF Tuticon Port India. Okay. So here you see, he is telling you, please see attached rider. So in that, the second page he has given you. Low density polyethylene, that is matching with the credit. Okay.
Madam.
Yes.
Madam, one thing, I'm sorry, I'm actually taking up this tenor thing also means this draft and calculation. In that, there is in ISBP B, it is given that when the tenors, let's say they are referring to 60 days after bill of lading, then the onboard date is deemed to be the bill of lading date, even when the onboard date is prior to or later than the date of issuance of BL. So here, although in transport document, we are just covering what should be the date of shipment. But when, if the credit is talking about the tenor as 60 days from BL, then for that calculation of tenor, shouldn't we be...
You go with Article 3, no?
Correct, madam. But then only we need to concentrate on shipped on board. No need to see the date of shipment then. Because here, what is happening that...
There is there is bill of exchange here. No, I didn't go for bill of exchange. What is bill of exchange telling you? Now, I actually don't want to go to the document because we will get distracted. See, drafts at 90 days from the bill of lading date.
Correct. In that case, when it is 90 days from BL date, ISBP B says that we need to take shipped onboard date rather than the issuance date. Okay, shipped onboard date
only we are taking, no?
Here, madam, as it is a pre-printed
no, but shipped onboard date notation is there, no?
If notation wouldn't have been there, madam.
Then notation is not there, then you will have to go with the issue date.
Even if there is only pre-print, but pre-printed also, if it is there, we have to consider the pre-printed one only, no? Even if the notation is not there.
Notation is not given.
Okay. Continue.
We'll come to bill of lading a little, bill of exchange later. Let us concentrate on transport first, Anupama.
Okay.
We'll finish up transport first because, you know, we have to do at least 10 transport documents today. Okay, next wala bolo, 8 wala. 8 wala you have to go with field 45A, no? 45A, is it matching? 45A. Where is that 2040 bags containing low density polyethylene?
Second page.
Madam, description ke paas mein.
Yes, second page.
No, in second page, 2040 bags is given, no?
Yes, ma'am.
1020 bags. But where is the 1020 bag given in the LC?
Not given.
No, in the invoice it must correspond.
In other documents can be general.
It may be in general terms. So field Article 14E. But you see, it is talking about polyethylene, no?
Yes, ma'am. Load only.
So that is matching. So we will go with general terms. So the word polyethylene is matching. I'm going with that. Article 14E I am taking. Next you go to point number 9. That is gross weight and net weight. Here you have to compare with other stipulated documents. Please write down in your book. Point number 9. Compare with other stipulated documents. So point number 9 and 10. Gross weight, net weight. 10 also measurement. You will compare with other stipulated documents. 9 and 10 you have to compare with other stipulated. तो 9 and 10 देखो मैच हो रहा, ग्रॉस वेट मेजरमेंट कुछ भी नहीं दिया. He has not given, no.
Second
In the
in
page.
second
next page,
page,
second page is there, ma'am.
second page he has given.
51
And
metric.
in other document, if it is there, you match it, whether it is matching.
Invoice में.
Invoice. If it is given, match it. Okay, point number 11. 11 and 13 is same. That's freight paid and freight prepaid. Here it is freight, what is that? CIF. So freight prepaid, that is given in second page he has given. So that is the Incoterm is matching with freight prepaid. 11 and 13. 12 wala number of originals. Number of originals 3 has given. Make sure all the 3 are presented. In the exam, no, in the assumption sheet he will write. First page he will write. All originals presented. He will not give you 3 in the exam. But in the first page he will write there. 3 originals. Next point number 14. Goods have been received for shipment by the carrier. That paragraph is there. That paragraph is mandatory. Point number 14. Received by the carrier. If that paragraph is not there, it is a discrepancy. And next is
Place and date of issue.
place and date of issue. That issuance date is mandatory. That we have already studied. Then 16 is signature. Now you see there, signed on behalf of the carrier, Mediterranean Shipping Company, Qatar, as agent. So that means named agent is given. Mediterranean Shipping is the named agent.
Named agent.
And carrier name is given, Mediterranean Shipping.
Company.
Yeah. So carrier is given and named agent is given. So signature is pakka. Carrier name and named agent.
मैम वो कैरियर के सील में नीचे लिखा है एज एन एजेंट ऑफ सो एंड सो, तो वो
Correct. As an agent of MSC Mediterranean Shipping.
shipping company.
So and carrier name is given on the top, signed on behalf of the carrier MSC Mediterranean.
Yes.
He has written the word the carrier. So now and one more is anything else you have to study in this? No.
Then,
Madam,
Now, so
Only
all
the address of the consignee, I mean, a notified party. That is notified party.
of the
that is
consignee notified party, now it is matching, no?
matching. Yes, matching.
If it is not matching, then 14J. Yeah. And those things, see, wherever there is something different, we will be doing ISBP D now. After the 7 documents are over, I'll go with D. Remaining documents you can do later. So that at least 7 you will know. Okay. Now we'll go to another document. Go to one more document and you have to be faster than what you are now. Go to Emery Olio. Emery. Emery Olio is the beneficiary.
applicant Wipro.
Wipro is the applicant. Field number 50 is Wipro. 59 field is Emery Oleo Chemicals. And we have to look at first 2 fields, 44E and 44F. 44E and 44F is given. 44B is also given. ICD Dadri. What did you understand by looking at 44B, Ranjit?
Multimodal transport.
Very good. Because out of 4, if 3 fields are filled in, then it is a multimodal. Or 4 are filled in, it is a multimodal. So how do you know it is multimodal?
Because
All
field
4 fields are completed. 44AB, EF.
Yes.
44AB,
EF.
EF. All 4 are completed, it is multimodal. Or 3 is completed also, multimodal.
Multimodal.
If 44A and B are completed, it can be road, rail, courier, or multimodal also it can be. A and B. 44A and B. Okay. Now we go to any port of Malaysia he has written. So in the document, what you should get?
Specific
Actual port.
port.
Any port should not come, Sargunan.
I read it.
Actual port should come. Now go to additional documents required. Point number 7. Documents required. Point number 7. full set of original, clean on board, bill of lading, 3 original, plus 3 copies. He has not used the word in 3 copies, plus he has used. Consigned to the order of HDFC. So to the order of HDFC only should come. Marked freight prepaid. What is the input term?
CIF.
What is the
CIF
input
or
term?
CIP?
CIF. Okay, then chalega. So freight prepaid chalega. Mark notify A and B. Here also notify party both should come. A and B. A is HDFC, B is Wipro. Bill of lading should mention applicant code, IE code. A point, you have to read all those. Point number 3, additional conditions. Then ICD Khadri. Then bear the date and number of the documentary credit. Then bill of lading and insurance to be made to the order of HDFC Bank. The bill of lading should evidence final place of delivery as ICD Khadri. Point number 11 mein likha. Bill of lading issued by Henin Shipping Company not acceptable. Point number 6. See, all that you should read in the exam very fast. Whatever is related to bill of lading. Now go to your bill of lading. Okay, point number 1. Emery Oleochemicals, Malaysia. See your field number 59. Emery Oleochemicals, Malaysia. Matching. So point number 1, matching. Point number 2, consignee to the order of HDFC Bank, Bangalore. So pakka. No matching. Point number 3, he has given both A and B. A HDFC Bank, B Wipro Enterprises. A and B has given you. Point number 4, title, Ocean Bill of Lading. He has given you Ocean Bill of Lading.
Combined transport.
And title, we are not concerned. Whether it is multimodal or bill of lading, we are not concerned with the title.
Right.
Received by the carrier. That point number 14 is there, see. Received by the carrier, that dabba, that small paragraph.
Yeah,
That's very important. And now go to your number 5, columns bolo. Pre-carriage, place of receipt, ocean vessel, port of loading, port of discharge, place of delivery. Pre-carriage is not there. Place of receipt, Port Klang, Malaysia. Place of receipt and port of loading both are same. What are the 2 things same?
Receipt and loading.
Place of receipt, port of loading, both are same here. Port of discharge is given and a place of delivery. ICD Dadri. Ocean vessel name also he has given. Voyage number. Now, so columns you have filled. Now go to the dates. See, first you always in the exam also, at the back of your question paper, draw columns and fill it up. And then take the dates, so that you will not make a mistake. Okay, go to the dates, please. Issuance date is 7th May.
7th May.
Port, right side corner mein hai, niche.
Port Klang,
Malaysia, 7th May. And then
Second page में shipped on
page is showing you what, Anupama?
Shipped on board.
On board.
seventh.
Notation is there, Anupama. Very good, very good. Now, which ISBP we will take? Place of receipt, port of loading, both are same.
E6B.
E6B,
Same, no, ma'am.
E6B, what is it? B1, no?
Yeah, B1. Place of receipt and there is no indication of pre-carriage.
Balkishan, E6, B1 को चले जा, B1 A को जाना.
Yes, madam.
E6, B1 A. Even E6, B1 A, what is telling you? Place of receipt, same as port of loading.
Yes,
E6, B1 A. Place of receipt is Rotterdam Container Yard, port of loading Rotterdam. When there is a pre-printed shipped on board, date of issue will be taken.
No notation.
But here notation is there, no? Which one shall be? Is it okay? E6, B1 A?
See, madam, आप जो बोल रहे हैं ना, notation or printed, both are, I'm getting doubt. See, if this is printed, then it is not notation, na? It is printed.
Where?
Shipped on board, the second page.
No, that is not printed. It is type. I am using the word. Huzefa also asked me that same word. I said, what type kiya hai?
He has filled the box.
देखो बालकिशन, ये जो बीच में का जो डब्बा है ना, डिस्क्रिप्शन ऑफ गुड्स,
Yeah, madam, that will be blank. So he has
that
filled
will
up.
be blank. No, it in the stationery वो प्रिंट होके आता है क्या?
नहीं, blank होएगा.
वो ब्लैंक आता है ना.
Correct, madam.
आप बाद में उसको टाइप किया ना.
Yes.
Then प्री प्रिंटेड बोले तो ऑलरेडी ब्लॉक्स रहते.
मैम उसमें एक और तरीके से समझ सकते हैं मैम, इसमें और एक तरीके से समझ सकते हैं कि डिस्क्रिप्शन ऑफ गुड्स अगर दिया हुआ है और एडिशनल ये सब जो अगर डिटेल्स देते हैं, जैसे शिप्ड ऑन बोर्ड जो एडिशनल डिटेल देते हैं ना, दैट इज नॉट एग्जैक्टली डिस्क्रिप्शन ऑफ गुड, इट इज अदर देन द डिस्क्रिप्शन ऑफ गुड. दैट मीन्स कि उसमें हम लोग ने टाइप किया हुआ है, मतलब ऑन बोर्ड नोटेशन, तो उसमें डाउट नहीं आना चाहिए. एक्चुअली वो टाइप ही है.
डाउट नहीं आया ना, मुझे तो डाउट नहीं आया, बिकॉज मैं तो बोले सी व्हाट माय एक्सप्लेनेशन इज, इट इन द सेंटर वाला जो बॉक्स है डिस्क्रिप्शन ऑफ गुड्स, वो स्टेशनरी प्रिंटेड होके नहीं आता ना.
करेक्ट.
वो ब्लैंक आता है. सी लाइक योर अकाउंट ओपनिंग फॉर्म, वो योर नेम विल नॉट बी प्री प्रिंटेड नो इन दैट अकाउंट ओपनिंग फॉर्म. Tomorrow in the bank when you open an account, only name of the account holder will be written there. Then I will type there Balkishan, no?
Correct.
So this also, it is empty. So it is typed later Balkishan.
Correct.
But ये जो है ना, ये जो डब्बा है, अभी देखो place and date of issue दिया देखो.
Yes,
that डब्बा is already pre-printed.
Correct.
Because वो स्टेशनरी में प्रिंट होकर आ जाता.
Got it, madam.
अच्छा मेरे को ये बोलो पहले आंसर, ये ई वाला में कौन सा लेना? अनुपम, which one are you taking?
E6B1, date of issuance will be the date of shipment, 7th May.
No, I don't want answer. I wanted to know which E6 you're taking.
E6B1, where place of receipt is the same as port of loading.
Correct.
And there is no indication of pre-carriage. In such a case, date of issuance of BL will be deemed to be the date of shipment.
Correct. So E6B1 is the answer. Write down, all of you write down. E6B1A, no? B1A, Anupama?
Yes, ma'am.
But here, ma'am, the shipped on board date is not there, no, here.
It's okay. But if shipped on board is pre-printed, then you will take issuance date only, no?
But here, shipped on board date is not mentioned, and then notation
not
is
mentioned, right?
Yeah.
If it is not mentioned, which one will you take?
And if the notation is there, then notation date only will consider.
Notation will take, no ma'am. Notation will take.
If notation is there, you go with notation.
Then in this case, E6A will apply, no?
E6?
A.
Yeah, but A, is he telling you place of receipt, port of loading is same in E6A? He's not talking to you about the port, na?
It talks only about pre-printed.
And he is not also talking about pre-carriage word, no? See, why we are not taking E6A, Ranjit? Because in this document, pre-carriage is not given.
Correct.
So no indication of pre-carriage, 1. 2, place of receipt, port of loading is same.
Correct.
So which one shall I take then?
Okay, then E6B.
That is why. So you'll keep this as a reference document for E6B1A, all of you. So to understand E6B1A, you keep this document. This, what is that? Emery Olio. So Emery Olio you keep for reference. Tomorrow you will understand there is no pre-carriage. Place of receipt, port of loading is same. No onboard notation is given. Onboard notation is given. Here onboard notation is given.
Yes.
If no further onboard notation is given, then you will take date of issuance.
Date of issuance.
But here onboard notation is date is also 7th May.
Same
Issuance date is also 7th May. So I am not worried about the date. I want the knowledge. So can you summarize this, Huzaifa? This document. For point number 5, summarize karo.
Ma'am, in this particular document, the place of receipt and the place of loading is same. So we'll go with article E6B1, which says that if both are same and no notation.
No, there is no indication of pre-carriage.
There is no indication of pre-carriage.
And the place of receipt, port of loading is same.
place of receipt and port of loading is same.
If onboard notation is not given, you will go with date of issue.
Date of issuance. If onboard notation is given,
Because
then
onboard notation is there, you will go with onboard notation.
yes, we'll go with onboard notation.
Clear. Anybody is having a doubt in this? This document, Emery. Point number 5. Because point number 5 pakka ho jana chahiye by the time you do 7 documents. Okay. Next, point number 6 bolo. Point number 6 kya hai? Shipping mark. He has given you, you check whether credit nahi bola. Then this it should not, this will be the base then. If in any other document, it should not conflict with transport. If credit is not telling you, whatever is given in the transport document, you take that as a shipping mark. So other document you have to compare with transport. And number of packages, point number 7, he has given you. Point number 7, what you do? It's not mandatory, but it must not conflict with other documents. Point number 8, description of goods.
It's matching.
It's matching. And they have used the word, see, set to contain. There is the first line, set to contain. This is going with your article 26. That means set to contain means captain will tell the shipper, you put that and put your signature. I am not responsible whether it is there or not there. Whether 100 oranges are there in the box, I don't know. So set to contain. Set to contain means the captain of the ship will put the responsibility on the shipper. And gross weight, net weight is given you. Check with other documents. Then point number 11 and 13, freight prepaid is given in the second page. But you see, there is one thing. Below that freight paid, there is one line. Inland haulage charges from port of discharge to final destination on consignee account. But Incoterm is used is what?
CIF.
CIF.
CIF, carriage, it is paid till where? The carriage cost is paid till where?
ICD Dadri.
It is paid up to?
Dadri.
Then here what happened? Inland haulage charges also he should have paid, no? Why consignee will pay? Because freight prepaid. See, the Incoterm used is carriage paid to na CIF. The CIF, no, but here, Ranjit, आपका trade term में CIF मुंड्रा लिखा है. And final delivery at ICD दिया है. He has given you. So that means till where he should pay the cost?
Till Mundra. Till Mundra.
No, Mundra, comma, final delivery at ICD, Anupama.
Dadri tak dekha.
Dadri dekha.
Final delivery is at ICD, no?
If we have not mentioned that final place at ICD,
then up to Mundra only he will pay. But now what happened, Ranjit?
From Mundra to Dadri he is asking charges.
Then why will consignee pay? Then why he is using CIF wrong enough? Freight prepaid should be till Mundra, no? That inland haulage charges. That is a discrepancy.
Okay.
See, you have to understand one thing. Whenever this C term is used, carriage cost is paid. By whom?
Consigner.
Seller. Okay. And yes, CIF, when you mention, it is always named place of destination. Named place of?
Destination.
Now, destination kahan tak diya uno? He has given you final delivery at ICD. If he had written only Mundra, then it would have been Mundra. But now he has also mentioned final delivery at ICD. Ranjit, did you point out this as a discrepancy?
Documents, I need to check, madam, whether they have identified.
Can you tell me in next class?
Sure, ma'am.
Because my question to you would be, because CIF he has paid up to, he has used final delivery, named place of delivery, no?
Yes.
When you use C Incoterm.
Ma'am, it should be CIP, ma'am. If it is CIP means it will be okay. It will be okay.
Correct.
I'll see.
Yeah, Abba Manikandan got up now. I'm very happy, Manikandan.
Thank you.
Very good, Manikandan. If it was CIP, carriage insurance paid too, but there it would have been up to that Mundra. But now he has paid carriage up to ICD. And so here is written
Port to
consignee.
port means we will use CIF, ma'am. Otherwise, we have to use CIP only.
No, what I mean is, he should have used CIP and he should have used up to ICD, Dadri, no?
ICD. Yes,
No,
ma'am.
in both the case, madam, actually here, whether it's CIP or CIF, if I mention final delivery.
No, Ranjit, can you answer one question? CIF, we generally use it for sea, no? Inland waterway.
Port to port, correct.
But here you are going up to multimodal, no?
Then it will be
multimodal.
CIP.
Then with, you should have used what?
CIP.
Got it?
Yeah.
See, CIF you will use for port to port. But here what happened? You have given inland container depot, Dadri.
Correct.
Then, and consignee, why he will pay?
If I use CIP also, here consignee should not pay, no?
Yeah, CIP, but the Incoterm used would have been correct.
That I will check with team, ma'am.
You check and come back to me.
Yeah.
You tell me on Monday.
Sure.
Okay. Next, below that, can you see shippers load and count? So shippers load, store. So that is all the shipper is responsible. And but they have again put all destination charges on consignee's account. Again, they have put destination charges. So you have to check that destination charges, Ranjit.
Okay, ma'am. Two things I will check tomorrow. Monday.
Because destination charges is, again, it will go with D. The Incoterm D is always used for destination. That is the importing country. D is used for importing country. D is used for
Importing country.
Destination charges. Okay, so you have to check the charges and come back to me. There is a discrepancy. Okay, next we will go to next document, please. Next wala, Rashi Enterprises. It is from Kotak Mahindra, Rashi. Now, go to see here, Kotak Mahindra. Applicant is Rashi Enterprises, Pune, and the beneficiary is LCY Chemical Corporation, Taiwan. Then 44E, 44F is filled. 44E, 44F means what it should be?
Port of loading and port of
Bill of lading. Bill of lading. And point number 6, Pado, 46 EMA, full set of clean onboard ocean bill of lading, 3 negotiable and non-negotiable copies marked, freight prepaid. Made out to the order of Kotak Mahindra. To the order of Kotak only should come. Notify applicant. So notify mein kaun aana?
applicant.
Applicant should come. Okay, go to the document. Always you must read the LC in 1 minute. See how I read only in 1 minute. You should read in 1 minute. Now see in your document bill of lading, first wala LCY Chemical Corporation Taiwan, point number 1. So point number 1 is matching with 59 field beneficiary. Then LC5 Taiwan. Then point number 2, to the order of Kotak Mahindra, matching. Point number 3, notify party, applicant. Applicant is Rashi Enterprises, Pune, matching.
If they mention only Rashi Enterprises is enough, or address also?
Now coming to your point. In the credit, he told mark notify applicant. In the credit, what did he write?
Mark notify applicant.
Correct. Then what is your ISBPD telling you, Ranjit? Give me that point. Whether if address and contact details are not required. But if they come, then they must match with
Field 50.
14J. Yeah. Understood?
Understood, ma'am. Yeah.
If they don't come also, chalega. But because it has come, it must not conflict. No, it must match. 14J. Article 14J. Clear?
Yeah, clear, ma'am.
Now
And is
coming
it mandatory, madam, in credit we should mention that full applicant name and address?
You made a mistake. You miss whoever opened the LC. See, mark notify applicant, you should have given with full address. Then if you give with full address, then it should come with full address only, no? You should obey the credit, no?
Yes.
Okay. Now here ocean vessel is given Kota Lukis. Port of loading, posting port in Taiwan. Place of receipt is given. Posting port. See, place of receipt, port of loading, both are same.
6 CB.
Pre-carriage is not given. Port of discharge, Nhava Sheva, Mumbai. Place of delivery also same. So, port of discharge, place of delivery same. Write down in your book. Write the columns first. Write columns, please. Point number 5 ko columns likho. Otherwise, you will not learn. Because after all the documents are done, you should tell me the summary of all the document, why we took. Port of loading, place of receipt, same. Port of discharge, place of delivery, same. So from Mumbai, it is coming in delivery also. The warehouse is in Nhava Sheva, Mumbai only. Warehouse is also there. Now, which one shall we take? Go to the dates. Right side, you find date of issue 31st August.
30th August.
And niche dekho, niche aa jao, left side ko.
30th August 21.
30 August is given laden on board. What is it given?
Laden on board.
Laden on board means shipped on board.
Ma'am, date of issue के ऊपर भी
Laden
है
on board.
Ma'am,
But
date of
right
issue के
side
ऊपर
there
भी
is a
है.
notation, Anupama. Right side, did you notice, Anupama?
Ma'am, right side on top of the issuance date, there is a notation loaded
Correct,
on MB quota.
that's what I am telling. Same thing I'm repeating now.
Okay.
There are 3 dates, Anupama. 3 dates. One is date of issue, 31st August. Laden on board, 30th August. That is pre-printed, Anupama. And on the right side, there is a notation. Loaded on that vessel name, M by quota. At the coasting port on 30th August. Now, 3 dates are given. First, you tell me no pre-carriage. Place of receipt, port of loading, same. So, which one shall we take?
Notation date as notation is
No,
given.
I don't want answer. E6 wala number bolo, Anupama.
E6B1.
E6B1. E6B1.
E6B1A or what?
There is no A, madam. It is for B2, it is A and B. For E6B1 only.
Okay. Okay. For B2, it is A and B. Okay, right. So E6B1 we will take. So E6B1, why did we take? There is no pre-carriage and place of receipt, port of loading, same. Why did we take E6B1? No pre-carriage.
Yes, no pre.
So actually we will take issuance date. But because the notation is there, we are going with notation. So we will take 30th August. If notation is not there,
then 31st.
and there is no pre-carriage, place of receipt, port of loading, same, then you would have taken issuance date. Nirix, can you tell me the story for this, point number 5?
Yes, ma'am. The date of issue, it's mentioned as 31st August. And the laden on board, it's mentioned as 30th August. And right side above the date of issue,
there is a notation
which is mentioned as 30th August 2021.
Okay.
So as per ISB,
no, first you tell me there is no pre-carriage.
No pre-carriage.
And place of receipt, port of loading, same.
Port of loading is same.
So you will take, actually, if notation is not there, you will take issuance date.
Issuance date. Yes, ma'am.
This pre-printed shipped on board, you should not take.
Right. Correct, ma'am.
वो left side वाला है ना, laden on board.
Yes, ma'am.
That is pre-printed shipped on board.
Shipped on board.
Shipped on board, laden on board, all means the same.
All means same.
But why are we not taking that? Because there is a notation on the top.
Notation on top.
Suppose notation is not there, Nirix.
Then we'll consider the issuance date as well.
Even if this pre-printed is there.
Pre-printed is there. Right.
Correct. So we will go with E6B1. Manikandan, give me the story for this. Point number 5, Manikandan. Manikandan, point number 5 story, please. Where is Arpit? Arpit, point number 5 ka story bolo. Where are you, Arpit? Bharani? Bharani, are you there? I don't know. People will keep it mute. No video, no audio. Go away. Bharani?
Madam, yes, madam.
Point number 5, tell me the story.
Point number 5.
Place of receipt is, I mean, no pre-carriage.
Yeah. There is
Pre-carriage
no
is not there,
pre-carriage.
Bharani.
Okay, madam. Place of receipt
Place of
is given.
receipt, port of loading, same.
Port of loading is same.
Then, if notation is not given, you will take issuance date.
Issuance date.
Even if pre-printed shipped on board is given.
Okay, madam.
But now notation is given, no?
In this case, notation is given, so we'll take the notation date as the
Got it. Okay. Now, next point number 6, fast you go now. Point number 6 is shipping mark. Shipping mark he has given as per list attached. In the credit he has not mentioned. The number of packages he has given, not mandatory. And you must compare with other stipulated documents. Point number 8, description of goods. It may be in general terms. Article 14E. Shippers load and count. Set to contain. These two words are in Article 26. Shippers load and count. Set to contain. And it is freight prepaid. What is the Incoterm used?
CIF. CIF.
CIF Nava Shiva port.
CIF means chalega. Inco prepaid. CIF Nava Shiva seaport. So up to Nava Shiva he has paid. Then what is the next one? 12 and 13 we have already done. Originals are there. Number of originals. See, it is matching. Original is given. You see, it is matching. And then signature wala bolo. Point number 16.
Carrier.
As carrier. One High Lines Limited as carrier.
Carrier himself is signing.
Carrier himself is signing. So it is not a discrepancy.
Indication of carrier as well as side.
Very. And on the top also you see right side. One High Lines. Andheri East, Mumbai. That is the shipping agent. One High Lines Private. Here carrier only is signing as carrier. So it is not a discrepancy.
Madam, एक बात
very good.
Description of के पीछे copy का watermark क्यों है? Why that
description
watermark?
of goods?
If you see the description of goods, that table, if there is a watermark copy. If the BL is original, why this particular section is in copy?
What? I didn't understand. No, and this is what this. He has given you a description of goods, no?
That particular section, if you see on the document, transport document, the watermark is having copy written on that.
Where a copy is written?
Yes, madam. On the document, if you see.
Watermark it is given in watermark it is given copy.
In the table and below, copy.
The white copy. That is the.
That you will not have as a problem because you will get the exact typed wala there in the exam. It's okay. Anyhow, you see the description of goods. It is matching with your invoice. I mean the 45A, or it should be in general terms. Maybe in general terms. Okay. Next document. Next document is China wala. China wala hai. Applicant is UPL Limited, Connaught Road, Hong Kong. Beneficiary is Binzhou Town Chemical, Binzhou, China. 46A, full set clean on board ocean bill of lading. Made out to the order of shipper. Now tell me, when it is given made out to the order of shipper, what is necessary?
Endorsement.
Endorsement is necessary.
And a marked freight collect. What is the input term used?
CFR.
FOB.
E and F.
FOB is.
Hey, FOB Shanghai. FOB Shanghai.
Freight collect. Yeah, freight
So
collect.
freight collect is correct. Freight collect is matching. FOB. And which are the fields filled?
Field
Our
44E.
transport 44E and 44F. So 44E, 44F means it is a bill of lading.
Bill of lading.
Now go to your bill of lading. Point number 1, shipper. Binzao, matching. Point number 2, to the order of. To the order of shipper is there, Binzao. But see at the back whether endorsement is there, it is there.
There, ma'am.
Jesse. Some Jesse name has come there.
Yes, ma'am.
Point number 3, notify party. Mark notify बोले क्या LC में?
Notify then.
Notify UPL Limited.
Yes.
Applicant. Okay, that is matching. Place of receipt is not given. Pre-carriage is not given. Named vessel is given. Port of loading, port of discharge is given. Place of delivery is given. So this is additional. See, first you have to match what is given in the credit. Extra place of delivery is given, but that is same as port of discharge. Durban, South Africa.
Correct.
So please remember whether your fields are matching first. If your fields are matching, then don't mark it as a discrepancy. So now tell me, port of loading, port of discharge is given. There is no pre-carriage, no place of receipt. And now there are the issue date is mandatory, please. Article 20. And then onboard date is given you notation, 23rd June. And received by the carrier, that box is also there, right side.
Yes, ma'am.
Freight collect is given on the left side. Freight collect. Shipping mark, no mark. And description of goods, you just see if it is in general terms. So onboard date is given, no?
Yes.
This is clear cut. Onboard date we can take away straight away. Because notation is there. So this is very easy document. 1 minute mein ho gaya. And only see the signature. For and behalf of International Logistics. I cannot read, that print is not clear for me.
For and on behalf of SHK International Logistic Group.
As
Okay.
agent of the carrier.
Agent of the carrier, but carrier name is there? Carrier name mandatory, please. Can you see anywhere the carrier? If you cannot find the carrier name, then it is a discrepancy. Carrier, the carrier, it should be written somewhere. Is it written? If it is written, you see it is not a discrepancy. See, agent of the carrier, he has signed SHK International. But where is the carrier name? Where is the carrier? On the top, it is written SHK International Logistic Group. But where it is written the carrier?
मैम ये एक्चुअली उनकी स्टेशनरी पे ही है.
हाँ?
एजेंट की स्टेशनरी पे.
हाँ, it is on their letterhead.
Yes.
No, but my question.
I got your point.
Where is? How do I know that it is the carrier?
No, he is not a carrier. He himself is saying as an agent.
No, he is telling he is the agent.
He's saying or on behalf of SHK.
For and on behalf of SHK.
Yeah, but
as agent of the carrier.
Who is that?
Who is that carrier fellow? I don't know.
Ma'am, as an agent of the carrier is pre-printed. Ma'am, if you see the document.
Yeah, it is pre-printed.
It's a pre-printed. So SHK is international is a agent. That no dispute with that.
I know that he is the named agent.
Yes, but nowhere it is mentioned.
I didn't get the carrier. So
Yes,
that is one, I am finding it as a discrepancy. If the carrier is given in the exam, don't mark it as a discrepancy. Clear, all of you? Okay, next document. Kraton Polymers, Kraton Polymers. Beneficiary is Kraton Polymers, Shanghai. Applicant is Itco Industries, Tamil Nadu, Hosur.
Once again, ma'am.
Yeah. Applicant is Itco Industries, Hosur, Tamil Nadu.
Itco Industries.
And beneficiary is Creighton Polymers. Then a 44E, 44F is given. So it will be a bill of lading. And in 46A, he wrote full set of original, clean onboard bill of lading to the order of HDFC. So same should come. Mark freight prepaid. Mark notify. A is Itco Industries Limited. So only one notify party.
Yeah,
Itco is applicant.
Itco Industries.
So only one notify party will come. And it should bear the date and number, invoice number, date, bill of lading should mention IE code. That 47A, you please read, all of you. Nothing should be missing from 47A. Otherwise, it will become a discrepancy. Whatever is supposed to appear on the bill of lading, make sure it is appearing. Because I don't have the original one now. This is all copy, so I cannot read fast. Okay, now go to the document. Document, chale jao. Number 1 is matching. Creighton Polymers. To the order of HDFC is matching. Notify party Itco is matching. Then port of loading Shanghai. Then Chennai. So is it matching our 44E and F? Yeah. Port of loading, any in LC has given any port in China.
Shanghai,
But in the document, actual port name he has given Shanghai.
Yeah.
So please remember, any port should not come. Actual port name should come. And the shipping mark he has given, you match the shipping mark. Shippers load and count. That means the shipper has declared. Then freight prepaid. What are the dates? Issue date is 30 April.
30th April.
Yeah, 30th April.
And one more is there.
Yeah, in middle it is.
Onboard date is 30th April.
30th April.
Reprinted.
Pre-printed. So which date shall we take? Both are same. But which one we will go with this? We will go with Article 20 also, no? Article 20 we can take, and port of loading and the port of discharge. This is direct. This is also direct. There is nothing to think. Okay, 3 originals. And what about the signature? Korea Maritime Transport.
मैम कुछ दिख नहीं रहा, इट्स ऑल
वो दिख रहा नहीं. एक बार आप the carrier है तो it is, you must always see whether carrier, see signature में you please be careful. Must indicate the name of the carrier is mandatory. If agent is signing, named agent is mandatory. Or if carrier himself is signing, chalega. But carrier name mandatory, named agent mandate. These 2 things keep in your mind, all of you. Okay. Next wala, chalo, Wipro. Wipro and one Turkey is there. 2 more documents. Wipro document, very easy that is.
Al-Bustan.
44E and 44F is. Applicant is Al-Bustan. Applicant is Al-Bustan, Kuwait. Beneficiary is Wipro, Bangalore. 44E, 44F is given. Description of goods, Chandrika soap. CIF, Shuvaik Port, Kuwait. So he has paid up to port, Shuvaik Port, Kuwait. And what is your document telling you? Complete set of clean onboard ocean bill of lading to the order of BBK Kuwait. So it should come same. Right, prepaid. Applicant is notified party. Notified party is applicant. Bill of lading should show our credit number. Go to the LC. Now here in the LC, go to the bill of lading. Their address is different in point number 1. Point number 1. It is Thane, Maharashtra. Whereas here it is given
Bangalore.
Wipro Bangalore.
Bangalore.
Is it okay or not okay?
Okay, madam.
Yeah, country is same.
Country same.
Name of the country.
14J para 1.
Yeah, Article 14J. Name of the country. Okay. So you'll go with Article 14J. Thane is okay. Don't mark it as a discrepancy. And abbreviation also. Private Limited, he has used the full spelling. In the document, he has written P Limited. P. You will go with ISBP A1, no?
Yes.
And now tell me, Ranjit, consignee to the order of BBK cuvette diya, address nahi diya. Shall we take it or not take it, Ranjit?
We'll take it.
Consignee has given to the order of BBK cuvette, but he has not given you address.
Take it.
चलेगा.
No, it's challenge because
वैसे ही लिखा हुआ है to the order of BBK.
Yeah, because credit is not telling you, it need not indicate address. But if it comes, then it must match.
It should not conflict.
So here it is not given, it is okay. Don't mark it as a discrepancy. Notify, he has given you applicant name. That is okay. And now you go, place of receipt, port of loading is same.
Yeah, GMPT.
Place of receipt, port of loading same.
GMT.
No pre-carriage. Place, port of discharge, place of delivery same.
Yes.
Port.
And received by the carrier, that block is there.
Yes.
Now you tell me which date shall we take? Place and date of issue is 14 December. Pre-printed shipped on board is 13 December. Is there any notation?
No.
No, madam.
No, ma'am.
Date of issue.
Date of issue.
No, ma'am. Date of issue.
Now tell me, place of receipt, port of loading is same. No pre-carriage. So which one shall we take?
Date of issue.
Date of
Date
issue
of
we will
issue.
take. Very good. Date of issue we will take. So which one you have to go with? Tell me the number. E. Place of receipt, port of loading same. E wala number bolo.
No, ma'am.
Ranjit.
On page number 2, we have that notification. Go to page number 2.
Notification he has given you.
Yeah.
Wipro on board date is 13th.
10th December 2020.
Huh?
No, that
Ma'am,
is shipping bill number.
It's
Shipping
That
bill
is
number.
shipping
Okay.
bill number and date.
Sorry.
That is invoice for some bill number, no?
Yeah, shipping bill number.
Shipping bill number.
EDPMS number.
Okay. Now tell me, number bolo, E wala number, Anupama.
E6B1, ma'am.
B1, ma'am.
E6B1.
Yeah.
So you will take issuance date, okay?
Yes.
Is everybody comfortable why we are taking? Place of, there is no pre-carriage. Place of receipt, port of loading is same. And pre-printed shipped on board is there. Notation is not there. So we will go with issuance. Okay, next one we go, next document.
Signatures.
Signature देखो.
As an agent sign किया है Qatar Navigation, but the carrier नहीं लिखा है.
Sign for Qatar Navigation as carrier है ना, and ऊपर Qatar Navigation है.
Yeah.
Poseidon is the agent for Qatar.
Qatar Navigation is the ship carrier.
Has he given the carrier?
No, not the carrier कहीं नहीं लिखा है.
Hey, is it there?
No, the carrier word नहीं है.
No, down is mentioned as an agent for the carrier.
Agents for the
Agent for
carrier.
the carrier.
Yes, ma'am.
So that means Qatar Navigation is, see, Uzefa signed for Qatar Navigation, na? And he उसका agent का नाम है Poseidon Shipping Agency.
Yes.
So named agent for Qatar Navigation, na?
Yeah, I agree.
Qatar Navigation is the named carrier.
No, Qatar Navigation is the carrier,
Yes.
Sargunan.
Yes.
And the Poseidon Shipping Agency is the named agent.
Named agent.
Good. Okay, next one, a document. This gross weight measurement, all that you all know. You have to only look at other stipulated documents. Turkey wala, Turkey. Turkey LC, applicant is Al Bustan, beneficiary is Original Gourmet Food Company, Istanbul. Original Gourmet Food Company, Istanbul. And 44E, 44F is given. 44E, 44F means bill of lading. And there should be no indication of charter party anywhere unless credit says. And what is 46 saying? Full set of clean onboard bill of lading issued to the order of BBK. Right, prepaid, showing applicant as notified party. Abba, so easy, no? 1 minute you can finish the document. Tell me, shipper name, original gourmet, matching, consignee Al Bustan, notified party Al Bustan, port of loading Istanbul, port of discharge. Place of receipt is given.
Korlu.
Korlu.
Yes.
Now here, madam, port of loading also is not matching, no? Here port of loading they have mentioned
Istanbul.
No,
No,
in
in LC
credit.
it is different.
In LC,
Tekrida
in
and
LC
all.
what did they write? Port of loading, they have given Tekirdağ and or Ambrali.
Yeah, they mentioned Istanbul.
And there they did not write any port, no? They did not write any port in Turkey. Now, yeah, port of loading, actual port name he has given, no?
But it's not as per LC.
So it is not as per LC, port of loading. Place of receipt is given Korlu. Now, and port of discharge is given. Now, place of receipt is given.
There is no
And now, shipped on board, one notation date is there, see, 1st January. Istanbul. Left side.
Yes.
And received by the carrier is there. And the right side issue date is there, Istanbul, 1st January. Now this port of loading, if he has marked as a discrepancy, see this question comes in simulation. In simulation, suppose he says port of loading is not as per credit. Then you mark it as a discrepancy, okay? Because the credit is not giving you that same word. If credit had said any port in Istanbul, then we could have gone with it. Because port of loading, Istanbul he has given. And here he has given you the actual port name. Suppose he had given any port in Istanbul, then that. Here Istanbul, any port we don't know, no, the Tekirdağ. So that is a discrepancy. Okay. Now which one shall we go with, this issuance date or shipped on board date?
Shipped on board.
Shipped on board notation is there, no?
Yes, ma'am.
So you will take the notation date. You will take the notation. And what about the signature? Shankar Ocean is the on that, but no way. Shankar signed and issued as agent.
Agent for
Shankar
Shankar
as carrier. So that means Shankar is carrier.
carrier.
And Shankar Arkas Nakliya is the agent. और नकली वाला एजेंट है.
Madam, here also, though it is they are saying all destination, demurrage, retention charges and delivery charges are for the receiver's account.
See, yeah. Now here, Anupama, what is the Incoterm used?
CIF, shoe and port.
Here, this is the port charge. This is charges additional to freight may you have to take, no? Now, demurrage charges, detention charges.
That is not considered.
They are not penalties. I mean, they are penalties. They are not additional to freight charges.
So, but credit is not telling you anything regarding charges. Then you will go with Article 26, the 26C, na? Charges additional to freight. Allowed, no, acceptable, no?
Allowed, acceptable.
Okay, Anupama?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now we have done 7 documents. Now what we will do is, before we do, some more documents are there. We have to first read ISBP D ones with explanation and Article 1920. After reading Article 1920 and ISBP D, and in ISBP E, you will read only that E6 wala, because the rest are all same as ISBP D. Now go to D wala with explanation, please. ISBP D with explanation, so that whatever we have done now, 7 document only we have done, whether we have done perfectly well, that is what you have to understand. Now we will go with ISBP D. What is D1 here telling you? Whenever there is a transport document covering movement of goods, 2 different modes of transport. Mode of transport means, already I told you. It can be by air, it can be by sea, it can be by land. Those are all called modes. Now suppose the conveyance means, suppose you're coming from Chennai to Hyderabad by road. That is by land. So mode of transport is land. Some distance you come by car, some distance you come by bus, some distance you come by 2-wheeler. Those are all called means of conveyance.
Okay.
So means of conveyance is different. Mode of transport can be 2 different modes of transport. That is now land, sea, land, air. And what is D1, B1 telling you? Only one mode if it is talking about, then we cannot call it as multimodal. Multimodal means there should be more than one mode. But credit mein nahi bola. Credit is telling you only port to port. But in the document, he has given you place of delivery, place of final destination, which means from port, the goods are coming to that delivery place. So that means the credit is silent. The other modes used. But in the document, when you look at it, you will find that instead of saying only port to port, from Mumbai, it is coming to Hyderabad by land. That means it has come by sea and then by land. So credit is not telling you, it is silent. But when you look at the document, you know that it is more than one mode. So when it is more than one mode, which article is applicable? Article 19. That is multimodal. Next, what is D1, B2? No indication of charter party. And D1C is what I told you just now. When you're looking at the routing, you will find that there is more than one mode. See, there is one example there. LC calls for full set ocean bill of lading. Port of loading, port of discharge is given. But port of loading is given as a place. So when he says place, now I told you from Chennai to Mumbai. Chennai to Mumbai. Chennai port to Mumbai port. But in Chennai, he has told the goods are coming from Coimbatore. Coimbatore is a warehouse is there. From warehouse Coimbatore, how did he come to Chennai port? By land, by truck. So that means port of loading is telling it as Coimbatore instead of saying Chennai. So what did you understand from that? Port of loading is a place, not a port. Then what is required? Notation is required. In the notation, actual port of loading Chennai he should mention. When port of loading is not given in the port of loading field, it is given in the place of receipt. Because place of receipt, he received the goods at Coimbatore. Coimbatore is an inland place. So from that inland place, se port ko kaisa aaya? Truck se aaya. So that is one mode of transport. Then Chennai port to Mumbai port, it is coming by sea. Another mode of transport. So when you look at the document, you find 2 modes of transport. But in the credit, he has not told you Coimbatore nahi bola. He is only telling you Chennai to Mumbai. So which means Chennai port to Mumbai port. So the document is indicating Coimbatore. Instead of putting in the port place, he is put in receipt. Then you have to have the notation. Now there is question number 1. Yeah, question number 1 you have to read now. Yes, Sonika, read question number 1.
Yes, ma'am. What do you mean by mode of transport and means of transport? Mode of transport are sea, road, rail, air, etc. Means of transport means goods carrying vehicle. It may be a vessel, aircraft, truck, rail, bridge, etc.
Barge.
Barge, etc. Yeah.
So they may be vessel, aircraft, trucks. These are all means of transport. Yeah, question number 2. Arpit, where are you?
Yes, ma'am.
Read question number 2.
What do you mean by a multi-modal transport document? Maybe silent regarding some or all of the mode of transport utilized. Answer. It means multimodal transport document need not evidence that more than one mode of transport is being used, but it may be silent regarding the mode of transport utilized. But for the routing, we can determine the more than one mode of transport is used. For example, BL indicate port of loading, which is actually a seaport, place of final destination, which is actually a land port or place. So we know first leg is C as a port of loading is there. Last leg is on road using truck, lorry, etc. So we understand the more than one mode of transport is being used. Hence, it is a multimodal transport document and not BL.
Why did you tell me it is not a BL and it is a multimodal?
Because first mode of transport is sea by sea and another and last leg is through road, ma'am.
Yeah, because he has given you final destination.
Yes, ma'am.
So final destination is not a port, it is a land.
Land.
So port se land ko kaisa aaya? By truck or by lorry.
By lorry, ma'am.
So it is, see, other modes it may be silent. But when you look at the routing, you will understand that there is more than one mode. So when there is more than one mode, which article we will apply? 19.
19.
And ISBP D. So always keep few things in mind. Yeah. Bharani, read that please. Always keep few things in mind.
There will always be a transshipment happening in MTD. We all know what is transshipment. It means unloading of goods from one means of conveyance to another means between starting point and end point. It may happen in same mode of transport, but definitely in different modes of transport. Also, it can be titled as BL. Also, but you need to check the function of the required document. If it uses more than one mode of transport, then it is actually it is actually an MTD, and Article 19 will apply for its examination under the LC. Obviously, it must not contain that it is subject to charter party agreement, because in that case it becomes charter party BL, and you cannot apply Article 19 in the examination of this document. These are basics.
So these are the basics that you should know. Once again, I am repeating, whenever you want to apply Article 19 or your ISBP D for Delhi, please remember it is a multimodal. Multimodal means in the credit he might not have told you. He might have only told you port to port. But remember, in multimodal, I told you, you can have all the 4 fields filled in the LC or 3 fields filled in the LC, 44E, 44F, or all 44A, B, E, F. All those 4 fields are also filled in. Then it is a multimodal. Remember that. And when you are looking at the document, you look at the routing. Whether place of receipt is there, port of pre-carriage is there, port of loading is there, port of discharge is there, and from there final delivery kahan hai, where? So if it is not only port to port, from the port another means of transport is utilized, then you know that it is multimodal. And transshipment means you already know in multimodal, transshipment will happen. Because from one mode, they will unload and reload into another mode. So if you are saying transshipment prohibited, it is a foolish way to open the LC. Because transshipment is allowed in multimodal. Without transshipment, how will multimodal happen? And see that no word charter party is not mentioned. Unless the credit says don't mention the word charter party. So all those are the basics. Next question.
Unless the credit says mention charter party. Na?
Correct. If credit says charter party are permitted, then allowed.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, good. Yeah, next, where is Majid Khan? Majid, D2 paro, D2.
Yes, yeah, multimodal transport document is also termed as combined transport document. However, it can be titled this or any other word of similar effect, even when LC so names the required document.
So what did you
Issuance
understand?
carrier
What did you understand?
means
LC
multimodal
में
transport document.
whatever name is given, don't worry about the name.
Yeah. Depending how you name it.
Yeah, title is not the criteria for us. For us, what is your criteria? The routing.
Yes.
What is the criteria?
The routing.
Routing is important. Title you don't bother. Whether it is combined transport, multimodal transport, whatever it is. Clear?
Yes.
And next, read D3A, Majid.
Yeah. A multimodal transport document may be issued by any entity other than a carrier or master, provided it meets the requirement of UCP 600 Article 19. Here, what they mean is, if it is issued by party other than carrier or master, which means as per Article 19, other than carrier or master, only agent of such carrier or master can issue and sign multimodal transport document. So, if it is issued by an agent, it must meet the requirement of UCP 600 Article 19.
Now see, here the explanation given, I had an argument because they have mentioned only agent here. This was given by some other bag, and I have told them why only agent is already authorized, na carrier or is agent master or is agent. Article 19 bola hai.
Yes.
Then what is the fun? May be issued by any entity. May be issued by any entity other than a carrier master means it can be a freight forwarder.
Proxy.
Yeah. Hey, proxy will come only in insurance.
Okay.
Here we will use only the word agent. See, Uzefa, proxy means it will be only for one particular transaction.
Okay.
Like a mandate.
Okay.
But agent means it is for a series of transactions.
Yeah.
So here D3A, please understand, suppose your multimodal is signed by the freight forwarder. Will you accept it or not? LC is not telling you. LC nahi bola. Will you accept it or not accept it?
We'll accept it.
We'll accept it. Why? We will go with Article 14L.
14L.
Because 14L is telling you it may be issued by any entity. Maybe. Issued by any entity. That any entity can be a freight forwarder. Or agent has signed. Chalega. And once freight forwarder has issued and credit is not telling you, then it must meet the requirement of Article 19. Article 19 means what? Carrier name should come, capacity should come, isn't it? What is Article 19? Carrier name must indicate the name of the carrier, capacity must come. But suppose credit is telling you, freight forwarders, multimodal acceptable. Or house multimodal acceptable. Credit is telling you. Then you obey the credit, you accept it. But in this case, if the freight forwarder is not indicating the capacity or is not indicating the name of the carrier, chalega. Why chalega? Because you only obeyed the credit and you have accepted. So here he will not, he doesn't know which carrier is going. So he will not tell the carrier name. He is not working in that airline company. So he is not working as an agent. So he will not put his capacity. Because credit is telling you, you are obeying. So what is the difference between D3A and D3B? That is very important now. What is the difference between D3A, D3B? Yeah, read D3B also, Majid. Majid, D3B padho. Where are you? Okay, Manpreet, read D3B. Manpreet,
Yes, ma'am.
D3B.
When LC indicates freight forwarder or house MTD is acceptable, it means it can be issued by the entity without necessary to indicate their capacity in which they have signed or without indicating the name of the carrier.
Read, what is the basic knowledge?
Basic knowledge is it need not be signed as per
Article
UCP
19.
600 Article 19.
Even if it is signed, you need
Second,
not
even
check.
if it is signed, you need not check whether it is signed or issued as per Article 19.
So what did you understand in D3B? What did you
मैम एलसी
understand
में
in
जब इंडिकेट
D3B?
किया गया है कि when it has already been indicated in the LC that freight forwarder or house multimodal transport document is acceptable.
So you are obeying the credit.
Yes, ma'am. It means
But
that
then
it can be
freight
issued by
forwarder
the
is not working for airline company. Is he working for airlines or I mean for that shipping company? Is he working?
No, ma'am. No,
He's
ma'am.
not working. So he is not an agent of the carrier. And he also
Yes,
does
ma'am.
not know which carrier is going. He is only
Yes, ma'am.
collecting the goods from different shippers and handing over to the carrier. What is he doing actually here? क्या कर रहा काम क्या कर रहा freight forwarder?
Postman job, ma'am, just collecting from different shippers and giving it to the
collect करके
and giving it
handing
to
over
the
to the carrier.
Yes, ma'am.
And he will give his own bill of lading to the shippers.
Yes, ma'am.
Because credit is telling you, you are accepting freight forwarders multimodal or house multimodal, acceptable. But here you don't have to look at the signature. You don't have to look whether carrier name is there. Is it clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Don't mark it as a discrepancy. But अगर credit नहीं बोला, now my next question, Manpreet, अगर credit नहीं बोला, but आपको freight forwarder का signature के साथ आया, your document has come with freight forwarder signature, credit नहीं बोला, then what you should do? You should go with D3A. So what is D3A telling you? You have to obey Article 19, which means carrier name must come. And this freight forwarder, he should be working as an agent of the carrier. Clear?
Carrier. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So, Bharani, can you tell me the difference between D3A and D3B?
Madam, when this MTD, if it doesn't says that like it can be issued by any entity other than a carrier or master, madam.
Credit is
Multimodal
not
transport
telling you.
document. Credit does not say anything. We'll have to go as per Article 19.
So, suppose freight forwarder has signed. Will you accept it?
Yes.
You will
Yes,
accept
madam.
it, no?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Credit is not
Credit
telling you
doesn't say
anything.
anything. Okay, madam. If it doesn't say anything, freight forwarder is accepted.
But and then the signature must go with Article 19, no? That means he must be working as an agent of the carrier. And carrier name required.
Yes, madam.
But if credit is telling you,
then no
freight
need to
forwarders are multimodal acceptable.
It's acceptable. In that case, it can be issued by entity without necessary to indicate their capacity, madam.
So capacity not required, carrier name not required.
Carrier name is not required.
That means you're not following Article 19
Article 19. Not following Article 19.
So what do you understand now? D3A means you're following Article 19.
Yes, sir.
D3B means you're not following Article 19. Why you're not following? Because you're obeying the credit.
Yes, madam.
Clear. Rizvi, what is the difference between D3A and D3B, Rizvi?
Ma'am, the difference between D3 and D3B is that we in D3A we are following the credit. In D3B we are not following the
No,
credit.
in D3A credit is not telling you, na.
If
See, credit is not telling you freight forwarders multimodal acceptable. He is not telling you. Then, but you got a document signed by freight forwarder.
Yes, we will
Then
accept it.
We will accept it because, but there you will have to see two things. Carrier name you should see and capacity.
Capacity.
Both you should see.
Yes.
Because you are following Article 19.
Article 19.
But in D3B, what happened? You are obeying the credit.
Credit.
Credit is telling you freight forwarders multimodal acceptable, house multimodal acceptable.
Exactly.
So what happened? You are obeying the credit here.
we are
So
overlocated
here,
here.
carrier name also not required or a signature not required. You don't have to see at all.
Exactly.
Because that fellow is not working as an agent of the carrier. He's not working. We don't know.
He's not working. He's only
He's only like a postman. He's collecting all
postman.
the goods from the shipper
Exactly.
and
Exactly.
handing over to the carrier. Handing over to the
Carrier.
So D3A, you have to follow Article 19, which means signature is mandatory, named agent, carrier name mandatory. Because credit is not telling you, but you received a document signed by a freight forwarder. And that you will obey Article 14L. 14L is telling you a transport document may be issued and signed by any entity other than a carrier master. Okay. Next, what is D4 telling you? Next, D4. Yeah, read, Rizvi, continue reading D4.
D4. If LC contains condition freight forwarder or house multi-transport document not acceptable, it has no meaning unless LC specify how much documents need to be issued or and signed. If LC is silent about the same, it means we need to disregard the condition of freight forwarder multi-transport document or house multi-transport document not acceptable, and multi-transport document need to be issued and signed as per UCP 600 Article 19. Basic logic: if LC indicates freight forwarder or house multi-transport document not acceptable, means multi-transport document to be presented as per Article 19 if LC does not specially mention that how such multi-transport document need to be issued or signed.
So what did we understand in D4? Suppose credit is telling you freight forwarders not acceptable, house not acceptable. There is no meaning. Please disregard it. Otherwise, LC should tell you how the document is to be issued. Who should sign the document? What should be the title of the document? LC bolna hai. LC is not telling you. If LC is not telling you anything, simply is telling you not accept. Simply, what is the word he is using? Not acceptable. Then you please disregard it. Next, question number 1. Yes, Sargunan, read question number 1.
LC calls for presentation of multimodal transport document with port of loading, port of discharge, and place of final destination. Documents presented under LC and transport document is presented titled as combined transport document with all the LC conditions being fulfilled. Would you consider this is a multimodal transport document and check documents as per Article 19 of UCP 600? Or would you not consider this as MTD and will not check as per the Article 19?
Now tell me, what now, Sargunan, you answer my question. LC is telling you he wants multimodal.
Okay.
So he has given you port of loading. He has given you port of discharge. He has also given you place of final destination. Clear?
Okay, ma'am.
Now documents have been presented. Now it is titled. Combined transport document is the title. And all the LC conditions are fulfilled. So will you go with Article 19 and will you call this as multimodal?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you?
Both multimodal
because LC says multimodal. In the document, what is it titled?
Combined transport document.
Combined. Is it okay or not okay?
Okay. Both title are similar meaning.
Title does not matter. Title?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. What matters is the content, the function. Whether it is titled multimodal or whether it is titled combined transport, is it okay or not okay?
Okay, ma'am. Chalega.
Chalega. Very good. Next. Now, I would request we will have a 10-minute break because we started at 1:30. Now it is 3:30. We'll have a 10-minute break and then continue with this ISBP D. In ISBP E, only E6 wala you have to read. And then charter party, you have to only know the differences. If you know the differences, that is enough. and half an hour we require for airway bill and road transport to deal that. Then the remaining document, we will mark transport document will finish in the remaining documents. Because after reading this, the way you may mark the other documents, your approach may be in a different way, because you're already having some knowledge now. See, some documents I made you do, and now you're reading ISBP in Article 19 and 20. So after reading article and after reading ISBP, now when you do the remaining documents, maybe your knowledge will be better placed. So let's hope for that after the tea break. Take a 10-minute break and come back. Okay, all are ready, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Ready, good. You all may never have read like this a 24 hours marathon for 3 days. And everything I'm going to talk to you about, all the documents. If you're still not comfortable, you come back to me afterwards. But these 3 days, you should become perfect.
Sure.
All documents, all ISBPs, all articles related to documents, topic 12 to 15. So your the other half the paper we are completing in 3 days.
Exactly.
Okay, D5A I am doing. D5A is telling you it should indicate the name of the carrier. Identified as the carrier. Please remember the carrier should be identified. Otherwise, it is a discrepancy. And D5B, if the branch of the carrier is signing, it is deemed to be signed by the carrier itself. D5C, named agent. Always agent name is required. He is working on behalf of the carrier or he is working and the name of the carrier mandatory again. Even if he writes as agent of the carrier, carrier name mandatory. Agent of the carrier he will write. But the carrier name is mandatory. And master is signing. Then master must be identified. Signature of the master. But name of the master need not be identified. Please remember D5D. Name of the master need not be identified. And if the agent is signing for the master, agent is named agent, carrier name mandatory, but name of the master need not be stated. Next summary, please. Yes, summary. Where is Niriksh? Summary, pado Niriksh.
Yes, ma'am. First of all, name of the carrier must be indicated and identified as carrier. Secondly, if carrier is signing, signature must be identified as done by carrier. That is, capacity is identified as done by carrier and name must be identified. But if name is already mentioned, need not be required again. Third, if agent is signing, first it must be a named agent. Second, it must identify whether agent is signing for on behalf of the carrier or on behalf of the master. Third, if agent is signing on behalf of the carrier, name of the carrier needs to be stated. Not required again if already mentioned on
Multimodal transport
document. If agent is signing on behalf of master, name of the master is not required. Lastly, if a master is signing, he needs to identify his capacity as master. Name of the master need not be mentioned. Fifth, also remember, signature by name branch of the carrier is deemed as a signature done by the carrier itself.
Very good. Yes, Shankari, give me the summary, please. Explain to me the summary till now, what we have done. Up to point number 5, explain to me the summary. We have done up to 5E. Give me the summary up to 5E. Where is Shankari? Not there. I don't know why you all don't attend, why take it easy. Where is the Sanket? Is he there? Not Sanket. Shailesh. Shailesh is not there. Let me catch somebody. Wait 1 minute. These people, they just keep their video on, that audio on, I don't know what on. It looks like my grandchildren also do the same thing. Sampath, where are you?
Yeah, ma'am.
Read, tell me the summary story, please.
Yeah,
up to 5E, what did you understand?
5A is the carrier is...
No, you tell me the summary.
Yeah, ma'am. Carrier to be identified as a carrier.
Correct.
And second
you tell me must be indicated.
Must be indicated. Second is a branch is signed on behalf of the carrier, then it can be carrier itself.
Correct.
Third is an agent is signed on behalf of the carrier. So you should be signing as an agent of the carrier or on behalf of the carrier and name of the carrier.
But named agent.
He should be a named agent. And carrier also should be identified. And if the master is signed, the master name need not be identified.
But his capacity is signing master, capacity is required.
Capacity is required. And if an agent is signed on behalf of the master.
Then capacity required, but master name not required.
Master name not required.
And if the branch of the carrier signs, it is deemed that the carrier himself has signed it.
Yes.
Okay. Now, read question number 1, Manpreet.
A multimodal transport document is presented and at the place of signature, it is signed and mentioned as signed as carrier. Multimode transport document indicates at some place wording carrier, Hanjin Shipping Company Limited. Is it complying with respect to UCP 600 Article 19A1 and Para D5 of ISD?
And now don't read the answer. Answer my question. Now you are having a multimodal document with you. And at the signature place, it is mentioned signed as carrier. And carrier ka naam somewhere on the top he has given Hanjin Shipping Company Limited. Now is it complying? Manpreet, it is signed as carrier, Manpreet.
Yes, ma'am, it is complying.
Why? Why?
Ma'am, because we can easily identify the carrier.
Name of the carrier is mentioned, the carrier somewhere.
Yes, ma'am.
And he is signing as carrier. He is signing as carrier only.
Because ma'am, signing capacity, yes, ma'am, signing capacity and the name of the carrier is easily identified. So it is complying.
It is not a discrepancy. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Question number 2, Ranjit.
Multimodal transport document is presented and signed as an agent for the carrier ABC Limited. Is it complying with respect to signing capacity under Article 19A?
What is the transport document indicating signed as?
Agent for the carrier ABC Limited.
So he is giving you the agent for the carrier ABC Limited. But is the agent name? Is the agent name?
No, the agent name is not given. Carrier is identified.
Carrier is given ABC Limited. But agent name is not given, no?
Yes.
Next, Sharat, are you there, Sharat? Sharat, are you there?
Madam, I had some connection problem, so just when you were calling out my name, I couldn't press that mute button.
Okay, I thought you will tell me the summary. It's okay. Next summary I'll ask you. Okay, anyhow, you are there now. Read question number 3 now.
MTD is presented and signed as master with the given information only. Please suggest if it is complying or discrepant and why. Don't make any assumption, just go by what is given.
So in the transport document, it is signed as what?
As master.
Master. But is the name of the master given?
Name of the master is not given.
Not required. No, name of the master not required.
Not required, but carrier is also not
But the signing capacity, is it correct as master? Is the signing capacity correct?
No, as master of what? He should give that.
Carrier name.
Yes.
So that means, what did you understand here? Master name is not required, but he's signing as master of what? Master of the carrier name is required.
Yes. So your carrier is not identified, so it is a discrepancy.
Correct. Very good. Yeah. Question number 4. Sarvanan, are you there? Sarvanan.
Yes, ma'am.
Read question number 4.
No, question number 4. MTD is presented and signed as XYZ Limited as an agent for the carrier. With the given information, without assuming anything, please suggest if it is complying or discrepant with respect to signing and issuance of MTD and why.
Now you got a document.
Yes,
it is signed as XYZ Limited, agent for the carrier. So agent name is mentioned, named agent.
Yes, ma'am, for the carrier.
But where is the carrier name?
Carrier name is...
Is the carrier name given?
No, ma'am. Carrier name is not given, ma'am. But it's not record, ma'am. Once the agent name is clearly mentioned for
agent name is, named agent is given.
Yes.
But carrier name is not given.
Yes, ma'am.
So carrier is not identified, no?
Yes, ma'am.
So it is a discrepancy. If carrier name is not given, it is a
Discrepancy.
discrepancy. Yes. Again, continue question number 5.
Yes, ma'am. MTD is presented and signed as ABCD Limited as a agent for the master. Just with the given information, does the MTD comply with Article 19 of UCP with respect to signing and issuance of it? Please
Now,
explain.
who has signed it? ABC as agent for the master.
Master.
So,
Yes, ma'am.
named agent is given.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Agent name is given, no?
Yes, ma'am. For the master.
But master name need not be given.
Given. Yes.
Master name
Not required, ma'am.
Need not be given.
Need not be given.
Yeah. Not given.
Saravanan,
Okay.
you repeat after me.
Yes,
Agent
ma'am.
is named agent.
Agent is named agent.
But master name need not be given.
Master name need not be given.
But carrier is not identified.
Carrier is not identified.
So it is a discrepancy.
Discrepancy. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Question number 6. Praveen.
Yes, ma'am.
Question number
Yes,
6.
ma'am. Multimodal transport document is presented and signed as XYZ Limited as an agent for the carrier. Multimodal transport document also indicates name of the carrier is ABC Limited. Does it comply with signing capacity and issuance of the multimodal transport document? Go by what is given. Do not assume anything. Yes, it is complying.
Is the agent, Praveen, answer my question. Is the agent name given?
Yes, ma'am, it is given.
XYZ Limited.
Yes.
Agent.
Yes.
And the name of the carrier is given?
It's given, ma'am, ABC Limited.
Correct.
Yes.
So agent name is given. Carrier name is given.
Capacity also given.
So it is correct, no?
Correct, ma'am.
Very good. Continue question number 7.
Yes, ma'am. Multiple transport document is presented and signed as a master. MTD also indicates at the top of the MTD Hanjin Shipping Company Limited. So is it complying? Do not assume anything.
Now,
yes,
who has signed it?
His master is signed.
But when master has signed it, his name is not required.
Name is not required, but he is identified and whose carrier name.
Carrier name is not identified.
Yes.
Because suppose they write Hanjin Shipping Company Limited, the carrier they should write.
Yes, yes.
Otherwise, shipping companies are not as per UCP.
Yes, ma'am.
But if they write as the carrier, then chalega.
Yes.
Continue question number 8.
Multimodal transport document is presented and signed as All Marine Transport Limited as an agent for the carrier MT. Multimodal transport document also indicates a top name of the carrier Hanjin Shipping Company Limited.
Now you answer my question here. Hanjin Shipping Company is written at the top, name of the carrier.
Yes, ma'am.
So here he has mentioned it as the carrier, no?
Yes, ma'am. It is identified. So it is a complaint.
So name of the carrier and signing capacity is also given as agent for the carrier.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Marine Transport Limited is working as agent.
Agent.
For carrier.
Yes, ma'am.
So his agent name is given. Carrier is also indicated as the carrier.
Yes. And capacity also given.
Correct. Very good. Yeah. Next we go to D6. Now D6. Wait. Wait. I'll catch one more. I have to ask. Where is Narayanan? Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
D6. Padinga. D6.
D6, ma'am. Yeah. 1 minute.
Today you said Vinayak Puja, you won't attend class. I said Vinayak Puja by 1 o'clock you finish. Afternoon, who will do puja? Afternoon, everybody will eat and sleep. That is why I kept the class in the afternoon. Morning only they will do puja and have kolkatte.
The issuance date of a multimodal transport document is deemed to be the date of receipt, dispatch, taking in charge, or shipment on board, and the date of shipment, unless it bears a separate dated notation evidencing receipt, dispatch, taking in charge, or shipment on board from the place, port, or airport stated in the LC. Hence, in the case of such dated notation, it becomes the date of shipment, whether it is before or after the date of issuance.
Now this D6 is very important. See, whatever is the issuance date, that will be deemed to be the date of shipment, issuance date. But if there is a separate dated onboard notation, then that notation we will take it as the date, and notation date, whether it is before the issuance date, after the issuance date, don't bother. Take the notation date if it is there. So now read the explanation, please.
Since we are discussing multimodal terminologies like date of receipt, taking in charge, or shipment, or date of dispatch, needs to be correlated to specific types of transport.
1 second, hold on, Narayanan. Now, please understand, in Article 19, we are using all these words. What are the words we are using? Date of receipt, taking in charge, shipment, date of dispatch. Why do we use all these words in multimodal? Because there are different modes of transport. So when do we use shipped on board? When it is sea shipment. When it is sea shipment. When do we use taking in charge or date of receipt? When do we use? When it is road transport or rail transport. When do we use date of dispatch? It can be road, rail, or air transport. So please remember, we are using all these words in Article 19. You should understand the meaning because it is multimodal. So shipment, shipped on board means always sea shipment. Taking in charge, date of receipt. It is in road transport and rail transport. Date of dispatch. Date of dispatch is in
road,
rail, or air transport.
Air transport.
Now, so date of issuance is deemed to be the date of shipment. But if there is a separate dated onboard notation, that notation date will be taking as the date of shipment, even if it is prior or later than the shipment date. Separate dated noted, it may also appear in a specific notation, field, or space. Anybody is having a doubt with D6, please? Because those different words we are using in Article 19. Shipped on board, date of taking in charge, date of receipt, date of dispatch. These are all different modes of transport. So when do we use these words? You should know it. Next, you go to D7. Yeah, D7, Niriksh.
When LC requires shipment to commence from a port, that is, first leg of shipment is C. A multimodal transport document is to indicate a dated onboard notation, and according you need to apply para E6 B to D, that is para of BL or C shipment. Explanation: if first leg is C shipment, then an onboard notation is required. You need to check the documents as per para E6 B to D of ISBP.
So please remember, in multimodal, first leg is by, please understand, now you will be doing another set of documents. After I finish the Article 1920, you will do the remaining set transport document. So first leg is by C. Then that means onboard notation is required because it is by C. And yeah, next you go to D8, continue D8, Niriksh.
If in multimodal transport document, if LC requires shipment to start from port of loading, then such port will be mentioned on multimodal transport document in a port of loading field. However, it may also be mentioned in place of received column, provided there is an onboard notation evidencing goods on board on a named vessel at the port, which is mentioned in place of received field.
So please understand, Niriksh, if in multimodal, you look at your LC, credit क्या बोला? If it is starting from a port of loading, then that port of loading should come in the port of loading field. But instead of coming in the port of loading, it has come in the place of receipt field. Then onboard notation is required. Onboard notation में place of receipt आना, place of receipt field में आया. So port of loading नाम आना, name of the vessel आना. आपको notation mandatory. Read that explanation.
If LC calls for port of loading as Amsterdam under a multimodal transport document, then if such Amsterdam is mentioned in place of received column, that is fine, as long as there is an onboard notation evidencing that goods onboard a vessel, name of the vessel at Amsterdam.
So onboard notation में two things आना, पहला name of the vessel आना, onboard because by sea अगर आ रहा तो named vessel होना. If it is sea, please understand all of you. If it is coming by sea, named vessel. If named vessel is not there, it is a discrepancy. So in the onboard notation, that named vessel should come, and Amsterdam is the port of loading. But that port of loading Amsterdam, he has put it in wrong column. He has put it in place of receipt fee. Instead of going to your house, you went to your neighbor's house. Then your wife, your children will be shouting, why are you sitting in the neighbor's house? So you must come back to your own house. So how I know that you come back to your own house? You should mention there, my house name, and I am there in my house. So that named vessel and that Amsterdam is the port of loading, but wrongly it has gone in place of receipt. Please put it back in the correct place. Put it back in the correct place by putting the notation. And D9 pado and Nirich continue.
A multimodal transport document is to indicate the place of receipt, dispatch, taking in charge, port of loading or airport of departure as stated in the LC. But if LC indicates such places or ports or airports along with country name of such places or ports or airports, then multimodal transport document need not to indicate name of the country.
So in the credit आपका name of the country दिया है, but in the document actual name of the port, actual name of the airport, country name not required in the document. And when do you use the word place of receipt? Place of receipt, when do you use?
Rail or road transport?
Correct. Place of receipt you will use for road transport and rail transport. When do you use dispatch?
Road, rail, and
Road,
airport.
rail and air.
Air transport.
Shipped on board, when do you use?
Sea
shipment. So that is why in the article 19, you will have all these words. Shipped on board is for sea. Date of taking in charge or receipt is for road and rail. Date of taking in charge or receipt is for road and rail. And dispatch agar word diya, it is for road, rail and air also. Don't make that mistake tomorrow in the exam. You have to understand the question properly. So to understand the question, when you are reading, you should have a clarity. No shortcuts, please. Yeah, D8, D8, continue reading, Nirich.
D9 example.
Sorry, D9, Nirich.
D9 example. LC calls for multimodal transport document with place of receipt as Jaipur, India. Multimodal transport document may indicate place of receipt as Jaipur without mentioning the country name.
So in the credit mein likha Jaipur, India. In the document only Jaipur will come. It is not a discrepancy. And in D10 kya bola? Whenever LC indicates geographical area or range of places, dispatch, taking in charge, all those words which I told you. Actual place should come in the document. Within the geographical area, actual place. That geographical area is not required. Suppose credit mein likha any European country. Then in the document, actual place aana. Durban, Rotterdam, Antwerp. Or any Chinese country. Document mein actual. Beijing, Shanghai. But they should not write any Chinese, any European, any Indian. No. Actual. Now, Nirich, you will tell I am an Indian. But I don't want to know. I know you are an Indian. You must tell me from which place you are.
Yes,
you are from which place, Nirich?
Mumbai.
Mumbai. Okay, very good. So don't write India. I want only Mumbai. Read that explanation.
LC calls for multimodal transport document with first leg as road, place of receipt as any place in Europe. So multimodal transport document indicating place of receipt as Rotterdam, Netherlands is a complying presentation as Rotterdam is a place in Europe.
So now road pe hai na, road hai to place of receipt aata na.
Yes, ma'am.
Road agar hai to what is the word you will use?
Place of receipt.
Place of receipt. So place of receipt means road use kiya. and he's telling you any place in Europe. But in the document, it is telling you Rotterdam, Netherlands. That is all in Europe only. Okay. In D11, he is telling you, suppose this in आपका credit में they are using words laden on board, clean on board, shipped in apparent good order and condition. All these words mean ship on board. So आपका LC में in documents required, field 46A, there they will write clean on board bill of lading. What they will write?
Clean on board bill of lading.
But in the document, that word clean on board will not come. They will write there shipped in apparent order, laden on board, chalega. All these mean the same. Okay, next you go to question number 1. Yes, question number 1, Josefa.
LC calls for a multimodal transport document and same is presented. Issue date on MTD is 7th August 2021 and onboard date is mentioned as 10th August 2021, being the first leg as C. Tenor is 30 days from the date of shipment. Please confirm what will be the maturity date under the LC bill.
Now you answer my question, Josefa.
Yes,
what is the issue date?
7th August.
And what is the onboard date?
10th August.
And the first leg is by C.
Yes, ma'am.
So when first leg is by C, onboard date is mandatory.
Yes.
When first leg is by C, onboard date is mandatory.
Yes. When first
and
leg
the
is
tenor
by
is what?
30 days.
From the date of shipment. So which shipment date shall we take?
10th August 2021.
Because always you will take first leg is by C, no?
Yes.
So onboard date lena hai.
Yes.
Shipped onboard.
So you will start counting from which date?
11th.
So from 11th August you will count.
Yeah.
30 days.
Yeah. So 31 is 9 September 2021.
Correct. Anupama, this was your doubt, na Anupama?
Yes, ma'am, that was the doubt. In case of other combinations, like when we did that place of receipt, not same as port of loading, indication of pre-carry, those combinations.
That is for, I'll tell you there. That is for determining which date you should take. Correct? Because in the transport document, which date you will take for the date of shipment.
That was there. Also, at the same time, what date is to be taken as the date of shipment for calculation of this tenor also. Means onboard date.
So tenor means you must see if it is written from the after the date of shipment. That means it is by C only, na, the first leg. It means. So you will take the onboard date.
No, ma'am. Her question was if the onboard date is pre-printed and there is no notation.
Then if there is no notation, onboard date is pre-printed, then we'll take the issuance date only, no?
For bill of exchange, if we go by ISBP B, it says that onboard date has to be taken. It don't mention that it is a pre-printed or
that is not mentioning, no?
Yes. So in that the confusion was there.
Correct. Okay, we'll do one. When I'm doing bill of exchange, again we'll come back to this clarification. We'll again clarify, Anupama. Surely. Tomorrow morning that is. Today, because I'm with transport only today. Question number 2 continues, Zefa.
Yeah. LC calls for port of loading as Antwerp, Belgium. MTD indicates place of receipt as Antwerp, Belgium. It also has an onboard notation indicating onboard vessel A at Antwerp, Belgium in the presentation complying or discrepant.
Now you answer my question. Yes. LC is telling you port of loading.
Yeah.
Antwerp, Belgium.
Yes.
But in the document, that port of loading has not come. It has come in place of receipt field.
Yes.
So, but there is an onboard notation.
Yeah. So because
in the onboard notation, he is telling you the port of loading is Antwerp, Belgium.
Yeah.
Whatever credit is asking you, and is also giving you the vessel name.
Yes.
So it is pakka.
Yeah, it's complying presentation. Because of this notation, it is complying.
Yeah, because notation mein actual port of loading has come, and vessel name is important because whenever it is by sea, no, vessel name mandatory hai.
Ma'am, vessel name अगर उसमें पहले से लिखा हुआ है and wrongly this place of receipt has come in. So then they have given a notation stating that the port of
then the port should come. Generally, I will tell you mostly in the notation, all 3 will come. Did you notice that one document we did? Right side diya dekho. Right side mein he has given you vessel name, notation and that date. One document which he did out of those
Rashi
7.
Enterprise.
Rashi. Wow. Rashi में देखो
Literally
right
it's
side
obvious.
में he has given you all the 3 he has given you. See, loaded on vessel name MY quota at the port of loading and date. तीनों आया देखो उजेफा.
Yes, ma'am. ये है तीनों इसमें.
तीनों आना.
जी.
Okay, chalo. Question number 3. Continue.
LC calls for the place of receipt as Norfolk, USA, while MTD indicates place of receipt as Norfolk. IB quoted the discrepancy. Issuing bank quoted the discrepancy. Country name of place of receipt is missing. Is issuing bank correct in quoting a discrepancy?
Now see, LC में क्या बोले? Place of receipt you're telling Norfolk, USA.
जी.
But transport document is only telling you place of receipt.
Yes.
Actual place of receipt. He is not telling you the country name.
Yes.
So is country name required?
No, not required.
Not required. So issuing bank is not correct, no?
Yes, yes. They are
Incorrect.
not correct. Yes.
Continue question number 4.
LC calls for an airway bill and indicates airport of departure as any port in Europe. Airway bill is presented and it also indicates airport of departure as any port in Europe. Issuing bank quoted the discrepancy. Actual airport of departure is not given on airway bill, while beneficiary refuted the claim stating airport of departure column is filled as per the LC and is compliant. What's your view?
Yeah. Now see, LC क्या बोला? Airway bill required.
Yeah.
And the airport of departure LC is telling you any airport in Europe.
Yes. Actual
So in the
airport.
document, what should come?
Actual
Airport of departure, what should come?
Actual airport should come.
Actual airport
The name
should,
of the airport
should come.
Yes.
It should not be written any airport.
Yes. Yes.
So issuing bank is correct, no?
Yes, issuing bank is correct. Beneficiary.
And that airport should be within that geographical area.
Within that geographical area. Yes.
Yeah. Question number 5.
LC calls for wording on MTD to mention as shipped in apparent good order. While MTD, when presented, indicates wording as shipped on board, issuing bank quoted the discrepancy. Wording not as per LC. What's your view?
Now LC क्या बोला? Shipped in apparent good order.
Yes.
On the document, it is written as shipped on board.
Yes.
Is it okay or not okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
Because all mean the same.
Yes.
Both are
There
same.
should not be any
right.
adverse comment.
Yeah.
That should be seen.
Yeah. Now I'm reading D12A. D12A क्या बोला? LC always port of discharge जो है, it should come in the port of discharge field. Suppose port of discharge is Chennai Seaport. On the transport document also, port of discharge should be Chennai Seaport. Then D12B. But if the port of discharge field में नहीं आया, it has not come. It has come in place of final destination. Then what happens?
Notation is required.
Notation is required. In the notation, now here, Josefa, the date is not required in this case.
Okay.
Because it is port of discharge we are talking about.
Issuance date, yes.
So whenever port of discharge is given in the place of final destination, notation is required. And in the notation, they will only write port of discharge, Chennai. Clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Here the date, vessel name not required. In this notation.
Yes.
What am I talking about? I'm talking about port of discharge.
Port of discharge.
Port of discharge has come in which place in the document? In place of final
destination.
See, the credit is telling you, please understand all of you. In the credit is telling you, port of discharge Chennai. But in the document, port of discharge has come in which field? Place of final destination field. It has not come in port of discharge field. Then notation is required. And in the notation, you should write port of discharge Chennai. Whatever your credit is asking you, it should come in the notation. Now, D13, again, same country name need not be stated. Credit is telling you Mumbai, India. In the document, only Mumbai chalega. It need not mention the country name. It may or may not show. And D14, geographical area, any Indian port, credit bola. In the document, actual port should come. So please remember, port of discharge can be any Indian port. Port of discharge can be Mumbai or Chennai or Kolkata, or even a combination within the geographical area. Port of discharge. Yeah, question number 1, please. Yes, Ranjit.
LC,
Ranjit.
LC calls for place of final destination as Chennai, India. You received multimodal transport document which indicate port of discharge as Chennai. There is a notation on multimodal transport document, place of final destination Chennai. Issuing bank quoted a discrepancy, place of final destination is not mentioned in multimodal transport document as required by the LC. What's your view?
What is LC telling you? Place of final destination is Chennai. But in the document, what did you receive?
Port of discharge as
Port
Chennai.
of discharge Chennai you received. Then you require a notation. In the notation, what they should write?
Final
Whatever credit is telling you.
Yes.
So credit is telling you place of final destination Chennai.
Chennai.
So issuing bank is incorrect.
Yes.
Question number 2, continue, Ranjit.
LC calls for port of discharge as Chennai Seaport, India. Place of final destination as XYZ place in Chennai, India. You received the multimodal transport document and it indicates port of discharge as Chennai Seaport and place of final destination as XYZ place in Chennai, India. Issuing bank quoted discrepancy. Country name not mentioned in port of discharge. Is issuing bank is correct in quoting a discrepancy? Please explain.
Now see, LC is telling you port of discharge is Chennai Seaport, India.
Yes.
In the document, what you should receive in port of discharge field?
Chennai, India.
Only Chennai you should. No, yeah. India not required, no?
Not required, not mandatory.
Similarly, place of final destination XYZ place in Chennai, India.
Yes.
So only XYZ is chalega in Chennai.
Yeah.
So place, I mean country name not required, no?
Not required.
Question number 3, continue.
LC calls for multimodal transport document with the place of final destination called as any place in Asia. Multimodal transport document is presented and indicates place of final destination as any place in Asia. Is presentation complying? No.
Credit is telling you place of final destination, any place in Asia. So in the document, what should come in place of final destination field?
Actual place.
Actual place in Asia should come, which should be within the geographical area. Question number 4.
With the same question, multimodal transport document is presented and indicate place of final destination as Amsterdam. Country code is not mentioned, but from the multimodal transport document and other documents, you arrive at the conclusion that given Amsterdam is that place of Netherlands only. Is presentation complying?
What is credit telling you in the other? You go to the question number 3. Question number 3, credit is telling you place of final destination, any place in Asia.
Yes.
What is it telling you?
Any place in Asia.
Now, what happened when the document is presented? It is showing you final destination Amsterdam. Is it okay?
No, not okay.
Because they're Asia, no?
Yeah, geographical area.
And Amsterdam is in Netherlands, Europe.
Europe.
It is not a place in Asia.
Yes.
So that is a discrepancy.
Yes.
And next you go to original D15A. Original, I told you the number of originals, whatever is written should be presented. First original, second, third, original, duplicate, triplicate. If all these words are written on your document, all are called originals. Don't mark it as a discrepancy. None of them are called copies. All are called originals. And next you go to consignee, D16. Credit is telling you goods consigned to Balakrishna. So named entity. So in the document also, only Balakrishna name will come. Goods consigned to Balakrishna, only Balakrishna. Goods consigned to Sonika, only Sonika name. This is called straight consignment. To order will not come. Credit jo bola wohi aayega, same. Because we are doing bill of lading and multimodal. And if the credit, and see now, if the first leg is by C, then naturally it will be a negotiable document. Bill of lading you will get. So if the credit says to order, then to order will come. If credit says to order, then only it is negotiable. So if first leg is by C, always remember bill of lading is quasi-negotiable. What do you mean by quasi-negotiable? You can make it either negotiable or you can make it non-negotiable. You have two options. What do you mean by quasi? You have two options. What are the two options? You can either make them negotiable or you can make them
non-negotiable.
If you put two order, it will become negotiable. If you simply write the name of the entity, goods consigned to Sonika, goods consigned to Balakrishna, goods consigned to BHL, only name, then it is a non-negotiable, no?
Yes.
So that means, please remember, your transport document, you can make it negotiable, you can make it non-negotiable. If you put two order, it is negotiable. If you don't put two order, it is non-negotiable. If it's a goods consigned to Sargunan, only Sargunan is name will come. Then it is called straight consignment. That means goods will be handed over to Sargunan on identification. If it is two order, then he can endorse it. Then it becomes a negotiable. So remember, all bill of ladings are quasi-negotiable. Quasi means you can make it negotiable or you can make it non-negotiable. So multimodal first leg is C. If first leg is C, that means it is having all the properties of a bill of lading. That is negotiable. And D17A, when the credit says to order of the shipper, same thing will come in the document, but endorsement required. To order of the shipper, endorsement required. And first leg is by C, so it is a negotiable document. D17B, if it says only to order of BHL, then to order of BHL will come. So first leg is not C, then it is not a negotiable document. First leg is not C. Next, go to question number 1, please. Praveen, question number 1.
Yes, ma'am. Question number 1. LC calls for full set of multimodal transport document. MTDs are presented under LC in 3 originals. How would you determine the number of originals issued for MTD to constitute a full set?
Now you tell me. LC says full set, Praveen.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you receive the document, you receive 3 originals.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know it is 3 original?
In the bill of lading, if it identifies 3 originals, means 3 originals to be presented.
Yeah, in the bill of lading, that original column is there. Now, what is that point number? Point number 12. See in your picture. In your picture, it is point number 12. So, in point number 12, they will write there, number of original bill of lading. So, there that number, whatever is written, that is called full set.
Full set, yes.
Whatever number is written in point number 12, number of originals. Read question number 2.
LC calls for multimodal transport document consent to the order of issuing bank. First leg being C. Can you explain the logic behind multimodal transport document calling to the order of issuing bank?
Now we don't read the answer. Now LC, what is it telling you? Consign, go to the order of issuing bank. What did it say?
To the order of issuing bank.
Now when it is written to the order, that means it is negotiable.
Negotiable, yes.
And that means first leg is by C.
C.
See, credit is telling you multimodal, Praveen.
Yes, ma'am.
But the first leg is by C.
Yes.
So first leg is by C means it is a bill of lading, no?
Yes, bill of lading, negotiable
then it is
document.
a negotiable document, no?
Yes, ma'am.
So what do you understand by to order of issuing bank? What do you mean by to order of issuing bank? That means issuing bank will receive the document.
It's the endorsement is required by the issuing bank.
Correct. Issuing bank will receive the documents and they will endorse it in favor of the applicant.
Applicant, yes.
So what do you understand by to order of issuing bank?
To order means its endorsement is required. The person to whom the is
that
given.
Means, no, you explain to me this particular one. To order of issuing bank means issuing bank will receive the documents
and it will endorse
and
to the
they will
applicant.
endorse it in favor of the applicant.
Applicant, yes.
Yeah.
So basically, the title of the goods is with the issuing bank.
Wow.
Unless,
क्या बात है बालकिशन. Wow, very good बालकिशन. कभी कभी जाग उठे दुनिया बोलते उसको.
Yes, madam.
कभी अब जाग उठते. Okay. Question
जाग
number
उठा
3.
शैतान.
If also
Yeah,
if
continue.
LC question number 3, also if LC calls for two order consignment of issuing bank and first leg being C, should it be straight consent? Explain.
Now LC, what is it telling you? Two order.
Two order.
So when it is two order, what do you mean? It is a
It is
negotiable instrument, no?
negotiable. Yes.
How will you make it non-negotiable?
If it is in a two order to specific applicant person at
Then you don't put two order.
yes, yes,
If you don't write two order, then it will become non-negotiable.
yes.
But if you put two order,
It will become negotiable.
it is negotiable.
Negotiable.
Yes.
So two order means negotiable. See, two order of BHL. So that is negotiable. If I don't put two order, I put only BHL, then it becomes non-negotiable.
Non-negotiable.
Question number 4.
LC calls for multimodal transport document, state consent to applicant. What do you understand by this? Both in
Now
case.
you answer my question. Suppose first leg is by C.
Yes, ma'am.
And it is written consigned to applicant.
Yes.
So in the consignee column, only applicant name has come.
Yes.
Then it is non-negotiable, no?
Yes, it's non-negotiable.
Because only applicant name is written. Two
Yes,
order
yes.
is not written.
The state consentment directly to
Correct.
given.
But suppose you write two order of applicant.
Two order of, it is a negotiable document.
Correct. If first leg is not C, read that, you continue reading.
It means if
You
first leg
explain to me both here, Praveen. If first leg is C and first leg is not C.
Okay. It means if first leg is C and it is a straight consent to consent, it becomes a non-negotiable document. If first leg is not C, then it is a logical to call straight consent multimodal transport, because even if you call two order consentment and first leg is other than C, two order has no relevance, as all transport document other than C by their nature are negotiable instruments.
Hey, non-negotiable.
Sorry.
See, only by C are negotiable, Praveen.
Yes. By their nature.
You see, now see the funniest part in this question. If first leg is not C, and even if you put two order, does it make a sense?
No, ma'am.
No, sir.
It doesn't make a sense, because only if it comes by C,
then it will
then
be the
it is a negotiable instrument.
Yes.
And a two order word will come. But even if you don't, if first leg is not by C, even if you put two order, there is no meaning, because all other documents are non-negotiable.
Yes.
So what is the funniest part you explained to me?
If it is in a first leg is not C, if it is
first leg is C, you tell me.
Yeah, if it is a first leg is C,
and it is only straight consigned. Straight consigned means consigned to Praveen.
Yes, then it is a non-negotiable document.
Because it is straight consigned.
Yes.
So it is a non-negotiable. And suppose two order is given.
Yes, it is a
but
negotiable
the
document.
is not C.
Then it is still non-negotiable document.
It is still so in both the cases it is non-negotiable.
Non-negotiable.
Did you get the idea?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Did everybody understand, please? Otherwise, ask me this question number 4. This is a very nice question. In the credit, he has written goods consigned to BHL. But first leg is not by C. It is coming by air. Then what happened? Goods consigned to BHL means only BHL name will come. So it is not a negotiable document. But suppose he writes in the credit goods consigned to order of BHL. But goods are coming by air only. So to order we will not write. In non-negotiable we have to write only BHL. So in both the cases it is non-negotiable only. Yeah, question number 5, continue.
LC calls for multimodal transport document consent to order. Multimodal transport document is presented and consent to the order. Should it also be blank endorsed, and if yes, by which party?
Now it is to order, no?
Yes, to order.
So it should be endorsed by whom? By the shipper, no?
Shipper, ma'am.
It can be beneficiary or any other party also.
Yes, there is a
it
chance.
Can be beneficiary, any other party or shipper. Okay. Now D18A we talk about, thank you. Now we are going to notify parties. So if LC is talking about one or more notified parties, Multimodal may also indicate additional notified parties. Suppose in credit you're telling A and B notify party. In the document A and B and C also is given. Chalega. We have done in those 7 documents, A and B. Both are. C is also given. It is okay. And if LC does not mention any notified party, then any party can be a notified party in any manner. And suppose LC is not telling you the notified party. LC is not telling you. But applicant name has come in the notified party. Then it need not include address and contact details. But if it includes, then it must match. So LC does not stipulate notified party, but in the document, if applicant name, address and everything is coming, then they must be as per LC. Then D19, LC says goods consigned to order of issuing bank. So document also to order of issuing bank. But they need not indicate address. Because LC nahi bola. But if address contact details come, it is not a discrepancy, but it must match your field. So LC calls for goods consigned to order of issuing bank. Notify applicant. So in the consignee column, you will get issuing bank. Notify party applicant. Address need not come. But if address is there, Article 14J. D20. If address and contact details of the consignee notified party are there, it must be as mentioned in the LC. It must not conflict. Question number 1. Yes, question number 1. We will go to Saurabh. Saurabh, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Read question number 1. Yes. D18 to D20. Question number 1.
Question number 1. LC indicates notify party to be mentioned as multimodal transport document as ABC Limited, and multimodal transport document is presented and indicates notify parties as ABC Limited and XYZ Limited. Issuing bank quoted the discrepancy notify party not as per LC. What's your view?
1 minute. Hold on, Saurabh. Saurabh, credit में क्या बोला? Notify parties ABC Limited.
Yes, ma'am.
But document में क्या आया? 2 notified parties have come.
Yes,
ABC आया, XYZ भी आया.
Yes, ma'am.
चलेगा नहीं चलेगा? चलेगा. Because multimodal may indicate additional note. May indicate. What is the keyword?
May indicate.
Correct. Read question number 2.
LC does not call for any notified party on multimodal transport document, but when multimodal transport document is presented, it indicates applicant name as notified party and address and contact detail of applicant in notified party is not as per LC. Issuing bank found it complying while applicant contested that it is a discrepancy. What's your view?
Now you answer my question. LC में notify party नहीं पूछा.
Yes, ma'am.
He did not ask. But in the document, applicant name has come as notified party, along with address and contact details of the applicant. But it is not as per the LC. Then who is correct?
Ma'am, applicant is correct.
Why?
Because if it is not...
LC ने नहीं पूछा.
Yes, ma'am.
But document में applicant name has come, along with address and contact details. They must be exactly as stated in the LC. Can you explain to me again that point?
LC does not call for any
notified party. नहीं पूछा. No notified party नहीं बोला.
Yes, ma'am.
Loudly.
Yes, ma'am. In LC, it does not call for this notify party, but documents states
document में notify party applicant आया.
Yes, ma'am.
Along with address and contact details.
Yes, ma'am.
They must be exactly as stated in the LC.
Stated in field
Otherwise,
number
it is a discrepancy.
Yes, ma'am.
Credit नहीं बोला चलेगा. But document में जब आया applicant का नाम notify party, it must be as stated in the LC. Address and contact details also.
Yes, ma'am.
Because Article 14J, second paragraph. Sargunan, read Article 14J, second paragraph.
1 second. When the address of the beneficiary and the applicant appear in any stipulated
Second
document.
paragraph.
However, when the address and contact details of the applicant appear as part of the consignee or notified party details on a transport document subject to Article 19 to 25, they must be as stated in the credit.
See, Sargunan, I am talking only about consignee column. I am talking about notified party column. Which are the two columns?
Notified party column and consignee column.
So, and we are talking only about applicant. We are talking only about
applicant.
So, applicant, whether he is in the consignee column or whether he is in the notified party column, if it is coming along with address and contact details, they must be as stated in the credit.
Credit.
See, credit is not asking notified party here in this question.
But if it is given in the credit, it has to match with the applicant or consignee.
See, no, in the credit, he did not ask notified party, did not ask. See, Sargunan, in the credit, he did not ask notified party. Clear?
Yeah, ma'am.
But in the document, in notified party column, who has come? Applicant has come. Along with address and contact details. Then they must be exactly as stated in the credit. Clear?
Okay. Oh, clear, ma'am.
Credit is not asking you, Sargunan. But in the document, it must exactly match. This is what Article 14J you read. And what Saurav read is that. Saurav, what did he read? Credit nahi bola. But
Yes,
in the
ma'am.
document, applicant name has come along with address and contact details.
Yes, ma'am.
Read question number 3, Saurav.
LC calls for consignee in multimodal transport document to the order of issuing bank and notify as applicant. When MTD is presented, it indicates name of issuing bank as consignee to the order of and applicant name as notify party. Issuing bank quoted a discrepancy. Address and contact detail of consignee and notify party are missing on multimodal transport document. Negotiating bank contested the same, stating same is not required.
Now you answer my question, Saurav. LC bola consignee mein to the order of issuing bank.
Yes, ma'am.
And notify mein as applicant.
Yes, ma'am.
Abhi document aaya. Issuing bank name is there in the consignee column to the order of issuing bank. Then notified party mein applicant name is there.
Yes, ma'am.
But address and contact details are not given. Is it okay or not okay?
It is okay.
Yeah, who is telling okay? Negotiating bank told na. He's
Yes,
right.
ma'am. Negotiate. Yes, ma'am.
Issuing bank quoted it as a discrepancy.
There is a discrepancy.
Because LC में क्या लिखा? To the order of issuing bank दिया ना.
Yes, ma'am.
You did not give with address and contact details, no?
Yes, ma'am.
So only to order of issuing bank has come.
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
mark notify only applicant name has come.
Yes, ma'am. Full address and name is not given.
Not. What did I tell you? Tell me in this question. Credit क्या बोला?
Ma'am, LC calls for consignee to the order of issuing
Order of issuing bank.
and
Applicant
notify.
क्या बोला? Mark notify applicant.
Yes, ma'am.
But document में क्या आया?
Document में
Consignee में क्या आया? Consignee में to order of issuing bank आया.
Yes, ma'am.
Address and contact details have not come.
Yes, ma'am.
Similarly, notified party column में क्या आया?
Applicant name.
Only applicant name has come. Address and contact details have not come.
Not come.
Is it a discrepancy?
No, ma'am.
No, because credit नहीं बोला ना.
Yes, ma'am.
But अगर address and contact details आया, is it a discrepancy?
Yes,
No.
ma'am. No,
As
ma'am.
long as it is matching.
Yes, ma'am.
Match
It should
नहीं हुआ
match
तो
with
discrepancy.
Yes, ma'am.
Next we go to D21. Transshipment, I told you it will happen. Because whether in same mode or different mode, transshipment will happen. Because always modes are changing transshipment. See one example. Shipment is on vessel A from Singapore to Germany. Then goods are unloaded, reloaded into vessel B from Germany to Mumbai. Again unloaded and reloaded from vessel B to lorry C. So now tell me, ट्रांसशिपमेंट कहाँ कहाँ हुआ?
Reloading from vessel B
हाँ,
to
from vessel A.
Vessel A to vessel B.
That is one transshipment. That is from Singapore to Germany.
And then from vessel B to lorry.
Vessel B to lorry in Mumbai.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So that means vessel, now you answer my question. Vessel A to vessel B, was the mode of transport same?
Yes.
Yeah, mode of transport is C.
Conveyance is same.
But what about vessel B to C?
Mode of transport.
Mode of transport changing.
Mode of transport change. But in that mode of transport C may means of conveyance change, no?
Yes, A to B.
Means of conveyance was different, A to B. So, and so D22 kya bola? When there is shipment on more than one means of conveyance, we call it as partial shipment. Suppose there is more than one truck, one lorry, one aircraft. Even if they leave on the same day, same destination. Suppose Anupama is coming from Chennai to Hyderabad in Indigo flight. Ranjit is coming from Chennai to Hyderabad in SpiceJet. Even if they're coming on the same day, same destination, but different means of conveyance. So it is a partial ship. See, explanation. Shipment on aircraft A, shipment on aircraft B. Even if both aircraft leave on 23rd August, same destination. Let us say they are going to Chicago. I am going by Air India. You are coming by British Airways. Same day we are leaving, same destination, but two different aircrafts. So it is a partial shipment. Then 23A. So when LC is prohibiting partial shipment, but you received more than one multimodal transport covering shipment from Chicago. Then in each set it should say that it is the same vessel, same journey, same destination, same means of conveyance. So even if you receive more than one transport document also, don't treat it as a discrepancy. If it is covering the same carriage of goods, same means of conveyance, same journey. See, explanation. LC is prohibiting partial shipment. Partial shipment means I told you, there can be more than one vessel, or destination is different, or journey is different. Then it is called partial shipment. So what is partial shipment? It can be more than one vessel, or destination is different, or journey is different. It is partial shipment. So if there are three things, if these three things are same, then it is not a partial shipment. So if you receive same vessel A, same journey, same port of discharge, same Mumbai seaport, then it is not a partial shipment, because vessel is A only. Same journey from Chicago to Mumbai. So even though same vessel, same journey, same port, it is not a partial shipment. And suppose credit says partial shipment prohibited. How will you determine the presentation period? Suppose there are different dates. Then you will take the latest date. If it is a partial shipment, you will take the latest. If it is not a partial shipment, you will take the earliest date. Yeah. Now read that 23B. Sorry, not a partial shipment, latest date. Sorry.
NPSL.
Yeah, NPS.
Partial shipment is
Partial shipment earliest.
Partial shipment earliest. Transshipment also earliest.
Transshipment and partial shipment are earliest.
TSC.
Yeah, TSC.
Partial shipment is the latest.
Not a partial shipment, latest. Yeah, D23B. Yeah, Sonika, read 23B. When you receive.
Yes, ma'am. One second. When a credit prohibits partial shipment in more than one
When you receive more than one multimodal.
Yes, ma'am. This one now, when a credit prohibits partial shipment.
D23B.
Okay. When you receive more than one multimodal transport document with same vessel, port of discharge and routing, as discussed in D23A, above with different dates of receipt, dispatch, or taking in charge or shipment, will you take latest date for the calculation of any presentation period, and all dates must fall on or before the last date of receipt or dispatch for taking in charge or date Shipment date. For avoiding discrepancy of late shipment explanation. 3
No, why are you reading like that? आप पूरा मिला के खाना खा रहे. Oh, curry, sambar, curd, everything you're mixing up and eating. Break karke you're not reading. See, Sonika, how you should read. When you receive more than one multimodal, same vessel is there, same port of discharge and routing, but you are having different dates of receipt or dispatch or taking in charge, then you will take the latest date. And all dates must be, you will look at field 44C. 44C will tell you latest date of shipment. Now the explanation, now you have to read the explanation. Now read the explanation.
3 multimodal transport documents are presented with port of loading within India as per geographical area allowed in the LC, with vessel A on 3 multimodal transport documents, with port of discharge as Chicago Seaport.
1 minute, hold on. Now you tell me, you are having 3 transport documents, Sonika.
Yes, ma'am.
तीनों में vessel का नाम ये है.
जी.
In all the 3, you are having vessel name
A.
A. And in all the 3, port of discharge is Chicago Seaport.
Correct, madam.
So that means vessel is same.
Yes.
Port of discharge is same in all the 3.
Ji.
And now what are the shipment dates?
Shipment dates on 3 multimodal transport document are 22 August, 19 August and 23 August, 21 respectively.
So which one will you take the date?
Latest.
You received 3, no?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
not a partial shipment.
Latest date, no?
Latest date, ma'am. 23 April.
Because same vessel, same journey, same destination means it is not a partial shipment.
Yes, ma'am.
So not a partial shipment means you will take the latest date.
Latest date, 23 August, that is.
23 you will take, that's all.
Yes.
Okay, next 23C I am reading. Same. When it is a partial shipment, you will take the earliest date. Read that explanation, Manpreet. 23C का explanation पढ़ो. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. LC allows partial shipment. Multimodal transport A, B, and C are presented with shipment dates as 18th, 19th, and 20th August respectively. Assume 3 multimodal transport documents have 3 different vessels, vessel A, B, and C respectively. So partial shipment is getting affected here. Calculate presentation period from 18th August 2021 because each shipment here is a complete shipment in itself. You will calculate presentation period from the earliest ship date and not the latest ship date.
So here credit bola partial shipment allowed. Allowed hai. And you
Yes, ma'am.
receive 3 bill of ladings A, B, C. 18, 19, 20. C. And there are 3 different vessels. So when 3 different vessels are there, it is a partial shipment. And when partial shipment is there, you will take the earliest date. So you will take 18th August. Okay.
Yes.
Question number 1, Anupama.
Why transshipment is don't occur in MTD? Answer. Because multimodal transport document involves more than one mode of transport is being used. So there will be unloading of goods from one mode and reloading of goods to another mode between starting place and destination. Hence, transshipment is bound to happen. It will always happen between 2 different modes, but it may also happen within the same mode but with different means of conveyance.
Correct. So in multimodal, transshipment will always happen. Different modes or even same mode, different means of conveyance.
It is inevitable.
Yeah. Question number 2, continue.
LC prohibits partial shipment. There are 3 MTDs presented which involves port of loading as Amsterdam, London and Brussels. As LC calls for port of loading as any port in Europe. All indicate same means of conveyance. All MTD also indicates same journey and same destination. Issuing bank quoted the discrepancy, partial shipment affected. Is issuing bank correct in quoting a discrepancy? Please provide your views.
Now you tell me. LC says partial shipment prohibited. And you received 3 multimodal and 3 different port of loading. Amsterdam, London, Brussels. All any port, because LC is saying any port in Europe. And all indicate same means of conveyance, same journey, same destination. So when it is same journey, same destination, same means of conveyance, is it a partial shipment?
It is not a partial
Not
shipment.
a partial shipment. So port of loading is as per geographical area only. Same means of that. So it is not a partial shipment, no?
Issuing bank
Is
discrepancy
issuing
was
bank correct
incorrect.
in quoting a discrepancy?
No, he was
No.
incorrect.
Yeah, question number 3.
In the above scenario, which date is to be considered for calculating presentation period? If MTD 1, 2, 3 has shipment dates mentioned as 20th August, 24th August, and 28th August 2021 respectively, and why?
So partial shipment, it is not a partial shipment, no?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have, so 3 dates are there. 20, 24, 28. Which one shall we take?
Latest one, that is 28th of
August. Yes, not a partial shipment, latest, 28th
Yes.
August. Same, continue, question number 4.
If LC allows partial shipment and MTD 123 is presented with same shipment dates as mentioned above on different means of conveyance, which date should be used for the calculation of presentation period and why?
So partial shipment allowed here.
20th.
And you received 3 documents, 1, 2, 3, same shipment date. So which date we will take?
The earliest
Partial
one.
shipment allowed.
Yes, ma'am. Earliest one.
Earliest. So you will take 20th August.
20th August.
So partial shipment allowed means PSC.
Yes,
earliest. Next, you go to clean multimodal. We already know clean means there should be no clauses and packaging is not sufficient is a discrepancy. Why packaging is not sufficient is a discrepancy? Anytime the bottle will leak out. So it is a discrepancy. Packaging may not be sufficient is not a discrepancy. Because now it is okay, na? So it is not a discrepancy. And credit says clean onboard bill of lading. But in the document, the word clean is not given. Don't mark it as a discrepancy. As long as there are no clauses. If any clause is given, then it is a discrepancy. And one more I want to tell you here is, we also studied in topic number 7. Iron bars rusted. So when that shipper is putting the iron bar, captain of the ship will put a clause, iron bars rusted. Actually, it is not a discrepancy because in that particular trade, iron bars get rusted. So what the issuing bank should have done when opening the LC, we should have told the applicant, in additional condition, you mention rusted iron bars. Even if this clause is there in the transport document, it is not a discrepancy. Because whatever Article 27 is telling you, Article 27 kya bola? What is a clean transport document? Clean transport document means there should be no clauses declaring the defective condition of the goods or their packaging. Nahi hona chahiye. That clause should not come. But now this captain ne clause dala na, iron rods rusted. Actually, it is not a discrepancy, but the captain has put it. So because he has put the clause, it is not a clean transport. As per Article 27, it is not a clean transport because there should be no clauses. So what we should have done in order to avoid this, we should have put an additional condition. Even if this clause appears, it is okay. It is not a discrepancy. We should have mentioned that. We didn't do it. Okay, D26 goods description, I told you. In invoice, it must correspond. In other documents, it may be in generator. Maybe. Article 14E,
yes, maybe.
Italian leather shoes. In invoice, it same. But in other documents, it is only telling you shoes. Chalega. Italian nahi bola. Now, question number 1. Yes, Shankari. Question number 1.
Yes, ma'am. LC calls for clean onboard multimodal transport document. MTD is presented and it indicates cartons may not be sufficient for the sea journey. It also does not bear clean onboard notation. Issuing bank quoted the discrepancy. MTD is not clean as cartons are defective and clean onboard is not mentioned. Negotiating bank contested the discrepancy, stating incorrect discrepancies quoted. What's your view?
Now see, credit saying clean on board. And multimodal transport is showing a clause. Cartons may not be sufficient. And the word clean also has not come. Now explain to me.
LC is asking for clean MTD, madam. And if MTD is not evidencing any defective conditions, it means it is clean. The words clean on board is not mandatory.
Not required.
And packaging
But the
may
cartoons
not be
may
sufficient.
not be sufficient.
It is not a defective condition, madam. As of now, it is okay.
The word may has come.
Yes, ma'am.
Which means it's only a probability.
Yes.
Yeah, continue. Question number 2.
LC asks for clean on board MTD. MTD is presented and it is marked shipped on board. Is it complying or discrepant? Both are same.
Yeah. Clean on board you are telling. But in the document it is telling shipped on board. Is it same?
Both are same, madam.
Both are same. We read that. Shipped on board, laden on board, clean on board, all means shipped on board.
Yes.
Yeah, question number 3.
LC asks for clean MTD. MTD is presented and word clean is deleted from MTD. No indication of goods or packing being defective is found on MTD. Issuing bank quoted the discrepancy. MTD is not clean since the word clean is deleted. What is your view? Even if clean is deleted, it means the same, madam. It can be deleted also.
Because LC is telling you clean multimodal, but on the document the word clean is written and then it is deleted. Even if it is deleted, it is not a defective condition. So it is complying. Question number 4.
LC calls for chemical with properties as XYZ ABC. MTD is presented and it indicates only chemicals. Is it complying or discrepant?
LC is telling chemical with properties. But in the document only it is telling you chemicals. Is it okay or not okay?
It is okay because only in invoice we need
Because it
it
may be in general terms.
Yes.
So as long as he is telling chemicals. Next, question number 27. LC requires multimodal to indicate the name and address of the delivery agent at the place of destination or port of discharge. Address need not be the same. That is located at the place of final destination or even within the same country. Why? Why? Well, why it need not be the same? Suppose, delivery agent, there are different agents spread across the country. Some delivery agent may go and take the boxes clear. So, or even within another country. So, it need not be the same. There may have branches they may be having. Suppose GRT Chennai, GRT Hyderabad. So, GRT Chennai may take the delivery of the goods instead of GRT Hyderabad going and taking. It's okay, GRT fellow has taken it. And D28 is about corrections. Any correction needs to be authenticated by the carrier, master, or agent of the carrier, agent of the master. But suppose the agent has not issued the transport document. Even if he has not issued, chalega. Suppose the new agent has come. He is also authorized to authenticate, provided he will identify. I'm the agent of the carrier, agent of the master. And copies need not be authenticated. Even if there are corrections on the original document. On the copy document, authentication is not required. This is an examination question. Question number 1, please. Now we'll go to, wait, I have to wake up somebody. Sarvanan. Question number 1. Manikandan.
Yes, ma'am.
Question number 1.
Ma'am, MTD signed and issued by an agent ABC Limited as an agent for the carrier XYZ Limited. There are 2 corrections on MTD, which is authenticated by DEF Limited and the agent for the carrier XYZ Limited. Issuing bank quoted a discrepancy. Corrections on MTD not authenticated by agent who has issued and signed the MTD. Is issuing bank correct in quoting the discrepancy?
See, now Manikandan,
yes,
multimodal is signed, multimodal transport document is signed and issued by an agent. Agent has issued.
Yes, ma'am.
ABC Limited. Agent for the carrier, XYZ Limited. So carrier name is there, Manikandan, XYZ Limited.
Yes, XYZ is.
And agent is also named agent, ABC Limited.
Yes, ma'am.
Now there are 2 corrections.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is authenticated by DEF Limited. This DEF Limited is also an agent for the carrier XYZ.
XYZ.
So carrier name is XYZ, same carrier.
Yes, ma'am.
But agent is a different agent.
Yes.
So can a different, but he has not issued this DEF wala agent, he has not issued the document.
Yes, ma'am.
Actual original document is issued and signed by ABC agent. Now DEF agent fellow is signing the correction. Is it okay?
It is okay, ma'am.
As long as he's identifying, no?
Identified, yes.
He's saying, I am DEF agent of the carrier XYZ.
Yes, ma'am.
He's telling the carrier name. And he's also telling that I am working as an agent.
Agent.
Then he's identifying his capacity. And that earlier agent XYZ Limited went away to Dubai. That ABC agent. Will you call him back?
No.
No, you will not call him back, no?
Not required. Yeah, ma'am.
That ABC agent went away to Dubai. Now, he has issued that original transport document. Will you call him? There is
No,
a
ma'am.
correction. You please come from Dubai and correct it and go.
No, ma'am.
Now, whoever has taken in charge, he will do it.
He will do it.
Now, question number 2, you read.
MTD has one correction and same is authenticated as per para D28 of ISBP. However, such correction is not done on non-negotiable copies of such originals. Issuing bank quoted the discrepancy, non-negotiable copies are not authenticated. What is your view?
Now see, on the originals, it is correction is there.
Yes,
and the correction is authenticated in the original.
Yes, ma'am.
But in the non-negotiable copies, corrections are there, but it is not authenticated. Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am. It is okay only, ma'am. Not
Because
non-negotiable
non-negotiable
copies not required, ma'am. Correction is not required.
Correct. Now next you go to freight and additional cost. See, as per Article 26C, Article 26, suppose there is a transport document, there may be a stamp, charges additional to freight. That is acceptable. But if the credit says charges additional to freight not acceptable, if the credit is telling you, you please obey the credit. And in the credit they will write freight collect. But in the document they will say freight payable at destination. It is, the meaning is the same. Freight collect, freight payable at destination, freight to pay, all means the same. Yeah. Now read question number 1. Question number 1, let me ask somebody else. Soumya?
Yes, ma'am.
Read.
LC calls for Incoterm as FOB and freight collect. Multimodal transport document indicates freight to pay. Issuing bank quoted the discrepancy. Terms of freight on MTD not as per LC. Negotiating bank contested a discrepancy stating freight terms on MTD is as per LC. Is negotiating bank correct in contesting the discrepancy?
Now you answer my question, Soumya. Credit is telling you FOB. So when FOB is given, what is it? We will say freight collect only, no?
Yes, ma'am.
See, because 4 Incoterms I told you, 1E and 3F. 1E,
3F.
All we have to use the word freight collect.
Freight collect.
X work, FAS, FCA and FOB. Now, credit says freight to pay, freight collect. But in the document, what is telling you? Freight to pay. Now, freight collect, freight to pay. Is it same or not?
Same only, ma'am.
Same meaning. So when it is same meaning, freight collect, freight to pay, same meaning, it is not a discrepancy, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Both are correct. Issuing bank is incorrect, no?
Issuing bank incorrect in this case.
Correct. And D31A says, when LC says cost additional to freight not acceptable, then such a clause should not appear on the transport document. But sometimes they will use some words, like there are some trade terms. This trade term I have given you explanation in the last. We'll read that. There are some trade terms like free in, free out, free in and out, free in and stored. You know what is stowing? Stowing is pushing goods out. Like if you park your car in the wrong place, what will happen?
Oh.
You parked your car in the wrong place.
Get out.
They'll tow the car.
Police vehicle will come, no?
Tow the vehicle.
Penalize.
And they will tow the vehicle and take it away, no? They will take the vehicle. Why all of you are silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Your vehicle, police vehicle, if you're parked in the wrong place, what do? The police vehicle. They will come
They
and
tow.
tow the vehicle. That's called towing vehicle, no?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Have you heard this word towing vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
No, but I did not hear. I'll tell you, I am not as good as you all. When I went to US, my grandson told me, Party, that is, towing vehicle, he told me. I said, what is a towing vehicle? He said, see, if you park it in the wrong place, they will take it and go. So I never knew that is called a towing. I only knew that police will take it. But these names, children are now so good, they will know. So in sea also, or in any other by air or anything, they will call it a stowing, not towing, stowing, STOW. So free in and out stored. Now, these are called the trade terms. Can you go to the last page of this and read? What is free in, Soumya? Go to the last page and then we'll come back to this. What
Yes,
is
ma'am.
free in?
Free means not in.
Free means not included. Soumya,
Yes, ma'am. Free
read.
in means not included.
Read.
So if multimodal transport document indicates free in, it means charges of loading the goods are not included in freight, and hence such charges should be borne by the shipper. So if multimodal transport document indicates free in charges USD 100, it means charges for loading the goods on ship is USD 100. And this is a violation of the condition of LC, which is multimodal transport document not to indicate any additional cost other than freight. Free-in charges are additional cost and hence it is the discrepant presentation.
Now, what did you understand, Soumya? Credit is telling you charges additional to freight not acceptable. What is credit telling you?
Additional cost is not acceptable.
Correct. But now in the document, they have written $100 free in. So what do you understand free in? It means charges for loading the goods. So what does it mean? Charges for loading the goods on a ship. So this is an indication of additional charges to freight. Clear? So this is not included in the freight. It is not included in the freight. It is additional charges. And these charges should be borne by the shipper. Who should bear it?
Shipper.
Shipper. So this becomes a discrepancy. Clear, Soumya? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 1 minute. You hold on. Ranjit, explain to me free in.
Madam, in transport document, you should not evidence any cost additional to the freight.
If credit says.
What if credit?
If credit says only, you don't accept. Otherwise, yes, it is acceptable as per Article 26C.
26C, yeah.
See, as per Article 26C, charges additional to freight, there may be a stamp.
Yes.
There may be a stamp. Charges additional to freight. That is acceptable, Ranjit.
Yes, it's acceptable, ma'am.
But if credit is telling you, it is not acceptable.
Yeah.
Now, explain to me. Suppose they write free in $100. What do you mean?
It's acceptable if LC is silent.
No, but now LC is telling you not acceptable.
Then LC is telling not acceptable, and multimode transport document is evidencing this clause. Then this is a discrepancy.
So what do you mean by free?
Free in matlab this loading cost will be borne by shipper.
Charges of loading the goods are not included in the freight.
Right.
It is not included in the freight, and these charges are to be borne by whom? By the shipper. Clear?
Yeah, ma'am.
So this is a discrepancy. Yeah, Soumya, read free out.
Free out charges means consignee is responsible for unloading of the goods at destination or discharge port. As freight of goods does not cover unloading charges, hence free out charges are also cost additional to freight. And if multimodal transport document indicates such charges, while LC mentioned multimode transport document not to indicate charges additional to freight, then it is also a discrepant presentation.
So free out means who has to bear the charges?
Consignee.
Consignee. For what?
Unloading
the goods at the destination. So these are costs in addition to freight, no?
Yes, ma'am.
And credit is telling cost additional to freight not acceptable. So this is the discrepancy. So if free in is mentioned, free out is mentioned, it is a discrepancy. If credit says charge is not acceptable. Next, third one you read, free in and out.
Free in and out. It means freight charges does not include cost of loading the goods at port of loading and cost of unloading the goods at destination or discharge port. So if multimodal transport document indicates not to indicate any additional cost other than the freight, and if multimodal transport document indicating saying free in free out charges of US dollar 100 is an additional cost and it is a discrepant presentation.
So free in and free out, FIO. That means it is the additional cost in addition to freight. Cost of loading charges at the port of loading, cost of unloading the goods at the destination port. So it is a discrepant presentation. And free in and out stored?
Free in and out stored, it means charging of loading, unloading, and stowing the goods on board a ship or
so what is stowing the goods on board? You're pushing the goods onto the ship.
Okay.
There will be barges. There will be big planks. So on that you will push the goods. That is called stowing.
Or at port of discharge for safety or not at freight charges, hence such charges or additional cost to freight. And if LC indicates that multimodal transport document not to indicate any additional cost other than freight, such free in and out stored charges or additional cost and hence it is a discrepant presentation.
So now what did you understand? There are 4 trade terms. One is called free in, second is called free out, third is called free in and out, third is called free in and stored out. So all these 4 trade terms, if you're using in your transport document, it is a discrepancy. If your credit is telling you, charges additional to freight not acceptable. So if agar a 4 words are used kare, it is a discrepancy. Okay, now we'll go back to the question, please. We are going back to question number 31. Example we have done. And 31.
Ma'am, I have doubt on this free in and out stored. Can you please explain this once again?
Yeah, port of loading may be additional charges. Port of discharge may be additional charges. These are all charges additional to freight. So it is a discrepancy.
Okay.
So LC says cost additional to freight not acceptable. But suppose see that question, read that 31C, question number 2. Soumya, read that question number 2. After 31C.
LC mentioned cost additional to freight not acceptable. MTD indicates if container is not returned within 10 days, then penalty of USD 50 will be levied for each day of returning the container over and above 10 days. Is the presentation complying?
Now
If
this
yes,
is what, if you don't return the container, they will charge you penalty. What are they going to charge you?
Penalty.
Penalty charges are not cost additional to freight, no?
Yes.
So penalty charges are acceptable. Don't call it as a discrepancy. Clear?
Okay.
So charges additional to free in, those 4 trade terms, if they are used, it is a discrepancy. But penalty charges, it is not a discrepancy. So penalty is due to because you're non-compliance with the condition. You're not returning the container within correct time. So that is not cost additional to freight. So it is only because of non-performance of your duty. And last one at D32, suppose there is more than one multimodal to be surrendered. The multimodal, it is not to indicate that goods will be released only when you surrender the other multimodal. Unless all of them are part of the same presentation, such clauses, please don't mention on your transport document. Read that example, Soumya.
LC calls for multimodal transport document if MTD indicates that goods under MTD will be released only upon surrender of other MTDs 2 and 3 also. This condition will be considered as valid. only if other two MTDs 2 and 3 forms a part of same presentation of MTD 1.
So suppose you're having 3, 1, 2, 3. Now you have given one document you have given. Carrier is supposed to hand over the goods to you. But suppose he tells you, no, you bring me the 2 wala, 3 wala. If all of them are in the same LC, same presentation, then okay. Otherwise, he cannot ask you, you give me the other one, then only I will give you. So such clauses are not to be put on the transport document. So we have completed all the ISBPD. Article 19 and 20 we will read, and E wala only E6. And charter party, you have to only give me differences. With that, we will be finishing negotiable document. Then we can have a break and come back for non-negotiable. And then remaining document we can do very fast. Transport document, because now you are very good in transport. Okay, Article 19, please. Article 19. Open Article 19 and 20. Parallelly you have to read 19 and 20. Both. Yeah, who is going to read? Sudipta, where are you there? Sudipta is there? I don't know who is there, not there. Okay. We'll pick up somebody else. Where is our Majid?
Yes, ma'am.
Chalo. Article 19, A pado and 20, A pado, parallel.
Yes, ma'am. Article 19A. A transport document covering more than one mode of transport can, however, name must appear to indicate the name of the carrier and be signed by carrier or named agent on behalf of the carrier, or master or named agent on behalf of the master. Any signature by the carrier, master, or agent must be identified as done by these parties. Any signature by agent must indicate if the agent has signed for or on behalf of the carrier or the master.
Same thing, you go to 20A.
It's the same only one.
A bill of lading, however named, must appear to indicate the name of the carrier. So name of the carrier is mandatory. Friends, I am explaining this article last because now you will have to do remaining transport document, and each one of you will be doing now. Remaining we have, I think totally we have more than 15. So now each one of you will tell me one transport document. So be careful now, Article 20 and E6 will complete. And then charter party only differences. Article 20, it is same thing. It must appear to indicate name of the carrier, signed by the carrier or a named agent. And you must write there, for or on behalf of the carrier or master or named agent, for or on behalf of the master. It must be identified. Otherwise, it is a discrepancy. Read A2, 19A2.
Yes, ma'am.
ऊपर से पढ़ो. A transport document.
A transport document covering at least two different modes of transport document must indicate that the goods have been dispatched, taken in charge, or shipped on board at the place stated in the credit by pre-printed wording or a stamp or notation indicating the date on which the goods have been dispatched, taken in charge, or shipped on board. The date of issuance of the transport document will be deemed to be the date of dispatch, taking in charge, or shipped on board, and the date of shipment. However, if the transport document indicates by stamp or notation a date of dispatch, taking in charge, or shipped on board, this date will be deemed to be the date of shipment.
Now, please understand Article 19A2. So, the however named, it must appear to indicate goods have been dispatched, taken in charge. These are different for different modes of transport. We use this. Dispatched, taken in charge, shipped on board. At whatever place is stated in the credit. It is always indicated by a pre-printed wording, which we have seen in the document. Or if there is a stamp or notation, that date we will take as the date. So first we will go with date of issuance. If only pre-printed is the date of issuance. But however, if the transport document indicates by stamp or notation, then that date will be deemed to be the date of shipment. Same thing, go to 20.
Yeah. The bill of lading. Yeah, bill of lading, however, name must appear to
here you must tell me there is some extra word in this.
Yeah.
In Article 20A2 में आपको जो extra आता, you have to tell me the difference.
Yeah, shipped on board a named vessel. Yeah, must have been shipped on board a named vessel at the port of loading stated in the credit by a pre-printed wording or an onboard notation indicating the date on which the goods have been shipped on board. The date of issuance of the bill of lading will be deemed to be the date of shipment unless the bill of lading contains an onboard notation indicating the date of shipment, in which case the date stated in the onboard notation will be deemed to be the date of shipment. If the bill
One
of
minute.
lading
Yeah, 1 minute. You hold there, then we'll go to vessel. See here, Article 20. A bill of lading, however named, must appear to indicate that the goods have been shipped on board.
a
This
named
is very
vessel.
important in bill of lading. Shipped on board a named vessel. Named vessel is important. So named vessel will come only in charter patti
Only
bhi
in case
named
of
vessel hai, bill of lading bhi named vessel hai. In multimodal, named vessel will not come because the first leg may not be by sea, no?
yes.
So this is an MCQ question. So Article 20, point number 2. Goods have been shipped on board named vessel at the port of loading by pre-printed wording, or there will be an onboard notation indicating the date on which the goods have been shipped on board. And the date of issuance will be deemed to be the date of shipment. But if there is an onboard notation, then the date in the onboard notation will be deemed to be the date of shipment. But there is another paragraph here. See, this is the difference between your multimodal and bill of lading. In this paragraph, what did we read? Onboard notation, named vessel is important. And in the second paragraph, now the captain of the ship does not know which vessel is sailing. So he will use one word, intended vessel. So when he writes intended vessel, then notation is required with actual vessel name. If only intended vessel is given, it is a discrepancy. Notation required. So if the bill of lading contains intended vessel, then onboard notation indicating date of shipment, name of the actual vessel is required. And if port of loading also, sometimes they will write intended. They don't know where that vessel will come, in which terminal it will come. So actual terminal pe aane ke baad, in the notation, the actual port of loading will be given. So that is what it, point number 3. Indicate shipment from port of loading to port of discharge. If the bill of lading does not indicate port of loading and it contains intended, then onboard notation is required indicating port of loading as stated in the credit, date of shipment, and name of the. 3 things are required now. So port of loading, date of shipment, and name actual vessel. So even if it is written pre-printed wording, see, this provision applies. What do you mean by this provision applies? Even when
onboard
yeah,
notation indicating 3 things, ma'am.
provision applies.
Yeah, the port of loading as stated in the credit, the date of shipment, and the name of vessel is required, ma'am.
Even if it is pre-printed wording.
Yeah.
So even if it is pre-printed wording, onboard notation required in a bill of lading. Can you see? And go to Article 19, A3.
Yeah, transport document covering at least 2 different modes of transport must indicate the place of dispatch, taken in charge or shipment, and the place of final destination stated in the credit.
So
even if
transport document indicates additional place. This we did in the explanation. Go to Article 19 explanation, please, all of you. Article 19 explanation. I have given you the material, Article 19 explanation. Yeah, read there, Majid.
Yes, ma'am.
Article 19 explained with questions. Article 19 explained with questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Go to this wala article where we are reading now. You go from Article 19. Where are we now? A3, ma'am. A3. Yeah, A3. Go there. A3. A transport document, however name, must appear to indicate the place of dispatch. Who is having ready? Read. 19A3.
Ma'am,
Ma'am,
indicate
this
the
also you have made this.
Huh?
indicate the place of
ये 1
dispatch.
minute, Manpreet, ये last class में मैं already पढ़ा है आपको article 19 with explanation.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
A transport document covering more than one mode of transport can be, however named, must appear to indicate the place of dispatch, taken in charge or shipment, and place of final destination stated in the LC, even if transport documents in addition indicates a different place of taking in charge, dispatch or shipped on board, or place of final destination, or transport documents indicate intended vessel, port of loading or port of discharge, or uses any other qualification similar to intended.
Now you stop there and go to the question where I explained this answer. That where it is, I will tell you. I explained this intended wala. You go to question from after 19C3. Go to from question number 1, you read Article 19 question from 1.
LC calls for
LC
multimodal
calls
transport
From there you
document.
read, you will get this answer also.
LC calls for multimodal transport document showing place of receipt as Norfolk, USA, final destination as Ahmedabad. Bill of lading is presented, mentioning the above place of receipt and final destination.
Now you tell me, place of receipt is given Norfolk and final destination is given Ahmedabad. Now bill of lading is presented. Is it okay? LC is telling you multimodal.
It is okay, ma'am.
Because we are not concerned with the title. Place of receipt has come in the correct place, no?
Yes, ma'am.
As per the credit, it has come in the correct place.
Yes.
The final destination has also come in the correct place, Ahmedabad. So we are not concerned with the title, but the routing is mentioned correctly as per the credit. Is it clear?
Yes.
And both are land, no?
Yes.
Place of receipt is land, final destination is land. That means some portion it must have come by sea and then land, or air and land. So it is a multimodal, no?
Yes, ma'am.
So it is matching with your credit. Second one, you read B.
BL is presented instead of MTD. Will you accept it in place of MTD, showing the place of receipt and final destination as per LC only? Kindly explain.
Yeah, place of receipt, final destination is as per LC.
Both are land.
Yeah, both are land. So it is okay. Read next question number 2.
MTD is presented, and here are the below details with respect to capacity and signature. On MTD at some place, carrier is mentioned as ABC Limited, and there is some signature. And name under the signature is mentioned as ABC Limited.
Now, what happened? Multimodal, what happened? Capacity and signature. Carrier is mentioned as ABC. And under the signature, and there is a signature under ABC. So who has signed it?
Carrier has signed it.
Carrier only has signed it, no?
Yes, ma'am. So
Then
somewhere in
chalega.
the document, carrier is being identified.
So chalega. Next question 2B, you read.
On MTD, at the place of signature, there is a sign and mentioned as XYZ Limited as agent for the carrier.
Now you tell me, there is XYZ Limited is the named agent for the carrier. But carrier name is not there, no?
Not there.
So it is a discrepancy. Next, go to question 2C.
On MTD, at the place of signature, there is a sign and mentioned as signed as master.
So now he is signed as master. His name is not identified, but his capacity is identified. No, he is master. Is it okay or not okay?
But carrier is not indicated.
Carrier is not indicated.
Master part is okay. Carrier
Master part is okay. Good. Next 2D.
On MTD, at the place of signature, there is a sign and mentioned as ABC Limited as the agent for master.
Now what happened? ABC is the agent for master. So named agent. Again, here also carrier name not there, it is a discrepancy. But agent name is correct. And he has signed on behalf of the master. So master name not required.
Not required.
Then 2E.
On MTD at the place of signature, there is a sign and mentioned as XYZ Limited as agent of the carrier ABC Limited. So both
So
are
agent name,
identified.
agent is named agent. Carrier is also given ABC Limited.
Indicates carrier name.
So carrier name is there, agent name is there, no?
Yes.
Chalega.
So it is a compliant presentation, chalega. Next 2F.
On MTD at the place of signature, there is a signature and mentioned as DEF Limited as the agent for the carrier. And somewhere on MTD, there is one more name mentioned, WXY Shipping Line Limited. But here also we can't assume the shipping line as carrier.
As the carrier, correct. But if he writes WXY shipping line as the carrier,
then it is okay.
Then it is okay. Agent is named agent. Okay. Question number 3.
MTD indicates an issuance date of MTD and pre-printed wordings as shipped on board, and place of receipt and final destination column is filled as per LC. In such a case, which date to be considered as the date of shipment?
Now, multimodal, what happened? It indicates pre-printed shipped on board. But there is no onboard notation and stamp.
Issuance date.
Yeah. Since you consider goods on board from the, it's only pre-printed, it is shipped on board. So which date shall we take?
Issuance date.
So what did you understand? This is the, many of your documents will come with this question number 3. Write down. Question number 3 ko refer karo. Multimodal is indicating pre-printed shipped on board. There is no on-board notation. But shipped on board is there, pre-printed. So multimodal issuance date will be taken. Clear? Next, question number 4.
MTD indicates a date of its issuance, and we also find there is a stamp or any notation mentioning the date of goods taken in charge or dispatch or shipped on board. Then in such case, which date will be considered as date of shipment in case there is no pre-printed shipped on board mentioned on MTD?
Now what happened here, Shankari? Multimodal is indicating date of issuance.
Yes.
And there is also a stamp or notation. There is mentioning the date. But question number A is telling you, suppose there is no pre-printed shipped on board is not there. Pre-printed is not there. And but notation date is there.
So we will take notation date.
Correct. So if even if pre-printed is there or not there, but notation is there, you will take the notation date. Clear?
Yes, ma'am.
So when there is a pre-printed, whether it is there or not there, don't worry. We will always consider on-board notation date. So write down this question number 3 and 4 in your book. Because when you're doing documents, if you have a doubt, come back to question 3 and 4. Again, don't ask me. Now go to question number 5.
Here one chapter. 4B is also same, madam. Which date will be considered as date of shipment in case there is a pre-printed shipped on board? Okay. Here also, because notation is there, we'll consider notation.
I told you, when notation is there, whether it is pre-printed, shipped on board or not pre-printed, you take the notation.
Okay.
Clear? Question number 5.
LC calls for place of receipt as Norfolk, USA. Final destination as ICD, Tughlakabad. MTD is presented. It indicates place of receipt as Norfolk, USA and Richmond, USA.
This is the one that we were now talking, in additional place. That article which we were reading, no? Additional place of receipt and destination, article 19.
Yes, ma'am.
Now you read this question and explain to me. That 19A3, that 19A3 which our Majid was reading. We read this and explain, Shankari.
Place of receipt. LC calls for place of receipt as Norfolk, USA and final destination as ICD, Tughlakabad. MTD is presented. It indicates place of receipt as Norfolk, USA and Richmond, USA. Place of final destination as ICD, Tughlakabad and ICT, Moradabad. As per the article, will you quote this as a discrepancy?
See, credit is telling you only Norfolk, USA. But in the document, what happened? You have an additional place, Richmond, USA. Similarly, credit is telling you final destination ICD Tughlakabad. In the document, you're also having ICD Moradabad. So that means what did you find? You found additional place of receipt, additional place of final destination. So even if additional place is there, it is not a discrepancy. But the original wala, it is matching with your credit. Clear now, Article 19A3.
But when here, madam, he is giving two places, no? But as per LC, final destination should be ICD Tughlakabad.
So that is matching.
Now, if it goes to ICD Moradabad,
that is additional place.
If goods are delivered there also, it is not
okay. Because the first one is matching with our credit. We will go with that. So even if it LC indicates an additional place of receipt or final destination, this is not considered as a discrepancy. That is what your Article 19A3 is telling you. And read Article question number 6 also.
LC calls for place of receipt as Norfolk, USA, and final destination as ICD Tughlakabad. And same is mentioned on the MTD also. Also, there is a stamp of shipment date and vessel name A. But MTD also indicates intended vessel B.
Now you see here, this is also for your Article 19 only. See, a place of receipt is Norfolk, final destination ICD Tughlakabad, that is matching. And vessel name A is given, then there is a shipment date stamp is given. But what happened, you know, he given additional vessel name, intended vessel. This is additional. So actual vessel name has come, A. So when actual vessel is there and a stamp is there, shipments, you go with it. That additional intended vessel, that is only an additional feature. Don't treat it as a discrepancy. That can be ignored. That additional vessel can be intended. I'm talking of intended vessel. Additional intended vessel can be ignored. That is what your Article 19A3B. So actually in these two questions, question number 5, question number 6, I tried to explain these two articles, 19A3, 19A3A, A3B. Otherwise, you will not understand A3A, A3B. 19A3A, A3B. And next one is sole original we need, if more than one original, full set. And it contains the terms and conditions of the carriage are there at the back, or they may make reference to another source containing the terms and conditions. They may refer to some www, and there should be no indication of charter party. And transshipment, we already know, unloading from one and reloading to another means of conveyance, same mode or different mode. In Article 20, everything is same. Transshipment, sole original, terms and conditions of carriage. But only in Article 20, there is one extra one. Your point number C2. Article 20 C2. A bill of lading indicating transshipment will take place, may take place, acceptable. Even if the credit prohibits transshipment. But the entire carriage is covered by one and the same transport document. And suppose they say goods are taken in a container, trailer, lash bars, then if it is evidencing, don't call that as a discrepancy. A bill of lading indicating transshipment will take place, may take place is acceptable. Even if the credit prohibits transshipment. If the goods have been shipped in a container, because the vessel will be somewhere in the ocean. From where you are standing, how you will take the goods? You will take it in either in a container, trailer. Suppose your house is in the 4th floor. From down, how you will go? You'll use your lift and go. And sometimes they will put clauses. Carrier reserves the right to tranship. Those you disregard. Such clauses we don't read. So with that Article 1920 we have done. ISBP D we have done. Now in E we will do only that E6 wala part now. And then we will take the differences in charter party, that is Article 22. And then we'll take a break and come back for negotiable, non-negotiable, and the remaining transport document you will finish very fast because now you already know many things. Okay, go to E wala. Ivala, you can take my table, I think. See, E6A. What is E6A telling you? When a pre-printed shipped on board bill of lading is given, which date shall we take?
Issuance date.
Issuance date we will do. Yeah, now let's see who I'm going to ask. Kannaya. Kannaya.
या मैम.
चलो आप आंसर करते जाओ. E6A वाला अगर प्री प्रिंटेड शिप्ड ऑन बोर्ड है कौन सा डेट लेंगे अपन?
इश्योरेंस डेट.
करेक्ट. बट अगर प्री प्रिंटेड शिप्ड ऑन बोर्ड है and there is a separate dated on board notation and वो date can be before or after the issuance date, कौन सा date लेंगे?
On board notation date.
Correct. But even if there is pre-printed shipped on board and there is no notation, you will take issuance date.
Correct.
And if pre-printed is there and there is a notation, but that notation date can be prior or after the pre-shipment date, chalega.
Correct.
We will take the notation date. Now, next one. Suppose credit says port to port shipment. And there is no indication of pre-carriage. Pre-carriage nahi hua. Either in the pre-carriage field or place of receipt field. Kuch khali hai, nothing is given. Then you will take the issuance date. No further onboard notation is required.
Required.
Why? Because there is no indication of pre-carriage.
No indication. Correct.
And it is only port to port shipment.
Correct, ma'am.
But suppose place of receipt and port of loading is same. Place of receipt bola Rotterdam container yard. Port of loading bhi Rotterdam hai. And there is pre-printed shipped on board. कौन सा date लेंगे?
Issuance date.
Correct. But अगर notation है?
Notation date.
Very good. So what did you understand? Tell me in all this notation का मेरे को पहले समझा दो. Only these are for notation. All the rest you must go for sorry. Only these are for issuance. All the rest are for notations.
Notations.
पूरा notation ही जाना. Only
Yes, ma'am.
3 things where you will go with issuance. Tell me the 3 things for issuance.
First we will go with E6A, wherein if there is a
pre-printed shipped on board.
Shipped on board, then
you will take issuance date.
We will take issuance date. And in the second scenario, where the actually port of loading and place of receipts are same, and there is no indication of pre-carriage. At that time, we will take the this issuance date as in shipment date.
Correct. And another scenario,
wherein port.
There is no indication of pre-carriage.
No indication. Correct. You
Either
said.
in the pre-carriage field or in the place, no indication. And it is only port to port.
Port to port. Correct.
Then issuance date only you will take.
Right, ma'am.
But if notation is there, then you will go for the notation.
Correct.
So only in these cases, you will go with issuance.
Issuance.
In all other cases, you will take
Notation date.
Notation. That is all you learn in E6.
E6.
That's all. The entire story of E6 utna hi hai.
Correct.
Yeah, tell me, Anupama, E6 summary, please. Only you tell me issuance date and rest all will go for onboard.
Madam, E6, we have received a pre-printed shipped onboard bill of lading. Then in such a case, the issuance date of the BL will be deemed to be the date of shipment.
Very good.
And along with the pre-printed shipped on board, if there is a separate onboard notation date, then that onboard notation date will be deemed to be the date of shipment. This is the first case. Second case, we are having 2 situations wherein there is no indication of pre-carriage. But first situation states that the place of receipt is same as a port of loading. And the second is the place of receipt is not same as that of port of loading. So when the place of receipt and port of loading are same and there is no indication of pre-carriage, then the date of issuance will be deemed to be the date of shipment. And if there is any dated notation, then the onboard dated notation will be the date of shipment.
Correct.
And in second case, where the place of receipt is not same as the port of loading, and whether there is any pre-printed received for shipment, then by default we need a onboard dated notation.
Good. That's all. The entire story is that only. You don't have to read anything in that. Tell me what you have to remember in that. When there is a pre-printed shipped on board, you will take issuance date. When there is no indication of pre-carriage, you will take issuance date. But if there is a notation, you go with the notation. And and port of loading, place of receipt, same. And even if there is pre-printed shipped on board, you go for the notation. Sorry, you go for date of issue. If there is a notation, then you go for notation. Okay. So with that, this is E6 done. Now we'll go to Article 23, please. Sorry, 22. Article 22, Charter Party. So in Charter Party, I told you, I explained to you all also. We will read ISPP G also for that. Only it will not take much time. G. And along with Article 22. The Article 22 and ISBPG. Go to Article 22 explanation. Go to Article 22 explanation. Charter Party.
Questions. Article 22 with questions.
In Charter Party Bill of Lading, I have given Article 22 with questions. Yeah, we'll read that and then we will go with ISBPG. Article 22 and ISBPG, if you do, your Charter Party is done. Okay. Article 22 says, however, name, and here I told you, there will be one owner, there will be one charterer, and there will be one master. Some of you don't know, suppose Kanaya is having a vessel. Now I ask Kanaya, I'm importing oil from Dubai. Give me your vessel. So Kanaya will tell you want it for 1 month or what do you want for a whole 1 year. So I will enter into a contract with Kanaya. So he is the owner of the vessel. And he will give me the vessel. I'm the charter. I'm taking it on hire. And he will give me along with the driver, the captain. That is the master. So that means there are 3 people involved. One is the owner or his agent may be there. I am the charterer who is taking it on hire. And I have an agent. And there is a captain, that is the master or his agent. So totally 6 people can sign that Charter Party Bill of Lading. The contract between Kanaya and me, that is Charter Party contract, even if the credit says, we will not read. And unless the credit says Charter Party Bill of Lading acceptable, don't accept Charter Parties. Only if the credit says you go with it. Because this understanding between Kanaya and me, banker will not know. And tomorrow if I default in paying the money to Kanaya, I don't pay him monthly regularly. And that oil is coming in that vessel. So who will have the first preference? Kanaya will take that oil and sell it because I have defaulted in making the payment. So banker will not have a hold on that vessel. That is why we don't accept Charter Party. We don't have a control over the goods. Another point is there is only one vessel here. So that is why the name of the carrier is not required here. Whereas in the other multimodal, if it is first leg by sea, or bill of lading, carrier mandatory. And here no carrier because only one vessel I am taking on hire. There is no question of transshipment. Where is unloading, loading? Only one vessel is there, no transshipment. That the black terms and conditions of the carriage, even that is not there. See all the differences. And after the goods arrive, that captain will park that vessel some area, geographical area. So actual parking area is not required here in port of discharge. It can be a geographical area also. This is allowed in Charter Party. And intended vessel is not there. Because I know which vessel is going, no. Why intended? So it is not there. Okay. So these are all in Article 22. What I wanted to tell you, the differences. Now go with some questions are there. We will answer those questions. Question number 1. Yeah, go to page number 4 in that. Article 22 with questions. Yeah, Ranjit, question number 1, please.
A charter party bill of lading signed by owner there is a place of signature on a charter party bill of lading, then a signature, and below the signature it is mentioned as a owner of the vessel. Is it correctly signed as per this article? Kindly explain.
Yeah,
Yes, madam.
tell. Who has signed the charter party?
Owner.
Owner. And he's writing also, I am the owner of the vessel.
The vessel.
But his name is not required, no?
No, not required.
If owner is signing, he needs to identify as owner. But he need not write his name. His name is not required.
Not required.
Okay. Question number 2.
Bill of lading signed by an agent ABC Limited as an agent for the owner. Is it correctly signed as per UCP? Answer, no.
Agent is signing, no?
Yes.
Named agent. But he's signing on whose? Owner.
On behalf owner.
Whenever agent is signing, what is required?
Owner name.
Owner name is required. See, this is the difference between our bill of lading and multimodal. Here, when the agent is signing, named agent is required and owner name is also required.
Required.
Next, question number 3.
Bill of lading signed by an agent on behalf of the master. At the place of signature, there is a signature and then it is mentioned as an agent for the master. Is it correctly signed? No, ma'am.
Because named agent is not there.
Yes.
Second, master name is not required.
Not required. Master name not required.
But
agent name is required.
Agent name is required, no?
Yes.
So that is a discrepancy. Question number 4.
On bill of lading, there is a place of signature and there is a signature at that place and mentioned as a charterer. Is it correctly signed? Yes, ma'am.
Who is signing?
Charterer.
Charterer is signing. Then his name is not required.
Not required.
But when agent is signing on behalf of the owner or charterer,
name is required.
Name is required. So name of the owner, name of the charterer is required if agent is signing.
Signing.
Is it clear, all of you? Don't make this mistake tomorrow in the exam. Question number 4, write down in your book. That's very important point. Read question number 5, Ranjit.
On bill of lading, at the place of signature, there is a signature and mentioned as a agent ABC Limited for the charterer. Is it correctly signed? No, ma'am. Here, actually, that charterer name
named agent is there.
Yes, but charterer name should be.
Charterer name is required, no?
Yes, because agent is signing on behalf of charterer.
Question number 6.
Bill of lading signed and mentioned as a charterer. Is it okay? Yes, because charterer
himself is signing. If charterer himself is signing, name is not required.
Not required.
Yeah. Now, intended vessel, you read that question on, no, not you. One minute, we'll change somebody will ask. Where is our Balkishan?
Yes, madam.
You read question on intended vessel.
Yeah, why there is not an intended vessel in case of chartered party?
Why there is no intended vessel?
Because we know that the vessel is fixed, madam.
Already I have taken on hire, no?
Contract lily.
Anyhow, you read.
So logic is chartered party agreements are pre-decided between the owner of the ship and the charterer. Hence, which ship will be used for carrying the goods, same has already been decided. Note, generally chartered party ships are used for goods like oil, gas, chemical, etc. So for such shipment, tanker ships are used. So the vessel which carry the goods are already finalized. Mostly a specific tanker vehicle, so question of intended vessel does not arise. Intended vessel arises when goods are supposed to be on board vessel A, but vessel B has arrived earlier and it has the same route, same journey or voyage. So instead of waiting for vessel A, carrier uses vessel B. Here, intended and actual vessels are different, but this scenario does not arise in chartered party bill of lading. Voyage number is like a route number of a bus. UCP does not mention about voyage number. Also, if same is not required as per LC terms, then it is not a discrepancy.
So what did you understand? This intended vessel, where it will come?
When there are two vessels are there and the person is not sure to which
vessel is going to start first.
So then
you are waiting in the bus stand. You want to come to my house. Now, whichever bus comes first, you will get into that, na?
Correct, ma'am.
You don't wait for that. So UCP does not talk about voyage number, but here in charter party intended vessel is not there. And differences I already told you. Signing, I told you 6 people. Carrier is not there in charter party. Then it is used for bulk shipments like crude oil, soya bean. Port of discharge could be a geographical area. Transshipment is not there. And another point I told you, it could be any seaport. And intended vessel is not there. These are the differences. Go to ISBP G for 5 minutes, please. ISBP G. So after the break, we will do the remaining documents, transport documents. We will finish fast, and then we can finish our non-negotiable. Only two, airway bill and road transport. That will also be over fast. Yeah, now we are with the GG. In ISBP G, I think I remember telling you all do the homework. All those headwise I told you to remember, I remember telling you all. Prepare headwise and keep. I don't know how many of you have really done headwise. Last time you remember for D and E, I gave you headwise. D and E. We started from last, you remember, release of goods D32, E28, freight and additional cost, corrections and alterations. How many heads did we do there? 15 heads we did. Similarly, here also, you have to go for the last, you go. I will come fast, we can do. Go from the last. G wala last le lo. Because everything is same. Only 1 or 2 differences are there. Last wala G27 charter party contract. Now, please understand this one I wanted to tell you all. Go to Article 22. Go to Article 22B. Article 22B. See, a bank will not examine charter party contract even if they are required to be presented by the terms of the credit. What did you understand? Even if the credit is asking you, but bank will not examine charter party contract. Even if the credit is telling you, you are not obeying the credit here. But what is G27 telling you? There is a difference. In G27 says, suppose your credit is excluding this Article 22B. Then what happens? Huzefa, can you tell me? What happens if Article 22B को exclude किया? Because आपका Article 1 बोला, Article 1. We can modify articles, we can exclude articles. There are 2 words used in UCP Article 1. Yes, what are the 2 words used in UCP Article 1? Modify, exclude. So suppose you credit bola, you exclude Article 22B. Then what will happen?
And then also we will not examine the charter party contract.
No, unless Article 22B is excluded.
We will examine.
We need to obey the credit.
We will examine. We will examine.
Correct. See, even if the credit says we are not going to examine, that is as per Article 22B. Yeah. Banks will not examine. But if you see Article 22B is specifically excluded and the credit specifically indicates, then data are to be examined, na?
Yes, ma'am.
And then to what extent you should write there.
Okay.
See, when you are excluding the article,
this means you will have to examine.
See, I will tell you. Now, आपका additional condition में, you will write Article 22B excluded. Excluded means what? To what extent are you going to examine the contract?
Okay.
You have to give that condition. If you don't give that condition and you simply say excluded, then you will not examine.
Okay.
So what is required after excluding? Or kya bolna hai? What is required?
What examination has to be done?
What data you are going to examine and to what extent?
What extent?
Otherwise, the contract I don't know, na, between the owner and the charter.
Yes.
As a banker, how will you know? So that is why, if you please understand, all of you, this is an examination question. G27 and Article 22B. Don't make this mistake tomorrow in the exam. Article 22B bola, banks will not examine charter party contract. So हम examine नहीं करेंगे. Even if the credit says, please don't examine. But in additional condition, if you write Article 22B excluded, then you should also write one condition. To what extent the data is to be examined? To what extent? You should. If you don't write that, then what I will examine? I will not. Okay, so G27 is important. Then go to G26 is same as our D20, E28, D32. Release of goods with more than one charter party, unless they are part of the same presentation. Otherwise, such clauses we should not put on the document. See that example you read. Cargo X is covered by two bill of ladings, Y and Z. And it could be released to a single merchant. But one or more other party, they should all belong to the same presentation. Otherwise, this will not have any meaning. Then this freight and additional cost already we have done. Freight collect, freight payable at destination, or freight to pay, same. And charges additional to freight not acceptable. And free in, free out. Those are trade terms. If they come, that is a discrepancy. But I told you, demurrage cost, detention cost, they are all called penalty. So even if credit says charges additional to freight not acceptable, if this is given, don't treat it as a discrepancy. Demurrage cost, detention cost. The same thing it is. Then you did corrections and alterations, same. Non-copies ke upar we don't require any authentication. Then a goods description. In goods description, you have one extra. Please note down in your book. G21. See, wherever I am telling extra, you please note down. G21. Goods description. Charter party contract G27, have you noted down? That is important. And G21. Charter party bill of lading may indicate that suppose there is a large consignment. Then suppose, in my vessel, let us say another two people are also bringing the goods. That means all the goods are in the same vessel. It is without segregation. Without segregation means what is the word used? Commingled. Commingled means it is without segregation. So charter party may indicate that goods are part of a large consignment on the same named vessel. Suppose it indicates, don't treat it as a discrepancy. It may indicate that the goods are a part of a large consignment. They will use the words without segregation, commingled.
Co-shipment.
Co-shipment, correct. And this clean wala we have already done. You don't have to read. Partial shipment we have already done. Transshipment is not there. Consignee is same. Notify party is same. Don't read. See, aapka time kitna I am saving you. Original we have already done. Geographical area not required. Name of the country not required. Port of discharge can be, port of discharge can be in any geographical area. That is the difference which I told you. It may, so in charter party, port of discharge, it may indicate actual port of discharge, or it may say geographical area, any European port, any Indian port, or it may say only Rotterdam, only Dublin, only Mumbai, chalega. So it may indicate actual port of discharge, or it may indicate geographical area. Anything is chalega. May indicate. That is the word I am using, may indicate. G9. Please write down in your book, G9. Wherever I am telling you this, you give me the summary after this so that I know that you have understood. Then others are all same. Place of receipt, port of loading, same place. Then all port of that E-wala number E6 is same, whatever is read there. Master need not sign. Signing of a charter party we have done. Suppose now G3. G3 is important. Suppose there is a transport document, however name, but it is containing a code name. Code. Or it is containing a form name. And for example, congen bill or tanker bill of lading. So if these words are there, it is a charter party. But if there is no further indication, that means congen charter party bill of lading, tanker charter party. So that further indication or reference is not made, then by itself it is not a charter party, unless that indication is there. So that day, I think Bharani asked me this question. Bharani, that picture you should show me simply if it is written congen bill without any further indication, then it is not by itself an indication of charter party. That means there should be some indication of charter party.
It was actually mentioned, madam, in that document. Congen bill to be used in case of charter parties. Karke it was mentioned.
Right. Then you can call it as charter party. Or tanker bill of lading also. So simply if they write the word, then it is not by itself an indication of charter. Not. See that word I'm reading in G3. All of you note down. This is an examination question. G3. If they use the word congen bill, tanker bill of lading, without any further indication or without any reference to a charter party, it is not by itself an indication. But if they write some word along with it, then it is a charter party. And if transport document, however, suppose they write freight payable as per charter party, then that word charter party has come. So it is a charter party bill of lading. And here, one more, Anupama, you forgot to tell me this. Freight forwarders, that is not there, no, here. Anupama, in charter party, freight forwarder and all that will not be there, no?
No, madam, it will not be there. Directly, it's a hired vessel.
No.
Yes.
Because you don't have that freight forwarder and article, because it is to be issued by whom? By the charter party only. A charterer, owner, master, or his agent, no?
Yes, ma'am. So no case, I mean, no chance of a freight forwarder here.
Correct, no. From where he will come? Because I am hiring the vessel from Kanaya or Alvishan. So that is not there, Anupama. So in our differences, we can add one more, no?
Yes, ma'am. Freight forwarder not
applicable. Okay. So now with that we have completed and Article 20, what is that? Article 21. Article 21 non-negotiable is the same as 20. But remember here, in the consignee column, we have to go along with airway bill because it is not negotiable. So the two-order word will not come. It will be the same as airway bill. That is the only difference. So only in consignee column, the difference will be there. Two-order will not be there. It is non-negotiable. So we have done Article 19, 20, 21, 22. DEFG we have completed. Then we have done 7 documents. We will take a break, come back. Remaining documents we will do transport. Wherever transport is there. Now you will be very quick in doing this. Then we will need another, for doing this we may need about half an hour to do these transport documents. And then we will have airway bill and road transport. That may take 1 hour. So all of you are ready till 8 o'clock, no? Mentally, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So we will take a 20-minute break because generally I have my dinner at 6 o'clock. So we finish at my dinner and I'll come back 6:30. So I'll 20-minute break you give me. Then we will finish remaining documents. Transport we will finish, and in that there are 2 airway bills and 1 road transport is there. That I will do with Article 24 and 25. So so that your complete transport will be done. Night, all of you can sit and read for 2 hours, or tomorrow morning you read for 2 hours, complete transport document, so that you have a hold on that question. Transport document, when it is given in the exam, in 1 minute you will mark whether it is discrepant or not a discrepant. Okay, now the time is, exact time is 6:10 I will put it. So 6:30 we will meet. 6:30 to 8:30. Okay, ready? Has everybody joined back? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am,
Okay,
I'm
we
back.
are 4 minutes late. Okay, right. Now what we will do is, we will take up a transport document. We will do all the remaining documents. In your remaining document, there are SBLC and transferable LC also I have given. So those we can remove it. There transferable LC, like you have middleman one. There is one middleman. Then there is simply imports to Green Bank Finland issuing bank. So 3 transferable LCs are there and 2 SBLCs are there. So 5 documents you can remove for next Sunday. 5 documents we will be doing next Sunday. SBLC and transferable LC. So rest we will complete it now. I have with me First Bank of Naples. You can take this document. First Bank of Naples. In First Bank of Naples, there are 2 documents along with your MT 700. One is invoice, another is bill of lading. So in invoice, I am reading that MT 700 may 44A and 44B is given. 44A and 44B is given means what?
Multimodal.
Multimodal. It is not bill of lading. Correct. So A and B means it will be multimodal, or it can be road, rail, it can be courier. It can be multimodal, road, rail, or courier. Okay. So 44 A and B, Mumbai to Naples. Then shipment period, first half of February. And in documents required, full set 3x3 original bill of lading, notify applicant, mark, freight, prepaid. Prepaid. And the Incoterm is CFR. In commercial invoice, CFR is showing. Okay. Shipping marks also he has given. In 47A additional condition, shipping mark. He has given shipping mark. So now we'll go to the document. Now you have to tell me which point number. Point number 1. What is point number 1? Shipper, no? Is everybody there? Point
Yes.
number 1.
Point number 1, built-in industries.
बालकिशन बोलो point number 1 क्या है? Shipper है.
Built-in industries.
Built industries, New Road, Calcutta.
Right, madam.
आपका डॉक्यूमेंट में एलसी में क्या लिखा? 59 फील्ड. बिल्ट इंडस्ट्रीज, 3rd floor, स्टार बिल्डिंग. एड्रेस मैच नहीं हो रहा ना?
No, ma'am, but Calcutta is बाकी सब
within the same country.
within the same country.
तो आर्टिकल 14J ले लेना.
Yes, madam.
So yeah, point number 1 we will go with article 14J and field 59. Field 59 and article
14J.
correct. 14. Point number 2 बोलो.
Consignee is Caesar, ma'am.
Caesar Construction, Florence, Italy. और यहाँ क्या दिया? Caesar Construction via Roma, Naples, Italy दिया. Florence नहीं दिया.
Yes, madam.
चलेगा नहीं चलेगा?
चलेगा मैम. Consignee is same country.
Article 14J again, no?
Same country का है, सब डिटेल्स है.
But article 14J क्या बोला? For consignee, what did he say? Article 14J, second paragraph पढ़ो. Read second paragraph and tell me.
Madam, article 14J, no? 14J is telling that, however, when the address and contact details of the applicant appear as a part of consignee or notified party details on a transport document,
they must be as stated in must be.
As stated in the credit.
Balkishan, the word used is they must be.
Correct, madam. They must be.
But यहाँ क्या हुआ?
It is थोड़ा difference है, madam. इटली नहीं है.
So here so there is a discrepancy.
Yes, madam.
Are you okay? Everybody, Arpit? Arpit किधर गया? हमारा अपना जगन कहाँ गया? जगन? I am not able to find those people. I don't know. People take in priority, they don't have in their life. Priority is very important. Okay. So what happened, Niriksh? Niriksh, what happened to this consignee? Shall we take it or treat it as a discrepancy? Sargunan? Manpreet?
Ma'am, we should take it as a discrepancy.
Yes, because they must be as stated in the credit, no? So this consignee is a discrepancy. Is it clear, all of you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Third wala kya hai? Third point number 3.
Notify party.
Notify party diya, he has not at all given in the tax document.
But credit में पूछा है मैम.
Credit बोला.
Yes.
Mark notify applicant. या नहीं दिया, discrepancy है ना?
Yes, ma'am.
See, how you are able to identify, because you know point number wise. See, because you know point 1 to 16 from the picture and your article, you will immediately tell me that it is discrepant or not. Is it clear now, all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Otherwise, you will never learn. You have to go like this only, and by practice, you will tell immediately. Okay, so this is discrepant, Balkishan.
Yes, madam, this is discrepant.
But आप कृष्णा का डीपी क्यों निकाल दिए?
मैडम कृष्ण जन्माष्टमी चला गया.
कृष्ण जन्माष्टमी को आ जाना ना, पैदा होकर.
तो हमारा बर्थडे आ रहा है, उसमें
आपका बर्थडे कब आ रहा?
27.
20. So आपका डालेंगे डीपी में भी. Okay, but आपका कब बर्थ कब? आप you will put that DP?
नहीं मैडम, I don't like to put DP, तो मैं डालता नहीं.
नहीं, आप डालो, मैं देखना है, बिकॉज मेरे को आइडेंटिफाई करना है तो डीपी से ही करती हूँ मैं.
ठीक है मैम, डाल देंगे.
बिकॉज मेरे को इमीडिएट वही दिखता है, नाम नहीं पढ़ती हूँ मैं. ओके, चलो. पॉइंट नंबर 3 इज ओवर. पॉइंट नंबर 4 बोलो. टाइटल. What is the credit telling you? Credit is telling origin bill of lading.
Yes.
या bill of lading for combined transport है और port to port shipment चलेगा ना?
चलेगा.
Title. Okay. Next, point number 5. Tell me, here point number 5, you have only two blocks, 3 blocks. Port of loading, port of discharge, and ocean vessel. Here, what is given in the credit? Mumbai and Naples. Mumbai and Naples are matching.
Yes, madam.
And bill of lading होने से pride of Mumbai vessel name is also there, no? Named vessel.
Yes, madam.
Named vessel is there. Okay. Next, you go to point number 6. Shipping mark. Shipping mark credit में दिया. B724 1
additional marks, additional column.
Additional details चलेगा ना? A32 33.
चलेगा.
ISBP A32 33 34 made in UK, made in India चलेगा. वो मोदी बोलता ना made in India. Okay. Next वाला.
Number of packages.
Number of packages बोलो. Number of packages 60 दिया. So we have to compare with other stipulated documents. Other document is only invoice value.
Invoice is there.
So invoice से match हो रहा ना?
Quantity 30.
कहाँ है match हो रहा? Where is the number of packages matching?
Not given in invoice.
No, not is there. It's not.
Number of packages नहीं, हम quantity दिया.
Not in invoice.
Not there. Not there.
It is not given in the invoice. But this point number 7 we are doing is not mandatory, na?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But if it is given, it must not conflict with any other stipulated document. So now the other document given to you is only invoice. So invoice से conflict नहीं हो रहा ना? It is not conflicting.
No, ma'am. Quantity दिया या number of packages है.
Yeah, I understand. What I want to tell you is, Josefa,
not conflicting.
Number of packages transport document me he is given. Yes, and he says it must not conflict with other documents.
Yes, ma'am.
But other document given to us is only invoice.
Yes.
And उससे conflict नहीं हो रहा ना?
Yes, agreed, ma'am. Agreed.
So it is not a discrepancy.
Not a discrepancy.
Okay. Next point number
good
8.
Description.
Description of here goods description in the credit is telling you A fast setting concrete mix.
General terms में दिया मैंने.
But here is telling you only concrete mix.
General terms.
चलेगा. We will go with D26 and Article 14E. D26 also talks about goods description, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Then gross weight and measurement bolo 9 and 10.
33
gross
tons.
weight and measurement
33,000 kgs.
33,000 kg and here 33 tons. Okay, no?
Matching
Yes,
with invoice.
matching.
And what about measurement cubic meters? 375. Where is that in cubic meters in our invoice?
No,
That is
not mentioned.
Invoice
Not mentioned. But what is point number 10 telling you?
Ma'am,
Details of measurement are not to conflict with other stipulated document. So it is not given in invoice, so chalega. But if it is given in invoice, it must not conflict.
Gross weight kg और ton में कुछ नहीं difference आएगा.
Now kg and ton. Here, where we will go with the meaning, it does not alter the meaning.
Okay.
Kg ka meaning, 1 kg is 100 ton. Sorry, 1 ton is 100 kg, no?
When around 20th of September.
1,000.
Next point number 11, bolo. What is the credit telling you? A credit is telling you CFR.
Freight prepaid.
And a freight prepaid. यहाँ क्या दिया उन्होंने? On the transport document, has he told you anything about freight? He has not mentioned, no?
No, madam.
Not mentioned.
Then what will happen if he doesn't mention? It has to indicate, no?
Yes, discrepant.
Discrepancy. Because on transport document, freight is very important. Whether it is payable at destination.
No, basically.
So please mark, freight is not given discrepancy, Anupama. Shankari, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And what about Soumya? Are you there, Soumya?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened, freight not given in the transport document? Is it discrepant or not?
Discrepant, ma'am.
Discrepant.
So right there, freight not given discrepancy. All of you learn and do now because you all are learning now. These are all examination documents. Freight not given. Discrepancy. Next, so number 11 and 13 is discrepant. Number 12, what happened? Originals. In the credit, what did he say?
2 original.
Full set 3 by 3.
3 by 3 originals.
Here he has told only 2. Discrepant.
Discrepant.
Discrepant. Then number 14. Receipt for shipment. Where is that paragraph?
Not there.
Paragraph missing.
Not there, ma'am.
Not there.
Number 14. Discrepant, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Paragraph missing means discrepant, I told you. See how you all are learning, see how good you are becoming.
Paragraph में एक word है contain. Contains cargo described in apparent good order and
Correct. Now I am coming to that Balkishan. Paragraph नहीं दिया, but उन्होंने ये दिया, shipped on board the vessel.
The goods
or packages said to contain in apparent good order. So that word apparent good order is there, no?
Yes, ma'am.
So I will treat that paragraph is not missing, it is there.
हमको वो first line important.
So point number 14 is there.
Yes. Because that he has put it like a small para.
Yes, ma'am.
And that goes with set to contain means article 26. Set to contain is with article
26.
So paragraph is missing, but small block is put. Okay. Number 16, date bolo date. अभी credit क्या बोला?
क्या बोला?
Date, tell me date. Issue date is there 15th February.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Then any onboard date is given?
No notation.
Not given. And but what is the credit telling you? First half of February. Shipment period.
Yes, ma'am.
First half of February.
First half of February. 1st to 10th.
First half of February means 1 to 15.
Sorry, 1 to 15. Sorry.
And 15 is also included, to be included, no? Article 3 bolo, first half of February. Article 3.
1st to 15 will be the first half, and 16 to last
first
day.
Half 1 to 15, but included, no?
Included, yes, ma'am.
1st to 15th, all days included. So 15th he has given you, included.
So it is within the period.
So we will. There is no question of on board here.
Issuance date.
He has given you issuance date.
Yes, ma'am. And signed as a carrier.
Now sign signature. Signature on the top he is writing ABC line. ABC line is as the carrier.
Yes.
So who has signed it?
The carrier has signed it.
Carrier himself has signed it.
Indicates the carrier.
A MacLeish for ABC line as the carrier. So carrier name is there. Carrier himself has signed it. So signature not a problem. So what are the discrepancies you found in this document?
No notify participate.
No, consignee order में जाओ बालकिशन.
Consignee address is not as per
Consignee
the
address wrong है, discrepant है.
उसके बाद no notify party.
Notify party नहीं दिया, discrepant है.
No freight details mentioned.
Freight not given.
Yeah, and number of originals not as per credit.
Number of originals match नहीं हुआ.
That's it.
So all these are your discrepancies.
Yeah, 3 discrepancies.
No, not 3.
4, no?
Usefa, applicant address.
Applicant address.
Notify party not given.
Consignee.
Consignee, applicant notify party not given.
Not given.
And the originals not matching 3.
Not matching.
Freight missing.
Freight is missing.
Freight.
Clear?
Yes.
Now tell me, all of you, whoever is here, tell me your confidence level now while doing this document. How is your confidence level while doing the document?
Good, ma'am.
Yeah. See, you are able to do, here you are taking, okay, I'm giving, because I'm repeating, it is taking 5 to 10 minutes. But immediately you will know, if you know all your 16 points, immediately you will know the discrepancy, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Chalo, next document we will take. ABB, CMR we cannot do now. Go to one more. Go to ABC Concrete Ghana. ABC Concrete Ghana. Applicant name is ABC Concrete Ghana. Here you have an invoice and multimodal.
Yes.
You have an invoice and you have one multimodal. Chalo. I'm reading MT 700. Okay. Applicant is ABC Concrete Product Ghana. Beneficiary is Tools International, Warwickshire, UK. And he has given you 44A and 44B. 44A is telling you any UK port. And 44B is Tema Port, Ghana. And go to goods, 3x3 bill of lading. To the order of XYZ Bank, Ghana. Account ABC Concrete Product, Cocoa Street, Ghana. Mark freight paid. What is the Incoterm used? CIF. So CIF, Tema Port, Ghana, tak he has paid the money. Carriage he has paid up to Tema Port. CIF. And then what else he has given? That's all. Okay, chalo. Now we will go to point number 1, please. Point number 1 is shipper. Shipper is who? Beneficiary का नाम क्या है? Tools International, Warwickshire, UK. Matching. Shipper, matching or not matching?
Matching.
Matching. Point number 2, consignee. Consignee, what is telling you? To order of XYZ Bank, account ABC Concrete Product. To order of XYZ Bank, account matching. Then third wala, notify bolo, notify. Notify ABC Concrete Product Ghana. Matching. Point number 4, title. Point number 5, oh come on. Now draw your columns. Draw your columns for point number 5. And now you answer my question. Draw columns First column you write intended vessel. First column write down intended vessel. Second column voyage number. Draw columns, because when you get like this you should go with column method. Then you will not make a mistake. Intended vessel diya, voyage number, port of loading Durban, place of receipt Johannesburg, port of discharge Stema Port Ghana, place of delivery not given. Now answer my question. Now when intended vessel is come, then you should have notation with actual vessel name.
Yes.
Where is notation with actual vessel name? Is it given? When intended vessel is there, actual vessel name should come in the notation. Here he has given intended vessel PONL Aconcagua. I didn't find any notation.
No, ma'am, there is no notation.
Okay, so mark that as a discrepancy and keep it. Then port of loading in place of receipt. Port of loading is Durban. Place of receipt is Johannesburg. And here in that credit he says any UK port, 44A field, or any RSA port. So port of loading Durban. Place of receipt Johannesburg. So port of loading, place of receipt is different, but the pre-carriage is not given. Pre-carriage is not given. Place of receipt is given. And place of receipt, port of loading are different. So when place of receipt, port of loading are different, issuance date is given. Has he given you shipped on board date? Pre-printed is given.
Pre-printed shipped on board is given.
But see, below that word original, shipped on board he wrote, but he did not give any date.
Given, no? 24th June.
Where?
Below that shipped on board the vessel.
No, below that original word, ma. Anupama. Below original word.
There is only a heading.
That original is written there, see, in the left side.
Put on board mentioned, but date not given.
That notation is not given, Anupama.
Bottom which is given, that is pre-printed.
That is pre-printed.
Yes, will not take.
Will not.
Pre-print, ma'am, bottom is a pre-printed one, no? Shipped on board the vessel, date.
Yes,
that is pre-printed one.
I am Anupama. Yes. On the left side, on the top, below that ABC concrete, that shipping mark is there, no? Mark and numbers.
Yes, madam.
Below that original is written?
Yes, written.
Below original, what is written?
Shipped on board is also written.
But where is the date?
It is not there, madam. I am talking about the bottom. Bottom,
no,
it is there.
I'll explain you bottom.
Okay, okay.
So that notation is given without date, no?
Yes, ma'am.
And when shipped on board, that notation is given, he should have given you intended vessel, actual vessel name also, no?
Correct.
He has not given. And below one is pre-printed one. Below is?
Pre-printed.
Now tell me, let us go back. What port of loading, place of receipt is different. And onboard notation is not given. Then which one shall we take?
Date of issuance.
Correct. Wow.
Date of shipment.
Very good, very good. Number of originals. Achha, let us go. Okay. Any doubt in this number 5? Point number 5. Intended vessel is given, actual vessel name not given. And shipped on board only he has written, but he has not given the date. And so that is a discrepancy. Is it clear? Why nobody is answering? Is it discrepancy or not?
Not a discrepancy, no?
Why? Intended vessel is given now, Zefa.
Intended vessel, notification for vessel is not there. Yes, I agree.
But notation mein date bhi aana na, date and vessel.
Okay.
Okay. Next wala bolo. Point number 6. Marks and container number. Marks and container number mein he has given ABC concrete product. That is the mark. The name of the company is the mark. Name of the
company is the mark.
Company is the mark. And the next, and you have to compare with other document. In other document also you see a shipping mark is matching in invoice. Right side he has given C. One block is there, see shipping mark. Right side in invoice.
Yes, ma'am, it's the name of the company only, ABC Concrete Products.
It is matching,
Yes,
no?
it's matching.
Okay, next tell me. Point number 7.
Number of packages.
Number of packages. Number of packages.
Number of packages and
4
description.
pallets. Number of packages, nothing is given. Number of packages, nothing is given. So point number 7 nahi hai. It's not there. And it is not mandatory. And but if it is given, it must not conflict with other stipulated document.
Ma'am,
4 pallets STC, that is not number of packages. 4 pallets.
4 pallets. Yeah, 4 pallets is there. That only we have to take now as package. But in invoice, number of packages, 4 pallet is there, Anupama.
Yes, madam, it is there. It is
So
matching.
that only we will take as number of packages. Okay, right. Next, number 8. Description of goods. It may be in general terms. Jaw crusher. Jaw crusher is there. And but you see, Incoterm is matching CIF, Temaport, Ghana, Incoterms. CIF, Temaport, Ghana, Incoterms, matching. Then freight paid. Next, what is which is the number we have to do? Point number 9 and 10. Gross weight and measurement. Gross weight is 6,406. Invoice it is 8,000. So it is a discrepancy. Invoice is showing 8,000 now. You have to compare with other stipulated documents. Majid, where are you, Majid? Majid, are you there? What happened to number net weight and gross weight?
Yeah, here it is showing 6,000. But
net weight is not. Where is net weight? Net weight is given in your transport document, not given, no?
Not given. Only in invoice.
Not given.
Only gross weight we have to take, Majid.
Yes.
Gross weight match nahi ho raha na. You have to compare with other stipulated document. Gross weight, net weight, किससे compare करते हैं?
Other stipulated, but in invoice it is showing 8,000. Yeah. On invoice it is showing 8,000, whereas in
and what about your cubic content?
That is matching with invoice.
That is 2,363 matching.
Yeah, that is matching.
So your point number 9 is not matching. Point number 10 is matching. And originals, number of originals, देखो. Originals bolo, Majid.
3 by
Yes,
3.
ma'am.
3 by 3.
3 by 3.
Here what he has given?
3 by 3.
Number of originals 3 by 3 he has given on the top right side.
Yep.
Okay. And point number 14 he has given, received the goods in apparent good order. That paragraph is there.
It is there also.
Okay.
Yes, it is there on the
Okay. Next, come to carrier name. Carrier name bolo.
Carrier not identified.
Name of the carrier is not given.
Carrier is not identified. It is only showing as carrier, but the carrier name is not
He is
there.
telling only as agent for
Agent
carrier.
for the carrier.
Capacity is given. Name of the carrier not given.
Name of the carrier not given. So carrier name not given. On the top he has written General Agent South Africa, FOB Freight South Africa. But I'll ask a question. General Agent South Africa has issued FOB Freight South Africa. Maybe he's a freight forwarder, no?
And even if he is a freight forwarder, as per Article 19, name of the carrier
he has
should
to
be
obey
mentioned.
Article 19.
Carrier to be identified.
Because credit is not telling freight forwarders
Acceptable.
no?
It is not showing.
Now coming to that one point, charges additional to freight bolo. In the credit he is telling you in additional conditions. So field 47A pado, Majid.
Yeah, transport document evidencing cost additional to freight are not allowed.
Not acceptable. No, but यहाँ डाला ना.
Any additional freight cost?
Any additional freight cost from Tema to Accra payable by consignee. I said not acceptable, no?
Yes, not acceptable.
So this is the discrepancy, no?
Yes, discrepancy.
So now tell me what are all the discrepancies you got? Intended vessel,
Notation not
full
there.
vessel not given. Port of notation not given.
Weight discrepancy is there.
Gross weight.
Name of the carrier is not there. And additional
Name
cost.
of the carrier not given.
Additional
Gross
cost
weight.
is additional freight cost.
Then additional freight cost discrepancy, credit is not allowing.
Yes, ma'am.
Then your gross weight discrepancy. So these are all the discrepancies. Is it clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Now tell me, how are you getting confidence level in marking, all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, one doubt, ma'am. Ma'am, that in left side corner, conflict marine line is there, ma'am. It is not the carrier line.
But you should write there as the carrier. See,
Okay.
conflict marine line. How do I know it is the carrier? Tell me.
Okay.
So whenever it is, it should be identified as the carrier. If one more document you do, Manikandan, then you will get confidence that carrier.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
Still, if you don't get, we'll again do.
Sure, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Next document we will do. Old English. Take up Old English.
Once again, ma'am.
In Old English, you have one invoice, certificate of origin, inspection, and multimodal. Here in the credit, he is telling you Old English. Applicant is Old English, Surrey. Beneficiary is Raja Textile, Faisalabad. Then 44A and 44B is given. Pakistan and Surrey warehouse. Place of taking in charge, Pakistan. Documents required. Full set 3x3 multimodal to the order of Old English.
Negotiable.
Evidencing freight paid. What is the Incoterm used? TPT, carriage paid to. The freight paid, matching. Incoterm and, see, always first you match your Incoterm and that freight wala. First match that. Okay. Now come to the, and what is the last date for shipment? 30th April. Okay. Point number 1, bolo. Shipper. Who is going to tell me? Yeah, Sargunan. Point number 1.
Raja Textiles.
Matching.
Matching, ma'am.
Raja Textile, Faisalabad, Pakistan. But address not matching, Sargunan. Unit 17. Now, beneficiary address should be match or not match?
No, not required, no.
Because we will go with first paragraph. We will go with Article 14J, first paragraph.
Yeah. Only
So
consignee and
country
notified
we will see. There only
consignee and notified.
Applicant address only.
Country needs to be this.
Applicant, we will see second paragraph, Sargunan. Here, beneficiary, I am talking about shipper, no?
You look at the country only, it's enough, ma'am.
Shipper only country, no?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened?
No, ma'am, I got it, ma'am.
No, I didn't get it. You got it, but I didn't get it. I have to reaffirm so that everybody will understand. Okay. Consignee, tell me. What is credit telling you?
Old
To
English.
the order of Old English.
To the order तो आएगा ही.
Discrepant.
Wow, Balkishan, Kannaya. Because to the order means to the order only should be there, no?
Yes, ma'am.
It cannot be straight consigned.
Yes, ma'am.
So discrepant लिखो. लिखते चले जाओ जो भी discrepant है. चलो next point number 3 बोलो. Notified party क्या दिया उन्होंने? Credit क्या बोला? Credit is not telling you notified party.
So any party can come.
So any party. But now what happened, Anupama? In notified party, Old English has come along with address and contact details. Then that should match with
the credit.
Applicant.
With applicant. Walton of the Hill Surrey. CR 27 NQ matching.
Match.
Wow. So when credit is not telling you notify party, any notify party can come. But here applicant has come. He has come along with his address and contact details. Then they must match with 350 Article 14J, second paragraph. Pakka?
Pakka.
वाह क्या बात है, क्या कॉन्फिडेंस दे रहे. चलो चलो पॉइंट नंबर 4 चलेगा. टाइटल बिल ऑफ लेडिंग फॉर मल्टी मॉडल. चलो अभी ये नंबर 5 बोलो, कॉलम्स डालो 5 में. नंबर 5 पुट द कॉलम्स. प्लेस ऑफ रिसीट फैसलाबाद. Vessel Tiger Bay, voyage number B611. Put the columns. Port of loading Karachi, place of delivery, port of discharge Felixstowe, place of delivery, final destination Walton on the Hill Surrey warehouse. My God, here we got all, no? Place of receipt, port of loading, port of discharge, place of delivery.
Yes, ma'am.
All columns we got.
Pre-carriage.
Pre-carriage is not there. So that means pre-carriage is not there, means Sargunan, from place of receipt Faisalabad, he has handed over the goods to the carrier. You understood?
Yeah, ma'am.
But suppose pre-carriage is there, Sargunan. That means from that place to place of receipt, there is some other vehicle. Place of receipt means the carrier is, see, suppose from your house you are going to your office, Sargunan. Are you with me?
Yeah, ma'am.
Sargunan, are you with me?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am.
I can't hear your voice. See now, suppose from your house you are going to your office. From your house to office, it is called pre-carriage. And the goods are handed over in your office. That is called place of receipt. Clear?
Yeah, ma'am.
Now tell me. So place of receipt is Faisalabad. And what is the credit telling you? Place of taking in charge, Pakistan.
Matching.
Faisalabad is in Pakistan.
Pakistan, correct. Matching.
Port of discharge, final destination, Surrey warehouse. That is also matching.
That is also matching, yes.
So in between, whatever is there, we don't mind. As long as credit is matching. Others can be there. Okay. So point number 5 over. Point number 6, please. Shipping mark. Shipping mark is given oldie list linen textile 1-152. See in the invoice. Invoice also is matching. Because shipping mark is not given in your credit. So you must match it with other documents. Is it okay?
Shipping mark not there on the invoice.
Not invoice, sorry. What is it? Document certificate of origin.
Certificate of origin.
On certificate of origin, see.
Certificate of origin may have only English linen textile 152. Yeah.
See, shipping mark, it should either be with the credit or other stipulated document. I mean, but whatever is given in your transport document, that is the base. The base is, we will not actually, but when you're looking at other document, you have to see transport.
Transport.
Okay. Coming to description of goods, you tell me. Household textiles. Household textiles are matching. Yeah, Article 14E and D26. ISBP D26. And packaging may not be suitable. It is not a discrepancy, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Packaging may not be.
Yes, ma'am.
That is not a discrepancy.
Not a clause.
Gross weight he has given. Check gross weight with other stipulated documents.
In certificate of origin, 7,000 pieces it is given.
No, gross weight, that is quantity.
Or other quantity. Okay.
In certificate of origin, point number 9, he has given other quantity. Now here we are talking only of gross weight.
Not there in any other document.
Not given.
Not there in supporting document.
So if it is not given, don't mark it as a discrepancy. Because we don't know, na? Okay. And next one. Point number 10, measurement, nothing is given. Blank. Point number 11, freight. Freight prepaid is okay. But now you see at the bottom left side, freight is prepaid. This is CPT. Up to Surrey warehouse he has paid. But here what he is telling?
Inland haulage to final destination.
Inland haulage to final destination due he is written. That is a discrepancy. Where is our Ranjit? Ranjit? because this is same as that one document of his which we said you have to find out on Monday. So inland or see, actually he should have paid till final destination, no CPT.
Yes.
Parents paid to up to Surrey warehouse, no.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is the discrepancy. And number 14 is their paragraph received by the carrier from the shipper. Number of originals matching. And what about the date of issue is given, 30th April. No onboard date given. So only date of issue we will take. And see the signature for A and B Shipping Limited. There is a small line for A and B Shipping Limited. For A and B Shipping as agent for carrier. Now A and B Shipping on the top also he has written. And for A and B Shipping Limited also he has written at the bottom.
So he is the carrier.
And A and B Shipping as agent. So he is the agent, named agent. So that is correct. So what are the discrepancies we found now?
To the order missing and freight charges.
Consignee.
Consignee to the order missing and freight inland haulage charges added.
Inland haulage is a discrepancy, correct. Then anything else discrepancy? No.
मैम सिग्नेचर का ऐसा है क्या कि A&B shipping and A&B shipping Pakistan are the branch of the same carrier, so signature will be okay.
As agent, he's telling you as agent, no? वहाँ नीचे क्या दिया बालकृष्ण? As agent for carrier दिया. तो उन्होंने एजेंट है.
और वो कैरियर हम ऊपर जो A&B shipping है उसको कंसीडर करें.
बिकॉज नहीं, ये फॉर A&B के ऊपर एक छोटा वर्ड देखो. आप स्पेक्स पहने क्या? छोटा वर्ड पढ़ो.
हाँ, for A&B shipping limited.
So for A&B shipping limited is the carrier, ना?
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
चलो. Okay. चलो next document. क्या बात है? Now, next you have Marhaba, but Marhaba we have road transport. So I will do road transport after that. And there are 2 airway bills. One is that Islami Bank and Good Food. 2 airway bills and one Marhaba I have. That is CMR. CMR is that road transport. Then Lofty Lab is only LC application. Land Tech is with this. Export import is that red free zone is only empty. Quality shirt भी only application है. So we have done all transport document completed. Wow, very good, very good. Any other transport document left? CMR we have to do with road and 2 airway bill with after doing airway bill. Now, so far we have done. Yeah. Any other document left? You let me know. Tomorrow we will do. Now let me take up our Article 24 and 25. No, sorry, 23 and 24. Go to Article 23 explanation. Airway bill. That we can do very fast because we already know.
Article 23 with the questions.
Article 23 airway bill with questions. Yeah. So an air transport document. So this also we can do very fast. Only consignee will change because the 2 order will not be here. It is a non-negotiable. So in air transport 23A1, it must appear to indicate the name of the carrier signed by the carrier or a named agent. So only 2 people will sign, carrier or named agent, and must be identified. And 23A2, here this is very important, I told you. Goods accepted for carriage. Because here on board you will not find. So that paragraph is important. In your air transport, there is one paragraph. Accepted for carriage, that word is important. 23A3, date of shipment, I told you. Issuance date is mandatory and there will be a notation date. You take the notation date. Then 23 Air airport of departure, destination required. Terms of the carriage will be there at the back. Transshipment, unloading and reloading. Now we'll go to question number 1. Yeah, question number 1, Bharani.
Yes, madam. An air transport document is signed at the place of signature and mentioned as carrier. Is it okay as per this article?
Now it
Signature
is
is
signed as what? It is mentioned as carrier.
as carrier.
But is it identified as carrier name?
No, madam.
So
It is
signature
not
is
a named
identified
carrier.
as carrier but not a named carrier. Discrepancy, Bharani.
Yes, madam. It is a discrepancy.
Next, question 2.
An air transport document is signed at the place of signature and mentioned as ABC Limited as agent for the carrier. Is it correctly signed as per this article?
Agent name is ABC.
ABC Limited.
But carrier name again missing.
It has only mentioned that it is signed as an agent. Carrier name is
But name of the carrier is not there.
yes,
Next, question number 3.
LC calls for full set airway bill. However, under the documents presented, only one airway bill, that is air transport document, comes. That is original for shipper or consignor. Is it a discrepancy? Please explain with reason. Yes or
See,
no?
credit is telling you full set. But even if you receive only one, it is okay. But on that one document, what should be written?
Original.
Original
For
for
consignor.
consignor or shipper should be written. What should be written?
Original for shipper or consignor should be mentioned.
Correct. If that is written, it is okay. Next, question number 4.
LC indicates transshipment not allowed. Air transport document is presented and it indicates transshipment will or may take place. Is this a discrepancy or is it acceptable if entire carriage from airport of departure to airport of destination is covered by one and same air transport document?
The LC says transshipment not allowed. But what happened? Air transport document is telling you transshipment will take place, may take place, acceptable, provided. There is one word, provided. Entire carriage is covered by one and the same air transport document. Then it is allowed. Then it is
allowed.
So what is allowed? Transshipment will take place, may take place is acceptable. What are the two words acceptable?
Transshipment will or transshipment may take place is acceptable.
But what is the word provided? After provided, what did I tell you, Bharani? Provided entire carriage.
Provided entire carriage.
Provided entire carriage.
From airport of departure
to airport of destination is covered by one and the same. One and the same.
Covered by one and the
same. Repeat that line.
Provided airport of departure to airport of destination is covered by one and the same.
Air transport document.
Air transport.
Yeah. What is the logic? Can you read that answer? As per Article 23.
As per UCP Article 23, if entire carriage from airport of departure to destination is covered by one and the same air transport document, then although LC indicates transshipment prohibited, still air transport document may indicate transshipment may or will take place. Logic is that there is one carrier for the entire journey and it has the contract of carriage. So even in case something happens to goods while transshipment, that becomes the risk of carrier.
So even if transshipment happens, it is the risk of the carrier. Question number 5.
An air transport document indicates for terms and conditions of carriage. Refer our website www.hapagloyd.com. Is this allowed as per the article? Also, bank have to check some terms and conditions of the LC. Correct or incorrect?
We check terms and conditions. Do we check?
No, madam. Not required.
We don't check. And they can also write refer to www, some source.
Short form.
Short form or blank back. Okay, question number 6.
An air transport document indicates the date of issuance as 1st February 2021. While there is a specific notation also on the document stating date of shipment as 3rd February 2021. There is also a flight information column on air transport document which indicates the date of flight as 4th February 2021.
Yeah. Now, what is the date of issuance?
Date of issuance is 1st February 2021.
Correct. And what is the notation date?
3rd February 2021.
Correct. And there is also some other column which is telling you flight information.
Date of flight is
Do
4th
we take
February.
that date?
We'll take 3rd February as the date of
Correct.
shipment.
No, any other
Because date of
information
notation
given on the document you will not take.
will be disregarded.
Disregard. Can you read that line in the article? Go to your article and read that line. Article 23. Read that line in Article 23. There is one paragraph, the third paragraph, point number 3. An air transport document, however named, must appear to
indicate the date of issuance.
Date of issuance is mandatory. If date of issuance is not there, it is a discrepancy. And this date will be deemed to be the date of shipment. But if there is a specific notation with actual date of shipment, that will be the date of shipment. Any other information? Read that sentence, Bharani. Any other information?
Madam.
Where are you?
23A3.
Any other information?
Article 23.
Any other information appearing on the air transport document relative to the flight number and date will not be considered in determining the date of shipment.
So they will use the transport of air transport, you will see, for carrier use only. Flight information and date. So whatever these blocks are there, in that if they give any information related to date, you please close your eyes. Yeah, next go to question number 6. Over. Where are we? Question number 7.
An air transport
So
document.
which one?
7.
No, where are we now?
7th only, madam.
6 completed.
Sorry.
7, madam.
Question 7.
7 only. 6
Yeah,
just
question
now
number
over.
7, Bharani.
Question 7. An air transport documents. Yes, madam. An air transport documents indicates that goods have been accepted for carriage and not on board, as in case of ocean BL. Is it okay? Please explain.
Yeah, on board you will find only in BL. In airway, what do you find?
Accepted.
Shipped on board.
See,
Accepted for carriage.
In airway bill, you don't find this word on board. What will you find? Accepted for carriage. What is the word you will find?
Accepted for carriage.
Accepted for
So this paragraph should be there. What is that paragraph telling you? Accepted for carriage. What is the paragraph?
Accepted
for carriage.
So on that what is that? On board will not be there. I can hear Narayanan's voice. Okay. So with that, we finished our Article 23. Any doubt in Article 23? No doubt, no? Any doubt?
No, ma'am.
Go to ISBPH. Go to ISBPH. Under H, see, under H, we have to go from the last. I will go on telling you. Any differences there, you please write down. See, whatever we did for ISBPD, that is the base we are taking. Anything you go from ISBPD. Now H25, that is freight and additional cost. This is same. Freight collect, freight payable at destination. There are 2 boxes. One box is freight charges collect, another box is freight charges prepaid. So whichever is there, you fill that applicable box. And this demerit charges, detention charges, if they give, it is only penalty. So if credit says charges additional to freight not acceptable, but this is not a discrepancy. So we finished with it. Corrections and alterations we have already done. Goods description we have already done. Clean transport we have already done. Partial shipment already done. Transshipment done. Consignee or notified party, I told you one difference. Now answer my question. Let me see. We are going for H13A. Go to H13A. Sampath, answer my question. Sampath.
Yeah, ma'am.
Credit says, credit says goods consigned to order of Sampath.
Yeah, ma'am.
Now in the air transport, what will come in consignee column?
To order will not be there, madam. Sampath will be.
Wow. I'm very happy, Sampath. Because in airway bill and non-negotiable document, the two order, even if credit is telling you, only direct will come.
Yes.
Now answer one more question, Sampath. H13B. Credit is telling goods consigned to order. What is credit telling?
Goods are consigned to order.
Now in airway bill, how it will come in consignee column? To order will not come.
To order will not be there.
What will come?
Either
Whose
issuing
name will
bank
come?
or applicant.
Either issuing bank or applicant.
Applicant.
Whose name will come?
Issuing bank or applicant name.
And is address required? Need not come.
Need not be. If it is there,
But
it should
if
be.
it is coming, it must match.
Yeah.
Is it clear, Sampath?
Yes, ma'am.
And notify party same. Credit is telling you notify party A and B. In the document, it may also indicate addition. May. What is the word?
May.
May also indicate. And credit is not giving you notify party. Then it may indicate any notify party, any manner.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
credit is not giving you notify party. But applicant fellow has come.
Address should match.
I need address. If it is there along with address and contact details, it must match.
Yes, ma'am.
But suppose you said in the credit, mark notify applicant. What did you say?
Mark notify applicant.
And in the applicant column, only note applicant name has come. Is it okay?
Okay.
Okay. Because you said only mark notify applicant, no?
Yes, ma'am.
It is okay. But if address and contact details come, then again they must match.
It should be matched.
Correct. Very good. Notify party over. Original over. Geographical area. We actually. H10 likho. Please write down H10. Please remember airport of departure, airport of destination. They may also be indicated by IATA code. Airport of departure, airport of destination. May also. So suppose instead of writing Los Angeles, they will write lakhs. Chalega. Or London Heathrow, they will write LH. So airport can come with IATA code. What is IATA? International Air Transport Association. What is IATA, Balkishan?
इंटरनेशनल एयर ट्रांसपोर्ट एसोसिएशन.
So airport का नाम IATA आ सकता क्या?
आ सकता है मैम.
London Heathrow LH आता.
Yes, madam.
And Los Angeles lakhs आता.
Acceptable.
Acceptable. Airport IATA. But carrier का नाम पूरा आना. Agar British Airways is the carrier, BA, don't put BA.
Full name occur.
You write full name British Airways. Clear?
Yes.
Carrier name full लिखो. आपका नाम पूरा लिखो. बालकिशन शर्मा. BS नको लिखो.
Yes.
No IATA code for carrier. So that is H10. You please write down. Now go to this wala H8B. H8B. Shankari, explain to me H8B.
In the absence of a specific notation containing the actual date of shipment, any other information appearing on an air transport document relative to this information, including, for example, in a box labeled for carrier use only, required flight date or routing and destination, this is to be disregarded in the determination of date of shipment.
So if you look in this three boxes, for carrier use only one box, required flight date is the second box, routing and destination is the third box. In these three boxes, if you find any date, please close your eyes.
Disregard it.
Disregard. And accepted for carrier, the paragraph is mandatory. Carrier name, full name, no IATA code. And with that, we have completed Article 23, H and this. Go to now Article 24.
One second.
Road. And then we have to do one document, 2 airway bill and 1 CMR. Chalo, Article 24, open that with explanation. Road rail. Article 24 with questions. So again, same. Road rail must appear to be same carrier or a named agent. And it will, or they will write, goods have been received by signature, stamp or notation. And in the rail transport, if it does not identify the carrier, Any signature or stamp of the railway company will be accepted as evidence. Or even railway station of departure. In the rail transport, if carrier is not identified, don't mark it as a discrepancy. In rail transport, if it does not identify the carrier, any signature or stamp of the railway company will be accepted as evidence. And next is, now read this point and explain to me. Explanation 24A. It is similar to other transport. Yes, Shankari. 24A explanation you read.
Name of the carrier must be indicated. Can be signed by the carrier or named agent on behalf of the carrier. If the agent is signing, it has to identify itself as an agent of the carrier or as an agent on behalf of the carrier. So these are usually the same in all transport documents.
What is addition? Read, Shankari, addition you read.
Addition either signed by carrier or named agent of the carrier, or indicate receipt of goods by signature, stamp or notation by the carrier or named agent of the carrier.
What is the difference between 1A and 1B? What was the difference, Shankari?
Receipt of goods by signature, stamp or notation.
And in 1A only sign, no?
Only signature.
So both mean the same, no?
Yes, madam.
Both mean the same. But in point number 1, you are saying only it indicating signature.
Signature.
In point number B, you are telling signature, stamp or notation. And both are the same.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is one more change in the article?
If a rail transport does not identify the carrier, it is still okay, provided signature or stamp of railway company is there, and that will be considered as evidence of document being signed by the carrier.
So signature or stamp of the railway company is okay, even if carrier name is not identified. And 24A2, read 24A2.
A road, rail or inland waterway transport document, however named, must appear to indicate the date of shipment or date goods have been received for shipment, dispatch or carriage at the place stated in the credit.
Date of issuance, how do you take? They will put a stamp, dated reception stamp. Yeah, read that explanation.
Like other transport documents, here date of issuance is considered as date of shipment. But if there is a dated reception stamp, that becomes the date of shipment. Just like our
so
onboard
generally
notation.
we take date of issuance, but if there is a notation with the stamp, you take that.
Yes.
And one more point you read.
Either a date of shipment to be indicated or date of receipt of goods for shipment.
Correct. Very good. And 24A3 is, it must indicate place of shipment, place of destination as per the credit. And 24B1 is that original will come. Here also, remember, for road transport, even full set they will write, but you will receive only one, chalega. But provided it is written there, original for consignor or shipper, it is acceptable. And in rail transport, even if they mark duplicate, you accept it as original. So in rail transport, barakun maaf, duplicate is also accepted as original. This is the deviation. And one more, in rail or inland waterway, whether it is marked as original or not marked as original, you treat it as original. That is also barakun maaf. Whether it is written or not written, you take it as original. In the case of rail or inland waterway, 24B3, write down that this is an examination question. 24B3. A rail or inland waterway will be accepted as original, whether it is marked original or not. If nothing is mentioned also, this is a deviation. Treat it as original. And suppose, they don't write the number 3, 2, they don't write the number. Whatever number is presented, you accept it. That is called full set. So what do you mean by full set here? Whatever number is presented, that is called full set. Read that explanation, Shankari, 24C.
If a road, rail or inland waterway transport document does not mention the number of originals issued, then the number of originals presented are to be constituted, comprising a full set.
Correct. Where is Pradeep Grover? Have you come just now? Pradeep Grover, have you joined just now?
Yeah, ma'am.
Why?
I joined, ma'am, just one. Actually, I didn't get to leave today, ma'am.
Okay.
So today was, it's a major transaction, so I have to go today only. So that's why.
Okay. Anyhow, today's class, tomorrow I'll send you the recording. No, you listen.
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
Okay. 24 days transshipment, unloading from one means of conveyance, reloading, same mode of transport. Suppose it is coming by lorry. From one lorry, it is unloaded, reloaded into another lorry. That is called transshipment. And will take place, may take place, provided entire carriage is covered by one and the same meaning, even if LC prohibits transshipment. Yeah, now question number 1. Yes, question number 1, we will give it to a long time. Who is that? Arpit. Question number 1, Pado. Are you there, Arpit? Question number 1. What happened? In which transport document place of receipt or place of final destination comes?
Shall I?
Read.
Question number 1. In which transport document place of receipt or place of final destination comes? Answer. Coming to multimodal transport document, it may have a port of loading or place of receipt or both. In first leg, if first leg is C, then there will be only port of loading. If first leg is other than C, then there may be BL in any further stage. Then both place of receipt and port of loading will come. Same way, if last leg is C, then only port of discharge will be there. But if last leg is other than C, and if one of the stages of shipment was through BL, then there will be both port of discharge and place of final destination.
What did you understand in this? Can you explain?
Ma'am, they are saying that in multimodal transport document, it may have port of loading or place of receipt, or it may have both. If it is, as you have explained, if first leg is by C, then there will be only port of loading, and in any BL
And
in
place
further
of
stage,
receipt also will be there, no?
Sorry, ma'am?
Manpreet, place of receipt can also be there. They will take the goods from Coimbatore. Then they will come to Chennai port.
Yes, ma'am.
Place of receipt is
Same way.
Coimbatore. From there, they will bring the goods
ma'am.
to Chennai port.
Okay, ma'am.
Same way, last leg
Same
is by
way.
C.
Only port of discharge will be there.
But again, from there he is taking to another place, from Mumbai to Hyderabad. Then place of final destination will be there.
Okay,
ma'am. Okay. Then question number 2. Continue reading.
In which transport document port of loading or port of discharge comes? In BL, in
Non-negotiable
NN
bill.
non-negotiable CV bill,
There will be port of
charter
loading,
party
port
BL,
of
there will
discharge.
be port of loading and port of discharge.
And
In
in airway bill, you will
there
find
will be airport of departure and destination.
Correct. Good. Next question number 1, Sampath.
A rail transport document is presented and indicate receipt of goods by use of notation by ABC acting on behalf of the carrier XYZ Limited. Is this
Now you
correct?
answered my question, Sampath. You received a rail transport document. And in that they have indicated receipt of good is indicated by a notation ABC acting on behalf of the carrier XYZ Limited. Acting on behalf of the
XYZ Limited.
carrier. Carrier name is?
XYZ Limited.
Correct. ABC is acting. Is this correct or not correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Correct, no?
Correct, ma'am.
So, and Article 24A2 says must indicate date of shipment, whatever is given, or there may be a dated reception stamp. Read that explanation.
Like other transport documents, here date of issuance is considered as the date of shipment. But if there is a date of reception stamp, that the date becomes the date of shipment. Also note one more important thing here, either a date of shipment to be indicated or date of receipt of goods for shipment. Yes, reception of goods is considered as shipment date and here signed as ABC on behalf of the carrier.
So ABC is signed on behalf of the carrier. And if there is a notation reception of goods, you will take that as the date. Now question number 2.
LC calls for an original rail transport document, but same is presented as a duplicate copy. Is it acceptable?
Okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Duplicate is also treated as original, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Next question number 3.
LC calls for original rail transport document. Same is presented, but not marked as original, neither marked copy.
So LC says original rail transport.
Yes, ma'am.
But you received it. It is not marked original, not marked copy. Chalega, nahi chalega?
Rail transport.
Huh?
Chalega. It is
chalega, no? Whether it is marked original or not marked.
It is original.
You will treat it as original, no?
Yes, madam.
Next, question number 4.
LC calls for full set of road transport document. However, only original consignor copy is presented. Is it a discrepancy?
Chalega, no? Credit is telling you full set. But road transport, you received only one. On that it is written original for consignor or shipper. Chalega. Even if you get only one, that is treated as original. Question number 5.
LC calls for full set inland waterway transport documents, and such document does not mention number of originals issued on it. However, 2 originals are presented. Will you quote this as discrepancy stating inland waterway is not a full set?
Credit is telling you full set. Yes, but you received only 2 originals.
Yes, ma'am.
And number of originals is not mentioned.
Yes, ma'am.
So what will you do?
We will treat it as full set.
Whatever number is presented, it will be deemed to be full set. Deemed.
Yes.
Question number 6.
A road or rail or inland waterway transport document indicating that transshipment will or may take place is acceptable, even if the LC prohibits transshipment provided.
What is that sentence I told? I told Bharani also to repeat. You remember? Provided entire carriage is covered by
one carrier.
One and the same transport dog. Only one ticket you take, Sampath.
Yes, ma'am.
You get down, you get up from one bus to another bus. You get down from that bus, you climb another bus, and then you reach my house. But entire journey, you took only one ticket from your Maradpalli to Chandanagar.
Yes, ma'am.
Entire carriage is covered by one and the same. But any number of times you get down, get up. Okay?
Okay,
ma'am. Question number 7.
Please let me know if railway receipt given as carbon copy contains all the details as shipper copy, but actually it is carbon copy. Is it acceptable? Yes,
railway copy you got, but it's a carbon copy. Yes, rail transport marked duplicate is acceptable, no?
Acceptable, ma'am.
Marked, but it should be authenticated. It should be authentic.
In this case, madam, rail transport document provided in whatever format, we cannot find out any discrepancy. Because everything
Really,
is
I'm telling you, for rail, you know that railway station of departure or railway company, number of originals are not mentioned. It is not marked original or copy. Whatever comes, you'll take it. And carbon copy also we are taking, you see. Okay. Go to J. ISBP J, please. From the last you go, so that any differences I will tell you. Only those you write down. J wala, any differences are there, only write that. J20 is talking about freight. So freight same it is. Only remember when credit says freight prepaid, freight collected destination, that boxes, no? In the transport document, it will be written Franco, non-Franco. Some French words they will write. Franco means freight prepaid. So whenever credit is telling you freight prepaid, which column you will put a tick? Franco column. Suppose it is written freight to be collected. Which column you will put a tick? Non-Franco. So what are the two words you have learnt now in rail? Road, rail and inland waterway?
Franco and non-Franco.
Non-Franco. So what is Franco? Freight prepaid. So if the credit is telling you freight prepaid, you put a tick in this column. If the credit is telling freight to be collected, put a tick in non-Franco. Write those two words. This correction and alteration, goods description, clean, all are same. Your time is saved. Partial shipment, transshipment, same. Notify party, consignee, same. And remember one more. In inland waterway, this consignee column, it is same as bill of lading. So if credit says to order will come. This is exception. Write down inland waterway. Consignee column, treat it like a bill of lading. Treat it like
Bill of lading.
So if credit says to order, here also to order of the shipper, then endorsement. And to order of BHL, to order of BHL, to order of UCO Bank, to order of UCO Bank. So that inland waterway, you treat it as like a bill of lading. Then original duplicate we have already done. So that you just write down these numbers, J7 ABCD. J7 ABCD. They talk about this original and duplicate, which we have already done. Carbon copy, if it is there, please make sure it is authenticated, carbon copy, by signature or stamp of the railway company or railway station of departure. Then you consider it as original. Carbon copy, duplicate or carbon copy, authenticated by signature or stamp of the railway company or railway station of departure. Now, can you read J4B? Anupama, can you tell me J4B?
A rail transport document may bear a date stamp by the railway company or railway station of departure without indicating the name of the carrier or a named agent signing for or on behalf of the carrier.
So what did you understand in rail transport?
It is saying that when a rail transport document, it may bear a dated stamp by the railway company or railway station of departure without indicating the name of the carrier
or without indicating the named agent.
Agent or signing.
So that means if both are not there also, it is okay. But it should have a date stamp by the railway company.
Railway station of departure.
So please write down in your book J4B. This is important when you're revising. This is an examination question. Write down all of you. J4B. And the J4A also, the term carrier need not appear on the signature line. It need not be exactly on the signature line. We did this in ISBP A37.
37.
A37. With that, we finish J. So J may whatever I told you differences, only that you read. Now answer my question. We have completed all the transport documents. Courier receipt I'm not doing because it's very easy. It will indicate the name of the courier, stamped or signed by the courier company. And two words I told you, pickup and receipt. Pickup means the courier fellow will come and pick up, and when you go and give it to the parcel to the courier service, he will give you receipt. Receipt and pickup. Okay, now answer my questions before we... Acha, those two documents we have to do. Where are those two? Take up the CMR wala. Go to Marhaba. Go to Marhaba. Do one CMR and two airway bill. With that, we can finish the class. So all transport documents. And only one I have left out. That topic 12 and 14, Joe, that material which I have given you. For all these transport documents, topic 12 and 14. That we will read that tomorrow before we start our class. And another thing, what are the discrepancies that can come in rail transport? You have to make a list. Tell me the list for homework. What discrepancies? Now we have done discrepancies, no? So you will know what discrepancies can come. So make a list of all the discrepancies and topic 12 and 14, that material related to transport, for each transport I have given you. That we will read once tomorrow. So maybe it will take about half an hour, 45 minutes. That we'll read tomorrow. Now CMR, tell me. Marhaba. What are the parts? Point number 1. Sender name. D Graph Machines, Netherlands. What is your credit telling you?
Original CMR.
And one more. Before you start your work, I told you always this. You should read that first page. First page, you please read and start your work. See, you are a document checker at nominated confirming bank. You're sitting in confirming bank. Nominated bank and confirming. And he has told you today's date is Monday, 21st June. All signatures are original. Documents are presented in the required number of originals and copies. So even if you don't receive copies and all, it is presented. Amount demanded is euro 200,000. So always read this first page before you start your work. Okay. Now what is the beneficiary name? D Graph, Haarlem, Netherlands. Matching. But that word 1000 number is put. Is it okay? Sender name. Article 14J, first paragraph, no?
Within the same country, it's okay.
Within the same country. Okay, next, second one, read consignee. Applicant, factoring, AS, Istanbul, Turkey. Here, consignee is not matching, no address.
No, madam. But parts.
It is a discrepancy, no? 14K, second paragraph. If the address is coming, it must match, no?
Yes, ma'am.
So consignee is discrepancy. Where is Ranjit?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you, Ranjit? In between, I called you.
Network issue, ma'am.
Manpreet, mute karo. Yeah, tell me, Ranjit.
Network issue, ma'am, that time. That's why.
Kya excuse? You will tell excuse like my granddaughter. She will nicely tell teacher, my grandson also. He will keep on Spider-Man before the system and go away.
Ma'am, but in case of consignee, the details, whatever is mentioned in the credit is there. There is some additional data that is coming up.
No.
So will that be?
But what is Article 14J telling you? Read that
exact,
line.
It should be exact.
Must
be the same.
Then, see, Uzefa, according to me, if I have to follow 14J, then I must see that it is must matching.
Okay.
But one question to you. In the exam, they will give you 10 discrepancies.
G.
And out of 10, you have to mark only 5.
5.
So what you do is first this, suppose now it is exactly not matching, no? You mark, you don't report this in the answer sheet.
You keep this as a pending.
You keep that as the last resort. After finding out the 5th, this is the 6th one, then you don't report it.
Yes.
But if you are not able to get anything, then you take this.
Okay.
Because first 5, if exactly discrepancies, you are 100% sure. Then you report, no?
Yes, agreed.
This you keep it because you know that it is matching. But somewhere little that number
Doubt
here and there. But because I have to follow Article 14J, I am telling you discrepancy.
Yes.
But reporting, you do it only if you're really that is left over. Okay. Then where is notify party, please? Point number 3.
Not there.
And what is credit telling you? What is credit telling you?
Original CMR transport document consigned to the order.
Notify party is silent.
Original CMR transport consigned to the order of factoring. Where is to the order of factoring? But to the order of factoring, will it come?
Only factoring areas will come.
It will not come, no, because non-negotiable, no.
Negotiable. To order.
To the order of will not come.
Order nahi hai.
So, to order nahi aayega na, Balkishan.
Airway bill hai na, ma'am. So it is non-negotiable.
Yes, road transport is CMR.
CMR, sorry, CMR.
रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट में टू ऑर्डर नहीं आता ना. क्रेडिट में क्या लिखे हैं आप? टू ऑर्डर लिखे. बट डॉक्यूमेंट में नहीं आता ना.
Yes, madam.
Because it is non-negotiable. Okay. And what is credit telling you? Mark freight prepaid. Okay, but whatever notified party has not given you in the credit.
No.
And in the document also he has not given you notified party. But that
Yes,
column
ma'am.
should come, no. Any notified party in any manner. Otherwise, he will inform whom?
मैडम देखिए डिस्क्रिपेंसी चेकलिस्ट है ऑलरेडी इस डॉक्यूमेंट में फर्स्ट पेज
नहीं अरे see that's what I was telling Huzefa. Discrepancy checklist will be there. You keep that as a last resort.
Okay.
Because see, I am not going with the checklist. I am going with our 16-point study.
Points.
Finally, when you are actually answering the paper, you pick up the things. That we will do last. After we finish all the document, Sunday you will do all those question and answers.
Yes, ma'am.
Because by tomorrow we'll finish off all the document, no?
Correct.
Then you can easily do question and answers.
So notify
because you have already identified na Balkishan.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Correct.
अच्छा, जब easy होता ना. Okay, चलो. या notified party तो missing है, नहीं है.
Madam, Madam, in topic 14, where there is that pictorial description of point wise for road, rail, and inland waterway transport document, marking wise, there also it is silent about notify party. Means they instead of 16 points, there are 20 points in total for CMR.
Okay. In topic number 14.
Figure 14.5.
Okay, I'm taking out that. In figure 14.5, what happened?
There are 20 points.
Where are 20 points?
Unlike MTD.
It's in the new textbook, it is 20.
Old also it is there, madam. Old
I didn't say
textbook.
20 now.
20 points are there.
It was marked, ma'am, with the light.
See, 14.5 is air transport. Then 14.4 is air transport. 14.5, you are going with that name of the carrier, signed, receipt for shipment, date of shipment, original, transshipment. And now coming to the picture. In picture, very 16 points are marked, very small points are marked, nahi?
मैडम 16 पॉइंट्स नहीं है मैडम ये
20
फिगर 14.5 में 20 है पेज 291 पुराने टेक्स्ट बुक में
no पुराना में भी है in this also 20 is there now. Okay, can you all read that first one we did na sender we did already.
Sender and consignee both.
Consignee we did and we said credit is telling 2 order of factoring, but in the document 2 order will not come, no?
Will not. But however, address is different, so that is a discrepancy.
Address is different, we'll treat it as that discrepancy. Article 14G. And next to point number 3, what is there in the picture?
Stamp and sign.
Senders or agents reference.
Point number 3. Oh my
Place
God.
of the delivery of
Very
goods.
light it is.
Sender
Yeah,
or
point
agent's
number 3.
reference. Sender or agent's reference, madam.
Okay. Sender or agent's reference number. Okay, if it is there, we have to mark. Is the explanation given for that? Sender or agent reference? No explanation.
No explanation given.
So if it is there, you have to mark. Then what about place of delivery of goods? What is your credit telling you? Field number 44A and 44B. Haarlem, Netherlands to Halkali Free Zone, Istanbul, Turkey by truck. By truck. So truck means CMR. So Haarlem, Netherlands. So place of taking in charge Haarlem, no?
Yes.
That is matching. Yes. Place of delivery is also matching. Halkali Free Zone.
Yes.
Okay. Carrier name is given. Windmill Transport. Carrier name also given. Windmill Transport, Haarlem, Netherlands.
Yes, ma'am.
Then go with that picture and tell me anything from that picture, because that I can't see the picture. It is very light. Then 6, 7, 8, 9 all in one block.
Yes, ma'am.
Marks and number, packages, packing type, goods description. Here you see number of pallets. Why is it matching? No.
Invoice 2003.
Your invoice is telling one marks 2003, pallet numbers 1 by 5 to 5 by 5. Here
1 by 5 to
4 by 5. 4 by 5.
So that is the discrepancy. And total 5 pallets in your invoice. Here only 4 wooden pallets. So that is a discrepancy. And gross weight, net weight, you see if anything is given. Gross weight, net weight.
Madam, discrepancy in this case, this will be the base document for this number of
This
pallets.
is the base document. Yeah, your transport document is the base.
So the discrepancy should be pointed out with respect to transport document or in invoice, madam?
Invoice.
Now see here, in the credit, if they're given, you will take credit as the base.
Credit, I think they're not given.
In credit, he has told you 1 unit T-graph brand rotary cutting machine.
Pallet
And
number
he
is not given.
Type 500 with all necessary spare parts. Custom tariff number. Delivery terms, carriage and insurance is paid up to Halkali free zone. Carriage and insurance is paid up to where?
Halkali free zone.
So CIP Halkali free zone, Istanbul. Okay. Now coming to your transport document. Come. Tell me now columns. Freight prepaid is telling you. What is here?
15 number.
Freight prepaid is matching. Now next, carrier name. Stamp and signature of the carrier or agent. DAF Transport Agency. Carrier name is given on the top. Windmill Transport.
Windmill Transport.
And here signature is written W Mill. DAF Transport Agency. So carrier name is mentioned on the top. And here agent has signed. DAF Transport Agency is the agent, named agent.
But on behalf of Notre Dame.
Stamp and signature of the, no, see, there he has given stamp and signature of the carrier or agent.
Okay.
Here it is agent.
And agent has signed. Now, what is the date you will take? Date of issue
11th.
you will take. If there is a dated reception stamp, you will take the date of taking in charge, no?
Yeah. So it's 11th June.
11th June.
11th June is date of issue. But date of taking in charge of the goods?
9th June.
So which one shall we take?
9th June.
Date of receipt of goods you will take,
Ma'am,
no?
that is a discrepancy then. It says middle of June.
Correct. So note that. Note it.
Late presentation.
Now tell me any other in that picture, Anupama, can you read that picture? Anything else missing from that picture? All the columns have come in this, or nothing's missing?
Only, madam. More or less covered.
Covered. Okay.
So, ma'am, can for this particular document we can do.
And one Joseph, on the top is written original for shipper or sender. So that is called full set.
Okay, yeah.
So that, see, credit is telling full set, no? Is credit telling you full set?
It's a full set.
Full set is telling you, and no, where is full set telling? Credit nahi bola. Credit
Original
is telling
CMR, is it
original bola.
Document.
मैडम फुल सेट बोलेगा भी तो जो आया उसी को ही फुल सेट डीम्ड होगा.
Yeah, that's what. Even if it's set or not set, whatever is presented is deemed full set. But on the top, because this is road transport, Anupama, original for sender or shipper should be there.
That is there.
So that is there on the top. It is written on the top. All of you look at the top. Original for shipper or sender. Is it clear, all of you? Now, what are the discrepancies? Tell me.
हाँ मंटू जी बोलिए ना.
What are the discrepancies?
ऊपर लिखा है ना वो
One is consignee.
ये आपका देखिए पॉइंट नंबर 4 में लिखा है प्लेस एंड डेट ऑफ टेकिंग इंचार्ज ऑफ द गुड्स.
Point number 4. Sorry, point number 2, consignee. And what about our pallet numbers ka?
Discrepancy.
Because here
Marks are wrongly typed.
Marks, no, pallet numbers 1545. But this is the base. But here total 5 pallets invoice, here only 4 pallets are there. And what about shipment? Partial shipment allowed? Partial shipment not allowed.
Not allowed.
That means full shipment should happen, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Out all 5 should come, no, pallets. Pallet numbers, all 5 wooden pallets should come. Because the partial shipment not allowed. So discrepancy is in date. Discrepancy is in consignee.
मैडम ये डेट वाला एक बार समझाएंगे. डिस्क्रिपेंसी
क्या होना?
Date of issuance is 11.
Pardon, I'm not able to get you.
I was just asking ये date of जो discrepancy बोल रहे हैं in once more.
नहीं, see, date of taking in charge is given a notation.
Yes, madam.
9 June. Issue date is 11 June.
Correct.
But what is our which date can we take? Date of reception stamp, no, if it is there.
It is not there.
So point number 4 we have to take, no. And in the credit, what did he say? Date during middle of June is telling you. Middle of June means from which date? From 11 to
11 to 20.
11 to 20.
2020 included.
So 9 June, if you see, it is the discrepancy.
So, ma'am, for this particular document, can we do the description checklist? जो उसका पहले पेज पे 10 चेकलिस्ट दिया हुआ है सर मैम उसमें.
No, that's what we'll do that after I finish invoice.
Okay.
Because see, Zefa, my meaning is I must finish documents first.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to sit for these questions.
Okay.
Because already then we will really understand now whether it is discrepant or not discrepant.
Or not discrepant, yes.
Because invoice is there, no? Okay. Airway bill you take. Chalo, airway bill. One is good food. In good food you find good food. Applicant is good food. And what is given in that LC? Port of loading, airport. Port of loading, any airport in USA. Port of discharge. Port.
Which document?
Good food.
Good food, okay.
Good food. Bangladesh. And what is mistake in 44E and 44F, you tell me? 44E is telling any airport in USA. And 44F is telling Chittagong Seaport, Bangladesh. And he has presented you airway bill.
Airway bill. Yeah, so it's seaport and airport.
देखो LC में. And airport of destination या क्या दिया आपका airway bill में? Dhaka airport. Here he has given Chittagong. So that is a discrepancy. Airport of departure. Airport he has given IATA code. Is it okay? Airport IATA code is okay.
Airport के लिए चलेगा. Airport के लिए चलेगा मैम. Okay. Company के लिए पूरा नाम होना चाहिए.
Shipper name you see point number 1. Trust entity solution. There it is trust business solution. name is differing. Here trust entity hai, credit is telling trust business solution. New York, USA. So if you go with 14K, then a shipper or consignor need not be the beneficiary, then you can take that. Point number 1. Point number 2 is consignee. Credit is telling you 3 original, 3 copies, they will be marked, made out to the order of. But in the document, you will not get to the order of, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Because airway bill to order of you will not get.
Non-negotiable.
Only ABC Bank Dhaka, that is given correctly. In the document correctly diya. Notify kya diya credit mein? Notify good food, Bangladesh and ABC Bank diya. So notify dono aaya, good food aaya, ABC Bank aaya. So point number notify correct hai.
Correct. Yes.
Then goods accepted for carriage, that dabba is there.
Yes, ma'am.
Then required flight number and date, वो column नहीं देखना है. Loaded on 20th, issue date कब है? Place and date of issue.
Field blank है.
Blank है. Blank है.
Then that is wrong, no? Must indicate a date of issue.
Yes.
If date of issue is not there, it is a discrepancy. And loaded on 20th September. And on the top right side, flight number and date he has given. That we should not see that dabba.
Yeah.
And a description of good ready-made garment hai. यहाँ क्या है? Ready-made garment. That is okay, matching. Freight prepaid. So now tell me the description. And on the top it is given original for shipper. So that is also correct. Original for shipper दिया ना बीच में column में. On the
yes,
top.
ma'am. Center में.
Center में. Biman Airways के left side. So what are the discrepancies? Point number 1 में अगर shipper, that beneficiary name is differing. And
destination
date of
is wrong.
issue he has not given.
Destination is wrong.
And the carrier name as he mentioned. Yeah. Now this is issued by a freight forwarder as agent for master. So as agent for master. Master name not required.
Not required.
Biman Airways. So Biman Airways is the carrier.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's all. Nothing else is there. Okay, one more document you do. Islami Bank. Islami Bank also an airway bill is there. Beneficiary Shanghai Sports. Applicant is Sports International Dhaka. Shanghai Airport to Dhaka Airport. Shanghai Airport Bangladesh diya uno.
Yes, ma'am.
Wrong, no, in the credit LC.
China ke Bangladesh.
Shanghai Airport Bangladesh. Dhaka Airport Bangladesh is okay. Airway bill mark freight bit consigned to Islami Bank. Consigned to Islami Bank. Is it okay? Yes. Notifying applicant and issue. So notify में दो है. One is issuing bank, another is applicant. And additional condition, carrier must be Biman Airways. Freight forwarder airway bill acceptable. Freight forwarder airway bill
Acceptable.
Okay. Now you tell me. Biman Airways, shipper, Trade International, Shanghai, China. So this is the Shanghai, China is there, but name is differing. So Article 14. And second column, you see consignor he wrote. It should be consignee, no? And to order of will not come.
Yes.
Two order of will not come. And a consignor he has written there. Oh, it should be consignee. So that is one mistake.
Notify party is written there.
And original for shipper or consignor he has not given on the top or bottom. So that is a discrepancy. And accepted for carriage. Where is that paragraph? Accepted for carriage. I didn't find that paragraph. Did you all find?
No, not there.
Accepted for carriage is not there. Then airport of departure Shanghai and Dhaka. And the notify is given both Sports International, Islami Bank. But tell me, addresses are not given. Notify में बोलो मेरे को notify.
Article 14 का second paragraph. Address
Notify में, but no, see, no. Please see, credit क्या बोला? Notify applicant and issuing bank. So he has not given address and contact details there, no? So in the document also it need not include. It need not include. But if it is included, then it must match. Clear?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know. Nobody is answering.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't answer, I will sleep now. Nobody is on. Handling information you should not see. Acha, now tell me this gross weight, net weight, dekho. Date of shipment bolo. Issue date is given 10th May. And the date of shipment 7th May is given.
7th May, yeah.
And issue date 10th May. What is the credit telling you? Latest date of shipment 9th May. Latest date of shipment?
9th May.
Which one should we take? This is pre-printed, no? Date of shipment. Issuance date we will take, no?
Madam, but in airway bill, date of issuance or else the onboard notation date.
Correct. Onboard notation is not there, no?
But it is given only carrier use in destination. Last May.
That you should. Yeah, there. If any date is given in that box, you should not take. And description of goods, you see, cricket bat he has given. What is description of goods?
5,100 pieces of cricket bat.
No, in the cricket, 5,001 pieces of cricket bat.
Yeah, see.
In the invoice it is wrong, no? Invoice is telling what? Cricket bat, 5,050 pieces. And a carriage paid to Dhaka, Bangladesh.
Prepaid.
That is correct. Carriage paid to Dhaka, Bangladesh is correct. Freight prepaid is correct. So what are the discrepancies that we have come across?
Number 1 point.
Number 1, that original for consignor or shipper is not there.
Consignee.
Consignee column, he has written consignor there.
Yeah. And to order.
And to the order of should not come. To the order of nahi aana na?
Yes, ma'am. To the order nahi aana.
Shipper ka naam bhi 14 cases that name is different. And this chargeable freight, see at the bottom, $10 chargeable freight. That is also a discrepancy.
Yes.
Because carriage is paid up to Dhaka, na? How can he put chargeable? And that paragraph is missing, accepted for carriage.
And date of shipment be wrong.
Yeah, wrong. So these are the discrepancies. Now what you all will do is, see, I'm not answering the question and answers now, because after I finish documents tomorrow, then in 1 hour we can finish all the question and answers. Because already you have read the document, you have identified the discrepancies. It will be easy for you tomorrow. So tomorrow morning, That topic 12 and 14, I will read once. The material that I've given for all these 5, 6, for transport documents. Then we will start with the bill of exchange, invoice, miscellaneous, and insurance. So tomorrow at least tomorrow from 11 to 8. So we will do up to 8 o'clock. We will try to do all the 4 documents: invoice, insurance, bill of exchange, and miscellaneous. So that Sunday you can finish with the question and answers. Now today we have done all articles from 19 to 27. We have done all articles from 19 to 27. Write down in your book. Now what all you will do revision today. Today means whenever you're sitting for transport document, kya revision karna hai. Please write down. You will read all articles 19 to 27 first. So read articles 19 to 27. Then after reading articles, you read D, E, F, G, H, J, from D to J. Now when you're reading D to J, read D fully. E you don't have to read fully. Only E6 wala. And E6 wala mein, don't read fully. Read only where you have to give issuance date. Because the rest all will be on board date only. So only 3 situations where you will have issuance date. And rest all on board date. So even closing your eyes, you can say on board date hi lena hai. So after reading article 19 to 27, read D, E, F, G, H, J. D, E, F, G, H, J. 6. And then in E only read that. And in H F you don't have to read. F only consignee you read. That consignee is same as our airway bill. The 2 order of will not come. And then in charter party only the differences I told you, you read. In airway bill also only differences you read. That IATA code, then the date of shipment. You will not disregard. And in road transport, that Franco, non-Franco, and that original wala. Rail mein originals duplicate. That's all. So it will not take much time for you now because already you have read. Then after you finish reading this ISBP and article, topic 12 and 14, that material you read. What I sent you all. After reading that material, 12 and 14. What are the discrepancies that can come in transport document? Make a list. On Sunday, we will discuss the list. What all discrepancies will come in transport document. Or after tomorrow, 12 and 14, I can discuss that before we start. And the next is, all your transport document, whatever we have done today, you go through once more because your confidence level is more important. See, today I might have done hurriedly or we might have made some mistake. So what you do after reading this base, you read LC mein underline karo pehle underline. What are all relevant to transport, like date or your field 44 or 45A description or Incoterm, then 46A goods consigned to, and in 47 has he given you any additional conditions? You read that first in the credit. Then you mark your document. When you are marking your document, you write down the discrepancies that you come across. Write it. So that those what you have written, tomorrow when we are doing those question and answers, it will become easy for you. Because today I didn't. And that point number 5, you draw columns. Place of receipt, port of delivery. So that only in 3 places you will have date of issue. In all other places, notation. Point number 5. And so do these documents whenever you're doing. If you're doing tonight or tomorrow morning you get up early and do 1 or 2 hours. So that when we start at 11, you already have done your homework. Or tonight, you take rest now. After 1 or 2 hours, have a nice bath and sit and do. 2 hours, you take rest now. At 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, have a nice bath, sit for 2 hours and read. Because anyhow, it's a holiday tomorrow. So sit and read for 2 hours in the night. Generally, I get at 11 o'clock, 11:30. At that time, you start. Then, you'll be very fresh. And then read and then sleep at 1 o'clock. See, then only your confidence level will be more. So do this little homework and still you have a doubt, we can discuss. I am not saying we have done everything, but we can discuss. But almost, according to me, we have done 80% of the transport document. 80, I can say. Maybe another 10-20% we can do tomorrow. Okay? So all the best. Take care. Relax. Then be fresh again and read. Either night or morning, you read again. Because, tomorrow the topic 12 and 14, when we do, you'll become perfect. And transport is the main document where you will spend more time. Finish it today itself or tomorrow morning itself. Don't postpone documents. Because these 3 days, if you finish document, you can concentrate only on question and answers. Articles also we will be doing almost 70%. See, 19 to 27 over. Tomorrow insurance and other articles will be over. And ISBP also you don't have to do because we are already doing it. So your work will become very easy. So all the best. Take care. Good night.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thanks a lot,
Bye-bye.
ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
ma'am.
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Madam,
Mm.
madam, this Islami Bank was there, no? Why date of shipment was taken as discrepancy?
Where?
Islami Bank, this last one which we did.
See,
Why
Islami
date of
Bank.
shipment?
See, in Islami Bank, where was that? Yeah, I'll tell you. See, in Islami Bank, he has told, where is that one sentence is there? Latest date of shipment is 30th. No, this is good food. This is good food. Okay. Islami Bank. Yeah, Islami Bank. Latest date of shipment is 9th May.
Okay.
Field 44C. And now when you go to your document, issue date is 10th May.
Okay.
10th May, issue date.
The executed date is 10th May and date
Executed
of shipment.
means issued on, na?
Okay, madam, but there is one more block, whether you treat it as pre-printed or not. That date of shipment
That is one. Now there is a date of shipment given in one box.
Yes, ma'am, 7th
But
May.
I do not know whether, see, according to me, I am telling you, I do not know whether I have to take it as a notation or, see, because generally what we do in airway bill for date of shipment, we always take the date of issuance mandatory. Or if there is a notation, you will take the notation stamp. If you take the notation stamp, then as you said, 7th May. If it is like a notation, see, this is, they gave in some mock test. But in the exam, Anupama, they will give you either if they give you like this in a box, it is pre-printed. But if they give you like a stamp or like separately, they will type like a notation. So you have to observe that. So if you take that, notation is not given, then we have to take 10th May, then it will be a discrepancy. Because latest date of shipment is 9th May.
Because, madam, there is one more document, subsequent document for explanation for this Islam, which is shared by you. That is saying, considering airway bill data 7th May, which is that in the pre-printed thing, and it is not being treated as a discrepancy. Explanation also you have sent.
That's what. See, actually what happened, I'll tell you these documents. This, this was given by somebody. In some examination, they have given as a mock test. Okay. So they have forwarded it. So whatever is forwarded, I just went through it and I have given you. But, okay, as you said, I agree. But we will go with some logic. See, if you go with the LC date 9th May, then your execution date is 10th May. Then it becomes a discrepancy. But as you said, if you take that as a pre-ship, what is that, notation. Then if it is a notation 7th May, then it is not a discrepancy. Okay?
Okay, ma'am. And shipper name also, madam, that article 14, it can be, it may be different, no? Why even we treated that also as a discrepancy?
Shipper.
Shipper name and address. Shipper may be.
No, I didn't. I told it's not a discrepancy. I told,
Okay, that I didn't hear.
14K we took.
Okay, madam.
Because shipper and exporter both are different, I told you. Okay.
Okay, right, ma'am. Thank you, madam.
Okay, bye-bye. Good night.
Madam. Bye, ma'am.
Good night.
Good night.